Chapter 1, New Commander. It's probably here. A man in his 20s, wearing a white navy uniform, stood and looked around at a port. The port was in dilapidated condition and the buildings in the distance looked like a small fishing village, and they were still abandoned for a long time. "Hi, have you really decided to settle down?" A little Lolita who was about a teenager in a pair of white ponytails next to the man asked weakly. "Why, does Lafayette still like the previous life?" the man asked. "Well, although the previous life has made Lafayette a lot of good friends, Lafayette really prefers a quieter life." Lafayette squinted his eyes, looking like he might fall down at any time. Looking at the sleepy Rayfit, and then at the dilapidated port, the man couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and said, "This is really a start." The man took a look at the letter of commission in his hand, and saw that it said, "Commander Zingai is now appointed as the pioneer commander of the Azalane. The assigned area is the Koror Islands and surrounding waters, and the Koror Islands and surrounding waters are independently developed." Right. Azalane appointment. Bilan calendar February 11, 420. This commission seems to be very beautiful. It not only owns the independent development rights of an archipelago but also the surrounding waters. It is like a noble fief, but you must know what a vanguard commander is. The so-called vanguard commander is to divide a piece for you. The frontline region, which allows you to fend for yourself after you have enough basic materials, is an alternative pioneer. The person seeking Xingaichuo's relationship said that he would give him an island where a commander once lived, but what he never expected was an island that failed to develop, but in a sense, that person did not lie to him. Since it is a place where the development fails, there must be an unknown danger. You must know that this is not a peaceful world. Looking at the sea in the distance, Zingai couldn't help feeling. This is a blue planet whose surface is covered by 71% of sea water. Human beings are born, grow, nurture and develop their own civilization in this azure blue. However, along with them, there are constantly expanding ambitions and desires. Under the calm surface of the world, historical undercurrents surging. Finally, the unknown enemy appeared in the ocean, facing the enemy's overwhelming combat power. Mankind has lost more than 90% of the seas, and technology and living standards have rapidly regressed. Humans have created deep shadows on the ocean and unknown enemies, and call those monsters who drag them into the darkness of the deep sea as sirens. Decades later, in order to regain the glory of the past, the major camps finally abandoned their previous suspicions and jointly created a third-party military organization Azalane. In the early days of its establishment, scientists and military officers from various camps worked together to overcome many difficulties and finally expelled the sirens from the sea. However, the good times did not last long. The Iron Blood camp, characterized by tough militarization, suddenly announced its withdrawal from the organization and had several fierce battles with the historical opponent Royal. If it's just that, then it's fine, but one day an unknown force came, and people were surprised to find that there were many unprecedented islands in the sea, and the sea became completely different from before. After a general analysis, people found that for some unknown reason the sea area has become wider and stranger than before, but because of the blockade of the sirens, humans are powerless to change the sea. Until Dong Huang's fleet occupied an island, the abundant supplies on it made everyone crazy. Major organizations began to train more commanders, and at the same time they expanded with the help of islands. Sirens were also in major human organizations. The offensive was retreating, but the expansion of the sea also brought endless possibilities for the siren. After the human navy arrived in the sea, the siren became endless, and the human navy became difficult to move. At this time, the pioneer commander was born. They were sent alone to the islands in the far sea, where they developed alone. If they succeed, they will not only receive generous awards but also own the ownership of the sea, and the major human organizations are also extremely powerful. Promotion. The generous rewards have attracted a large number of commanders, but unfortunately not everyone can stand alone. Facing the endless offensive of the siren, most of the vanguard commanders were overwhelmed by the endless siren and lost their news. And the fate of failure is self-evident, but it still cannot resist the enthusiasm of the commanders. Every year, countless new commanders become a vanguard commander, and Xingai is looking for someone to forge the proof of the vanguard commander. He originally wanted to go to an island that had been developed by the human navy but was lost because it would not be too difficult to develop in the early stage, nor would he be too isolated from human civilization. He did not expect that Xingai's requirements were met, but he was assigned to it. Such a place. Xingai took a look at the fleet next to him. There are already many tweeted ships that have begun to unload supplies to the port. There are still some fleets in the distance. These fleets will return to the defense line of the human navy after completing the supply mission of the vanguard commander. And a large number of human navies gathered here can easily attract a large number of sirens, so these fleets must be made quickly, otherwise they will not only be easily trapped here, but also bring a devastating disaster to the vanguard commander. Xingai couldn't help but sigh a little while looking at the tweeting. Because most parts of the world are oceans, the military in this world is dominated by the navy, but the Navy Jukan is not a regular navy, but a life named Jian Niang. They are a kind of amazing life, and they are all women. And has unparalleled combat power at sea, so the main force at sea has been the main force. And tweeted, is a kind of magical creature that accompanies the ship maidens. Their appearance is like a chubby cute version of a little yellow chicken, about the size of a basketball. As long as there is a ship maiden, they will be there, and the reason for this has always been an unsolved mystery. At the same time, they are not just mascots. It is their job to maintain the port area, repair the ship's equipment, etc., because there are basically no other human beings in each port area except the commander. This is also passed from the establishment of the Azalane. The first implicit rule. Tweet and tweet worked very fast. After a short while, all the goods were unloaded. After a ship's lady handed the list of supplies to Xingai, after a military salute, she greeted the other ship's maidens and started to evacuate. Xingai smiled bitterly when he looked at the fleet going away, and at the port area where everything was waiting to be done. I'm busy now. Chapter 2, First Build. D1, this is the material box. Xingai walked to the place where the materials were piled up, followed the number, and came to a big blue box. This box was about 3 meters high, 5 meters wide and 4 meters wide, and there was a code lock on it. Xingai entered the password given to him by the official, and with a click, the box slowly opened, revealing the contents inside. I saw a peculiar instrument in the box. Underneath this instrument was a circular platform with a robotic arm in each of the 4 directions of the platform. The top of the robotic arm was something like a laser transmitter. Xingai walked over and looked at the instrument carefully. The instrument is mainly silver and blue, with a sci-fi style. There is a small console on the left side of the platform, and a column over 1 meter high on the other side. It is said that Jian Niang came out of this kind of equipment, and the conditions are the mind cube and some materials. Xingai took another look at the list in his hand. The material boxes D2 and D3 contained the mind cube and the materials respectively, the numbers were 200 and 100,000 respectively. The mind cube doesn't seem to be much, but Xingai used some hand cutting to get so much. You must know that for humans, materials are not in short supply, but the mind cube is different, because the mind cube can only be defeated. The siren can only be obtained from the wreckage of the siren. In addition, there are more and more commanders nowadays, and the demand for the mind cube is also increasing, leading to an increasing demand for the mind cube, and ordinary commanders will not sell their own mind cube. The average vanguard commander can only get 50 pieces at most, and the average commander is even more miserable. When he takes office, he can't even get 10 pieces. It is not easy for Xingai to get so many mind cubes. Open the D2 material box in front of Xingai, take out a mind cube, and play with it. The mind cube is about the size of a palm. It is a standard cube, light blue, and looks crystal clear like a fine crystal, and there seems to be a strange magic in it that can make people addicted. Is this the mind Rubik's Cube? Hi! At this moment, Lafite leaned over, looking at the mind Rubik's Cube in Xingai's hand, looking very interested. Well, it's this thing that the ship's mother can have life. This is very valuable for research. How about let's try it first? I am very interested in the process of the ship's creation. Well, Lafite is also very interested, but Lafite is more interested in sleeping. Okay. Xingai smiled helplessly, glanced at the instructions, and then placed the mind cube in the center of the platform according to the instructions, then opened the lid on the top of the column next to it, put 600 units of materials into it, and closed the lid. Pressed the button on the console that says Start Construction. I saw that after Xingai pressed the button, a bunch of light blue light was emitted from the tips of the four mechanical arms, and the mind cube slowly floated under the light. Under the light, a light blue figure phantom was gradually outlined around the mind cube. This is really a foolish operation. Xingai couldn't help feeling a little bit. Just now when he was reading the manual, he only saw this sentence written on the manual, portable small simple dry dock, all foolish operation, I wish you have your favorite ship. However, when Xingai turned to the last page, he found that there was a line of small characters in the lower right corner, because this product has abandoned most of its functions, it can only be constructed in lightweight, and quick completion tools cannot be used. The final interpretation right of this product belongs to our company. When he saw this sentence, Xingai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. With this familiar technique, it seems that these merchants are the same pitfalls no matter which world they are in. The time displayed on the console is 27 minutes, and because the quick completion tool cannot be used, it can only be completed by itself, but fortunately it is not long. And Xingai couldn't be completely idle, he had to check the supplies, and Raffi was already drowsy leaning on the console of the simple dry dock. Seeing this, Xingai didn't say anything, just smiled dozingly, and then went on to check the supplies. The most important thing for Xingai now is the construction of the port area. It does not require perfection, but at least one port area must have the most basic functions. Moreover, there is no place for people to live in, so Xingai must build the port area as soon as possible. Stand up. At this time, I have to mention the tweets. Tweets are very familiar with the construction of the port area. After all, most of the port areas are built by them. But asking them to build the port area is not free, but a price, and the price is a red diamond. Using diamonds, you can ask the construction team to help build the port area. However, as a high-level currency, diamonds are only recognized in many fields, so diamonds are extremely useful. In this way, with the exception of some commanders who are well-born, most commanders' diamonds are not easy to use. Xingai doesn't have many diamonds, only 500, and if you want to hire a high-level construction team, you need 300 diamonds. The prices for the junior construction team and the intermediate construction team are 50 and 150, but the efficiency is much worse. A little. Considering that this island is located in the distant sea, and there may be siren attack at any time. Although Xingai is confident that no siren can beat Rayfit, it is also a very troublesome thing, because there are no facilities, after the war maintenance and replenishment are also a problem, so Xingai decided to rent a senior construction team under comprehensive consideration. As for where to find tweet, as I said before, there will be tweet wherever there is a ship's mother. So after looking for Xingai a little bit, I found a few tweeters playing in the water on the beach. Xingai walked over and explained to a few tweets about hiring a high-level tweeted construction team. A few tweeted and discussed it, and then one of them held up a sign and saw that it read, 300. There is also a diamond graffiti in front of the 300. Xingai handed the diamonds that had been prepared long ago to Chi-Chi, and several Chi-Chi picked up the diamonds, and then all ran away. Xingai is not worried that they will pit their own diamonds, because according to the experience of various commanders, Tweets are very simple and principled creatures. It can be said that trading with them is much more reliable than trading with humans. Sure enough, a short time later, a chirp with a helmet on his head ran up to Zingai and handed a drawing to Zingai. Zingai took a look and saw that it was a design drawing of the port area. The port area on the design drawing is a circle as a whole. At the center of the circle is an anchor-shaped statue. The statue is located in the center of the bay. Opposite the bay is the lecture hall. On the right of the lecture hall is the Tactical Academy, and on the left, the Navy cafeteria is located on both sides of the sea by the canteen and the utility room, while the dormitory is located behind the Tactical College. Next to the dormitory is the supply store, and the warehouse is diagonally behind the Navy cafeteria, which looks very comfortable. Chapter 3, Shipmother Report. Let's build it like this. Zingai carefully read it a few times, and after confirming that there is nothing wrong, he finalized the plan. After seeing Zingai's consent, Chu Chu, who was wearing a hard hat, turned around, then made a beep with a short wing. Tweet. Suddenly, I don't know where many people wore hard hats and tweeted. They carried various tools on their wings and immediately started to get busy. The efficiency was amazing. It was just a daze. The ground was emptied, and a lot of dilapidated buildings left by the predecessors not far away were demolished. What a magical creature! Feeling at the busyness of the people for a while, Zingai went on to count the materials. So many materials could not be counted in a short while, and now he must hurry up every bit of time. Although it is said that even if there are missing materials, there is no way to go for it, but Zingai must have a bottom on the number of materials, otherwise in case something is missing, and then use the scheduled materials to the later stage, and so on. One day when I was eager to use it, I found that it was not available, but it was troublesome. It is always easy to forget everything when busy, until a girl's voice rang next to Zingai. Well, are you the commander? When Zingai heard about her reputation, she saw a girl with purple hair standing not far away. It was not difficult to tell from the outfit on her body that she was a ship girl. Yes, I am the commander. Are you the new ship girl? Zingai looked at this shipmother and asked with interest. The purple-haired girl exhaled, then put a hand on her chest and introduced herself. I am a javelin, commander, please give me more advice. After that, she began to look at Zingai. The javelin looked at Zingai, and Zingai also looked at the javelin. Javelin wears a white sling coat and a red plaid skirt. The purple hair is tied behind his head with a black ribbon. He wears a golden crown ornament diagonally on his head, white gloves on his right hand, and a blue one on his left wrist. Wristband. Behind the javelin is a small boiler. On the left is a group of 5-unit torpedoes, and on the right is a double-unit 120mm main gun. On the right hand is a sci-fi style javelin. These should be her ship's equipment. Zingai has been staring at the javelin, seeming to be a little shy. The javelin twisted to avoid staring at Zingai, and his face was slightly red. Perceiving the reaction of the javelin, Zingai also felt that he was a bit impolite. He retracted his gaze and said, Sorry, the first time I had my shipmate, I was a little curious. I was a bit gaff just now. Ahaha, the commander doesn't need to apologize, but I'm not the commander's first Navy girl. I just saw the beach, but I didn't wake her up, and she's also a Navy girl. Isn't it right that the commander's first Navy is not her? Javelin asked with a trace of doubt. How should I put it? Lafitte is still a little different from you. Now is not the time to discuss this, and I have nothing to help you here. Why don't you go and see how the work of Chu Chu? There is no requirement. If you have any, you can mention it. After all, this will be your home in the future, right? Zingai didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he found a reason to throw a javelin. Javelin wanted to say something more, but when he saw Zingai's expression, he gave up. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. It is not a good act to just ask others' secrets. So Javelin went to the construction team. Looking at the javelin that left, Xingai frowned, but soon stretched out again. This place is far away from humans, and in theory, the ship's mother is also very simple, so there should be no problems. The construction speed of Tweeted is very fast. By the evening, most of the foundations of the building have been laid, and even the first floor of the dormitory has been completed, but it is still unable to live. According to the construction speed, it is impossible to live in tonight, but fortunately, Xingai just found a batch of tents and a part of portable military rations in the equipment. It should be prepared for the vanguard commanders to deal with this situation. Although the taste of military rations may not be very good, there is something to eat, so I don't have to wait a while to find a way to solve the problem of today's dinner, and it's easy to cause problems when eating randomly. Xingai took out 2 sets of tents from the material box and prepared to find a place to set up the tent. When he walked to the construction site, he saw that Javelin and Raffi were discussing something with the Tweeted, but basically the Javelin one said there, and Rafit just kept echoing from the sidelines. Seeing Xingai approaching, Javelin was very excited and ran over and said, "Commander, Commander! Raffi and I have carefully looked at the design of the port area. If it is completely built, it must be a very beautiful place." Seeing the girl's cheerful look, Xingai smiled and said, "How is it? How are you two getting along?" Hearing this, the Javelin nodded immediately and said, "I and Lafite Sauce are already friends." Lafite also nodded and said, "The feeling of a friend, Lafite doesn't hate it." Hearing the words of the two people, Xingai said, "I didn't expect your relationship to be so good now. I thought it would take a longer period of time. After all, Lafite's personality is a bit difficult for ordinary people to get along with." "How come?" Javelin shook his head. Although Lafite looks very cold, she is actually a very kind and easygoing child. "I'm relieved to see you like this." After saying that, Xingai found a flat ground far away from the construction team to unpack the tent and take out the various accessories inside. "Commander, what are you doing?" Seeing Xingai's behavior, Javelin came up and asked. "I'm going to set up 2 tents. You see, although the Tweeted are very efficient, it is impossible for us to live in tonight. You must know that the night temperature on the beach is very low, and it is also uncomfortable to sleep directly on the ground. We will be very busy these days because the port area is under construction, and we have to guard against the Siren's attack. Then why not build more companions and come out to help? More companions can always help more. What you said is not unreasonable, but we don't have all the facilities here. If you rush to build a large number of ship girls, it will cause a lot of problems. In the end, you will suffer a lot, but the efficiency has not improved much. You are still a group. My child, there is no need for you to endure hardships in such a place, so it is enough to have me now. The commander is really a gentle person." Hearing Xingai's speech, Javelin couldn't help feeling a little moved. Hearing Javelin's comments, Xingai asked, "Are you gentle? Not long after we met, there was such a high evaluation. Don't you worry that I was just doing something in the early stage? Is it actually a bad guy in the mainland? How come?" Javelin shook his head. The pretended gentleness is not the same as the true gentleness. Although it is difficult to explain, I firmly believe that the commander must not be a bad person. You are really innocent, and you can tell this kind of truth. It's hard to believe that you came into this world on the first day today. Chapter 4, A Promise Under the Night. The commander shouldn't be so strange. Javelin was a little unhappy. Although I was born for only 1 day, I still have the basic common sense of life, and my experience cannot be viewed in this way. "Ah, Commander, don't think of me as a kid who doesn't understand anything." Seeing the Javelin looked a little unhappy, Xingai smiled helplessly. "Okay, well, I am not complimenting you too. Yes, are you hungry? If you are hungry, there is self-heating in the B13 material box." I took a look at the military rations. There are quite a few types. If nothing else, we have to eat those things in the last few days. You can go and see if you like to eat. Seeing Xingai Javelin, who was still busy, said puzzledly, don't you come with the commander? No, I have to set up a tent here. You can bring a copy for me. Ray Fit knows my taste. After speaking, Xingai continued busy setting up the tent. Hearing that the Javelin looked at Raffi and nodded, Raffi had to take Raffi to pick food together. When Ray Fit and Javelin brought the self-heated military rations, Xingai the tent, and at this time the sky was getting dark, but the construction team did not stop, but placed many headlights used on the construction site. The neighborhood of the photo continues to be busy as during the day. However, Xingai didn't need to bring their own light sources either. The self-heating military rations are packed in boxes. Each box is about the same size as a normal lunch box. It contains not only rice, but also vegetables and meat. It is quite rich. Even Xingai did not expect the military rations to be so rich. After the three of them had finished eating, they sat down in a clearing while watching the construction work of Tweet, and it was too early to go to bed now, and the noise made by the construction team made it difficult to make people fall asleep now. While chatting, Javelin suddenly asked, why did the commander come to be the commander? Well, it may be because of a desire for the vast sea, and of course Ray Fit is also part of the reason. La Fight Sauce. Javelin tilted his head to look at Ray Fit, only to find that Ray Fit was sitting in Xingai's arms. Javelin yelled in a little panic, La Fight Sauce, you, how did you get into the commander's arms? Is this weird? Raffi looked at the Javelin with a blank expression. It's not right, oh, isn't this too intimate like this? Javelin was already a little incoherent. Seeing the panic of the Javelin, Xingai suddenly wanted to tease the Javelin, so he said, tell you a secret, Javelin. Hey! Javelin looked at Xingai suspiciously. Actually, Raffi and I are husband and wife. The Javelin stood up from the ground at once and made a louder sound than before, which overwhelmed the construction noise of the tweeted and attracted a lot of attention from the tweeted. I found myself being stared at by many tweeted, and the Javelin hurriedly sat down, blushing and bowed his head and said, is what the commander said is true? Of course it is true, why should I lie to you? Xingai asked back. But. Javelin paused for a while, and said, why did the commander tell me these things? Xingai smiled and said, isn't this right, lest there be any intimate behavior between La Fight and I will let you see any misunderstandings? Wouldn't it be good to have a precaution in advance? Intimate action. Javelin didn't seem to listen to the second half of the sentence, and even buried his head deeper, as if steam was coming from his head. After a while, the Javelin finally slowed down, but his small face was still a little red, and he looked very cute. Long Javelin exhaled, glanced at La Fight, and whispered, when did La Fight make an oath with the commander? After stopping for a while, he found that he seemed a little rash, and hurriedly said, no La Fight, you can leave it alone if you want to tell me. Raffi thought for a while, shook his head and said, Raffi doesn't remember it, only remember that it was a long time ago. Raffi remembered that there were many enemies that day, it was very dangerous, Raffi was injured in order to protect the sea. I was in a coma, and when Raffi woke up, I told Raffi that Raffi was already Ha's wife. Isn't it that I haven't experienced anything? Javelin was a little disappointed and then angrily said to Xingai, why did the commander pick on such a day? The oath ceremony is very important to girls, why? Can it be so casual? Seeing the enraged Javelin at this time, Xingai couldn't help smiling wryly, well, it was really a special situation that day. Later I wanted to do it again, but for various reasons I kept dragging it and then I forgot. How can the commander forget such an important thing? It's really irresponsible. Javelin seemed to be even more angry, she thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea. It's better to hold another vow ceremony for the commander and Rafa during the Chinese New Year next year. I have asked them before. It is now in April, and there should be a long time before next year. At that time, our port area will also the construction is completed, and we will have more companions. At that time, it will be a perfect oath ceremony. Javelin looks at the stars. What do you think of the commander-in-law fight? Zingai looked at Raffi in his arms and found that Raffi was also looking at him. Although Raffi had no expression on his face, Zingai still saw a trace of longing in Raffi's eyes. Thinking that he really owed Raffi a little bit, Zingai touched Raffi's head with pity, and said, "Okay, it's so decided. I will definitely give Raffi the most perfect oath ritual. Remember to remind me of the javelin." "Oh. Don't worry, Commander, this arduous task is left to me, and I will definitely not forget it." The javelin patted his chest, expressing his determination. Lafite didn't speak, but he leaned his body closer into Zingai's arms. When it was a little bit deeper at night, all of them stopped work and the lights on the construction site were also turned off. They didn't know where to go to rest. In addition, there is nothing to do now, so the three of them are ready to go to sleep. When the tent was allocated, Raffi wanted to sleep with Zingai, but Raffi was dragged away by the javelin, saying that he was going to hold a night party for girls. Seeing that Raffi didn't object to Zingai, they let them go. Anyway, there are only 2 girls on the island now, and it's good to exchange feelings. Zingai had already got up the next day when there was a glimmer of light. He had already counted all the supplies yesterday. What he has to do today is only a detailed statistics, which is not very troublesome. Tweets started working at dawn. The 2 girls seemed to be awakened by the noise of Tweet's construction and walked out of the tent. Zingai looked over and found that the 2 girls seemed to be in a good mood. They didn't know what they talked about yesterday. It's impossible to say that they didn't care at all. But since Raffi didn't say anything, Zingai didn't ask, because Raffi Fei will definitely tell herself when she wants to tell herself. The 2 girls were talking very happily, but Lafite suddenly had a meal, and then quickly walked to Zingai. "See, there is a siren near this island." Chapter 5, Lafite and number 039, S strength. "How many sirens are there?" Zingai did not question Rafa's words. The depth of the bond between the two is not understandable by ordinary people. Often one eye and one action can tell what the other person means, so Zingai knows that Rafa has not lied to him now. There are 7 siren in total, 1 in human form, 6 in ship form, and no large hull, Rafa replied. Zingai exhaled, "Fortunately, there are not many enemies, Rafa, you should be able to handle it." "No problem," Raffi said. Hearing the conversation between the two, Javelin suddenly asked weakly, "Well, how did Rafa know that a siren is here?" "I didn't see a siren at all. Lafite's radar range is relatively large, so Lafite feels it." Lafite explained. "Is the radar on the hull of Lafite so powerful? By the way, I don't seem to have seen the hull of Lafite, is it placed elsewhere?" Javelin nodded his face and thought. The ship's armor is not always on her body, which is inconvenient and will cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the ship will turn her ship into a hull, that is, a ship, and then dock at the port. When fighting is needed, the hull can be transformed into a ship to fight. Of course, the hull is not without combat effectiveness. A normal ship has all the functional hulls, but it is far less flexible than the navy that carries the ship equipment. Lafite's hull was damaged, and it is still being repaired. Zingai replied. "Hey, isn't Raffi unable to fight anymore?" Javelin said in surprise. "Raffi, you can still fight." After saying that, Raffi looked at Zingai, as if waiting for Zingai's order. But Javelin wanted to say something, but Zingai interrupted her. "Don't worry about the javelin. Rafit has a wealth of combat experience. The enemy Rafit will not see this. Speaking of javelin, it is the first time to fight. Are you not afraid?" Zingai smiled. "Really, Commander, you are treating me like a kid again. Javelin summoned his own ship suit directly. I am not a vase, let the commander see my heroic appearance, I am very strong. Zingai couldn't help being a little amused when he saw the serious Javelin, and said, okay, I know you're great, but anyway, this is your first battle. It's better to be careful. I can fight, but the battle experience has to be accumulated slowly. That's also true. Javelin nodded, turned to see Ray Fit still standing there and said in confusion, why doesn't Ray Fit summon the ship outfit? Is it so serious that the ship outfit can't be summoned? It's better to leave me alone. Although there are a lot of enemies, if I try hard, I should still be possible. No. Zingai shook his head and said, this is the open sea. The siren level here is much higher than that of the inner sea. 7 sirens are not something you can solve with a first-level ship. Although Javelin was a little unconvinced, she still did not refute, because she was only brought to this port area yesterday, and indeed only 1 level. Without the help of a high-level ship, she will not only be unable to repel the siren, but may even be the plug sinks. Thinking of this, Javelin couldn't help but feel a little sad. If I can be stronger, it would be great. If I can be stronger, La Fight Sauce, I can play without injury, all because I am too weak. Seeing that the Javelin was a little lost, he touched the head of the Javelin in front of the Star Sea, and said, don't be sad, Javelin, these are not to blame for you, but to make you who have just arrived on the battlefield make mistakes, but it's very strong. You can just watch the show next to you this time. You say I'm right, La Fight. Yeah, La Fight nodded, La Fight, but very strong. Hearing the Javelin here, I feel a little better. Seeing that the Javelin is restored, Zingai also ordered, this is our first defense of the port area. You two, Ray Fit and Javelin, must wipe out all the incoming sirens. Did you hear me? Roger that. Yes, the task must be completed. Seeing that both of them were ready, Zingai said, the first combat mission, begin. After Zingai finished talking about the Javelin, he went into the water. Because of the ship's equipment, the ship's mother can stand on the sea, which is why the ship's mother can become the main force at sea. But if there is no summoned ship equipment, the ship's mother can't stand on the sea. Javelin was wondering how Raffi would stand on the sea. After all, Raffi didn't even have a ship to summon, but what happened next completely shattered Javelin's worldview. I saw the moment Raffi was about to step on the water, a disc appeared at Raffi's feet, and then Raffi stood on the disc, and the disc floated on the surface of the sea, supporting Raffi steadily. Diamond-shaped crystals also appeared around La Fight, emitting a light blue light. Raffi frowned when he saw there were only 4 crystals beside him, and he seemed very upset. What are these La Fight sauces? Is this your ship outfit? What are those crystals? Why are you in a ship outfit like this? Seeing Ray Fit's ship outfit, the Javelin suddenly exclaimed. Raffi's brows stretched out when he heard the Javelin call. Gun! Gun! Seeing the Javelin seemed incomprehensible, so Raffi added another sentence. Floating cannon! Floating cannon! Ray Fit didn't explain this time, because several black spots could already be seen on the sea in the distance, and it should be the siren that struck. The Javelin also spotted the siren. She was ready for combat. When she was about to step forward, she saw a beam of light passing by. Then the siren in the distance exploded a violent spark. It seemed that there was already one. The siren was sunk. But La Fight seemed very dissatisfied with this. The 4 crystal-shaped floating cannons were fully fired, and beams of light attacked the siren in the distance, bursting out fires. Only a few seconds later, only a piece of fire remained on the distant sea. See, the enemy has all been eliminated. Seeing this, Zingai couldn't help but feel a little dumb. He didn't expect La Fight to turn on its firepower directly. Although this state is less than 1/10,000th of La Fight's heyday, it has already brought a considerable impact on the Javelin. Now the javelin was still there and stared at the flames. Javelin! It wasn't until Zingai shouted that the javelin came back to his senses. He glanced at Raffi and said, "Commander, what's the matter?" Seeing Javelin's reaction, Zingai was also a little helpless. He didn't expect that Raffi's behavior would have such a big impact on the javelin. Now he can only wait for a while to start the javelin. After all, there are other things to do. Javelin, you and Tweets pull back the wreckage of the siren, those we will need later. Oh. The javelin responded. Although she was confused now, she still cheered up, and then turned the ship into a hull and headed towards the wreckage. Chapter 6, The Lost Javelin. After the javelin dragged the wreckage back, he had been sitting on the beach in a daze, and had been sitting there for a long time. Zingai sighed as he watched the javelin sitting on the beach with his legs in a daze. Raffi also noticed the abnormality of the javelin, and at this time Raffi had already walked towards the javelin. Raffi walked to the javelin, then handed a red bottle to the javelin, while sitting beside the javelin. "Give." "Ah, it's Lafite sauce." Raffi's movements startled the javelin, and the javelin took the bottle in a daze. "What is this?" "Lafite's favorite thing is a gift for a good friend." Is it for me?" Raffi nodded, then took a sip of his bottle. Seeing Raffi's movements, Javelin also took a sip from the bottle in his hand. Ahem, cough. Before taking a sip of the javelin, he spit out the liquid from his mouth on the ground, then coughed violently, and his face became flushed. Raffi tilted his head and looked at the javelin that reacted violently, and said, "Javelin, don't like it." Javelin did not immediately answer Lafite's question, but coughed for a while before weakly saying, "Lafite sauce, is this wine?" "Okay." Raffi nodded and said, "Don't you like the javelin?" No." Hearing Raffi's question again, Javelin waved his hand quickly and said, "I don't like the gift of Raffi's sauce, but I'm not good at drinking. Neither of you are allowed to drink." At this moment, both hands stretched out, took the wine bottle in the hands of Raffi and Javelin directly, and then handed them a red bottle. Javelin looked up and saw that Zingai didn't know when he had already stood behind them. "Hey, Lafite has grown up." Lafite raised his head and said unhappy. "No way is no way." Zingai ignored Lafite's grievances and instead taught a lesson, "Even if you can drink, you shouldn't drink the javelin. She is not old enough to drink." "Commander, this is..." Javelin looked at the bottle in his hand, and asked with lingering fear. Hearing Javelin's question, Zingai smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is just Coke, not red wine." Javelin took a long breath after hearing the words, then took a small sip, still looking a little scared, until he was sure that the bottle was really Coke. He took another sip. "Well." Lafite on the side saw that there was no room for turning back, and drank the Coke in his hand like a temper, then threw the bottle aside. "Commander, is there no problem with Rafit like this?" Javelin asked cautiously when he saw Rafit, who was angry. Seeing Javelin's worry, Zingai couldn't help but feel a little amused. Just now, he looked disappointed, and now he began to worry about others. "No problem." Zingai shook his head. "Lafite, she just vented her grievances. This is a common thing and will soon be cured, but is there any problem with Javelin?" Hearing this, Javelin glanced carefully at Raffi, and stopped talking. Seeing the Javelin's worry, Zingai smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lafite won't blame you, but you made her worried just now. You have to know that the red wine Lafite gave you just now has been treasured by Lafite for a long time. There is no treasure to drink." "Hey, isn't that precious?" Javelin said in surprise. "Yes," Zingai said, "it's better to tell us about your troubles, you don't want Raffia to worry about it all the time." Javelin hesitated, then glanced at Lafite, and said with a bit of loss, "The commander has a navy like Lafite, then I will be useless. Will the commander abandon me?" "Ha ha ha ha!" Zingai burst out laughing when he heard the Javelin's heart. "It turns out that Javelin, you have been worried about such trivial things. Zingai's laugh embarrassed Javelin, so Javelin said angrily, "What's such a trivial matter, isn't it a very important event?" Seeing that Javelin was really angry, Zingai stopped laughing, and said, "If Javelin, you are worried about this problem, then you can rest assured." "Why?" Javelin asked suspiciously. "You see that Raffi is very strong, right?" Zingai said. Yeah, Javelin nodded. "If I told you that Ray Fit's strength yesterday was less than 1/10,000th of what Ray Fit was at his peak. How is this possible?" The Javelin was even more surprised. She had already seen Ray Fit's strength. That is a powerful force that can single out an entire fleet. If it is only a small part of Ray Fit's strength, what is the Javelin? I don't believe it. It's true. Zingai sat next to the Javelin and said, looking at the endless sea, "Didn't you ask me why I should be a commander before?" "Hey!" Javelin looked at Zingai suspiciously. Zingai looked at the sea, his eyes gradually became deep. "I and Lafitte were both travelers. We have been to many amazing places, we have met many people, and we have seen many things. Although those days are very busy, they are also very fulfilling. Lafitte and Lafitte once thought that we would continue to do this until..." At this point, Zingai stopped. Then, why did the commander come to be the commander? Seeing Zingai stopped, the Javelin, who wanted to know the follow-up, hurriedly asked. Zingai stopped for a while, and was so anxious that the Javelin was going crazy before he said, "Because of my relationship with Raffi, we decided to get married, but on the day of our wedding, because of my mistakes, we were taken by our enemies on the day of the wedding. In ambush, Ray Fit suffered a very serious injury. To protect me, to heal Ray Fit's injuries, and to avoid our enemies, so I chose to be a commander." "But this is not self-contradictory," Javelin said puzzledly. "If the commander wants Raffia to heal his injuries, shouldn't he go to a safer place? Here will be attacked by sirens at any time, isn't it more dangerous?" Zingai smiled slightly and said, "Do you think any siren can beat Ray Fit? Is there anything safer than hiding on these islands?" Hearing Zingai's words, the Javelin couldn't help but feel dumb. If you want to hide from people, with the strength of Raffi, this is indeed the safest place. After thinking for a while, the Javelin said in a low voice, But, what does this have to do with me?" Seeing the Javelin's mood depressed again, Zingai said, "Didn't you say it before? Raffi and I came to avoid the enemy, so Raffi couldn't use her power frequently, so when the siren struck you need a Javelin to fight. Isn't that important? Besides, even if you have no use for the Javelin, I won't abandon you." "I'm not useless at all," Javelin retorted, "I am very powerful, and I will definitely protect Lafitte's sauce, because I and Lafitte are friends." This is when Raffi came over and suddenly hugged the Javelin, saying, "Raffi will also protect the Javelin." The Javelin that was suddenly hugged was panicked and hugged Raffi. The shyness on his face could not be covered. Seeing that the relationship between the two girls was getting better again, Zingai couldn't help but smile. "I really hope that such days can last longer." Chapter 7, Dimensional Traveler. After Raffi and Javelin returned to good condition, Zingai invested in the construction of the port area, and Javelin began to train hard to make himself stronger, hoping to become stronger soon. The construction of the port area is very fast. If the project is carried out at a manual speed, it will take about half a year, but the senior construction team only took about a week to complete the construction of the port area. Fortunately, no other siren attacked this week, which also reduced the danger of a large number of siren in the port area, allowing Zingai to have more time to develop its fleet. The newly built port area is almost exactly the same as the drawings of Tweets, except that it takes time to grow green. Zingai is very satisfied with this. On the day that the port area was built, Tweets also specially held a ribbon-cutting ceremony. After that, because the port area had already been delivered, Tweets disappeared again bizarrely, and no one was seen again. Because the Navy canteen was also built, and Zingai brought frozen vegetables, fruits and meats among the supplies, Xingai took out a part and held a small celebration banquet with the Rafi javelin. Of course, it is Xingai who cooks. After all, Xingai's cooking level has reached a considerable level because of long-term travel. After eating the javelin, he even issued a declaration of no regrets in his life. Xingai's residence was arranged on the top floor of the lecture hall, which was specifically requested by Xingai. Because although the dormitory has been built, most of the dormitories will be girls by then, and it is not convenient for Xingai to live in it. So Xingai asked the construction team to set up a separate room on the top floor of the lecture hall. This room it is arranged next to the Xingai office, which is also for the convenience of future office work. At the same time, Tweet and Tweet also thoughtfully solved the power supply problem for Xingai. Tweet and Tweet have placed wind turbines on the island, and tidal power generators are also placed in the sea around the island. The power of the two generators is equivalent to 1. The level of horror, even if the facilities are doubled in the future, the power generated by these engine sets is more than enough. This cannot help but make Xingai sigh. Tweet is really professional. However, because the population of the port area is too small, many facilities are in a state of suspension, such as the very important greenhouse area, which will be the source of vegetables and food for everyone on the island in the future, but because of insufficient manpower, even with an intelligent management system, it is impossible. Therefore, Xingai must first expand the population of the port area. And because Xingai only has a small dry dock, it is very inefficient and only produces light ships. After a lot of small lowly, Xingai gave up the idea of using the Rubik's Cube to expand the port area, and instead gave them a diamond. After hiring Tweets to take care of these auxiliary facilities, Tweets were also very happy to agree. It has been more than half a month since the port area was completed. Xingai was sitting in the office board at this time. It is now more than 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Javelin took the later ship ladies out for training. Rafi also followed in order to protect them. We went together, and now the port area has just started. There is basically nothing wrong with Xingai, the training of the ship ladies, and Xingai can't help much, and some of the chores have been done by Tweets, so Xingai is completely idle now. Just when Xingai felt bored, there was a throbbing suddenly, Xingai's heart moved, and a thick book with a silver cover appeared in front of Xingai. The style of the thick book is very classical. There is no handwriting on the cover, only a circular magic circle, and a small lock on the side of the thick book. Seeing this book, Xingai couldn't help having mixed feelings. It was because of this book that he and Ray Fit were sneak attacked by others and had to hide in this place after being seriously injured. "Let me see what exactly you do," Xingai muttered to himself, and at the same time he flipped his right hand, and a transparent ball appeared in his hand. Xingai put the ball on the thick paper, and saw a magical thing happen. The original crystal-like sphere slowly melted away, but the melted sphere did not flow to the ground. Instead, it penetrated into the thick paper book. No drop was left. The thick paper book that absorbed the sphere was bright put. There were also 4 large characters on the cover that hadn't originally had a single word. Dimensional illustrated book. Immediately afterwards, a line of small characters appeared under the 4 characters of the Dimensional Illustrated Book binder. Dimensional Traveler number 14444, Xingai. Seeing the code name Xingai on the Dimensional Illustrated Book, he couldn't help showing a wry smile, which really evoked his rather bad memories. Xingai once lived on a small planet called Earth, and lived an ordinary life, until one day a voice rang in his mind and asked him if he wanted to be a dimensional traveler. The young and energetic, he did not hesitate, he agreed. He thought it was the beginning of an adventure, but he never expected it to be a painful beginning. Dimensional travelers have the ability to travel through different worlds, and their only responsibility is to record the humanity and landforms of each world in a book called Dimensional Travel Record. As for why Xingai did this, it is unknown. However, dimensional travelers are outsiders after all and will be rejected by the world. Because of dimensional travel records, this time is generally slow, usually around 10 to 20 years. The influence of the dimensional traveler who is excluded from the world will be gradually eliminated in this world. In popular terms, it is your friend and lover, who will gradually forget your name and things with you until there is no more in this world. No one remembers your deeds anymore. When you see you, you can no longer interfere with the world and become a completely transparent person. Moreover, this kind of rejection is sudden, and people have no defense at all. When you see your lover, your friend gradually forgets you, and finally treats you as air, you think about it. Terrible thing. Even more terrifying is that you will live in a world for decades or even hundreds of years as a transparent person. That kind of loneliness can drive a person crazy until one day you will be taken to a new world and start a new round of reincarnation. Because of being repelled by the world, you will never be able to return to that world, and you will not be able to bring out any items. In this way, Xingai sank endless years in this painful reincarnation, and didn't escape this endless sea of suffering until he met another dimensional traveler. At this time, the light of the dimensional illustrated book had converged and landed on the table in front of Xingai. Xingai hesitated, then picked up the dimensional illustrated book from the table and placed it in his hand to look carefully. At this time, the dimensional illustrated book is exactly the same as an ordinary book, and it looks completely featureless. Just as Xingai wondered how to open the book, with the sound of click, click, the small lock suddenly opened, and the dimensional illustrated book opened by itself. Chapter 8, Dimensional Illustrated Book. As the dimensional illustrated book opened, Xingai found a paragraph written in some unknown text on the title page of the dimensional illustrated book. Xingai stared at the unknown font, with a halo in his eyes. Lines of text seemed to pass by, and those words that were originally incomprehensible were also translated in Xingai's mind. The original intent of the paragraph on the title page is probably, I was an ordinary dimensional traveler, but under many great opportunities, I gained a powerful and mysterious power, and gradually learned about the conspiracy behind the dimensional traveler, not willing to be the black hand behind it. I was dominated by tens of thousands of years and finally found a way out, but for some reason my behavior was known by the black hand behind the dimensional traveler, and under the siege of the powerful soldiers they sent, I had to go everywhere. Fleeing, at the end of the road, I turned the way out I found into a dimensional illustrated book and sent it away with special abilities. I hope that someone who is predestined can get the dimensional illustrated book. The owner can use this book to turn the powerful in different worlds into his own use. I hope that the holder can help me wait for the dimensional traveler to escape from this boundless sea of suffering, but I can only get it by borrowing this book. After writing here, there will be no more words, maybe for some reason, it may not be finished, and according to the statement in the book, there may be a big conspiracy behind the dimensional traveler, and the dimensional illustration is the only way to crack the conspiracy. But after this passage, Xingai Zhou frowned. Although the book said that the head is Tao, but it is still his one-sided words, and Xingai is not ignorant of dimensional travelers, and more importantly, Xingai does not believe that a person who has planned for tens of thousands of years will be so easy. Give the results of their own efforts to others. The dimensional illustrated book was discovered by Xingai in a small independent space in a world. Together with it is an encrypted envelope. The envelope says that as long as the dimensional traveler's dimensional travel core is absorbed by the dimensional illustrated book, you can have the dimensional. The right to use the illustrated book, but the specific role of the dimensional illustrated book has not been mentioned. Since Xingai got the dimensional illustrated book, there have been other dimensional travelers coming to inquire about the dimensional illustrated book, but they have been prevaricated by Xingai until the day they started their hands on Xingai for this book. But there are still many doubts in this. For example, even Lafite doesn't know about the dimensional illustrated book, how other people know about it, and Xingai hasn't heard anything about the role of the dimensional illustrated book, so why do those people think about it? Is the dimensional illustrated book so obsessed? Moreover, the use conditions of the dimensional illustrated book require the dimensional travel core. The dimensional travel core is the only prop for dimensional travelers to travel through the world. Losing the dimensional travel core is equivalent to losing the identity of the dimensional traveler, which is unacceptable to many people. Dimensional travelers will be repelled by the world. But what you have learned before that and what you use will be owned by yourself. This is also a way for dimensional travelers to become stronger, and for some wicked elements, what can be better than is it easier to escape after committing a crime in this way? Therefore, Xingai is puzzled by the reasons why those people are desperate to take action on themselves. It is necessary to know that not only the cost of not having the core of dimensional travel is huge, but Xingai is not a weak person even among countless dimensional travelers. But Xingai's dimensional travel core has lost the ability to travel. This is why he did not hesitate to abandon his dimensional travel core. As for the reason why the dimensional travel core broke, it was the price of his return to this world. When Xingai was thinking, the dimensional illustrated book suddenly turned another page automatically, and there were a few new lines on this page, and it was a font recognized by Xingai. Xingai's eyes flashed, but he thought a lot, because there was only one sentence on this page: the disappeared singer. This sentence is not so much a sentence as it is a title, but what does it mean? After all, Xingai has never seen other people use the dimensional illustrated book, and there is no manual for this thing, so Xingai can only go on his own. Guess the meaning of this sentence. The disappearing singer sounds like a literary work, and it is a kind of sadness, but this kind of understanding is definitely wrong. Dimensional illustrated book, does it have anything to do with dimensional travel? Thinking of this, Xingai put his hand on the page of the book. Sure enough, he felt a very special kind of fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation was very similar to the fluctuation when he traveled through the world, and the fluctuation became more and more after Xingai put his hand on the page. The stronger it came, it seemed that he would start to shuttle with Xingai. Xingai decisively retracted his palm, and the fluctuation gradually fell silent until it disappeared. The role of the dimensional illustrated book is actually to travel through the world, but what is the difference between this and the core of dimensional travel? So many people are pursuing this book, it shouldn't have this completely useless function. Xingai could not think of the special role of the dimensional illustrated book. But he dare not try it himself, because he already has a foundation here, and his injury is not good. If he travels through the world so hastily, it will be bad if he can't come back or encounter danger. You must know that some worlds are quite dangerous, so Xingai decided to discuss this together when Raffi returned. In the evening, Lafite and the others finally came back, pulling the wreckage of the siren behind them. These wreckages will be used to build the new dry dock in the port area, because the dry dock brought by Xingai is completely tasteless. The construction of the new dry dock requires the wreckage of siren, so Raffi and the others are not only training these days, but also hunting some lower-level siren. Moreover, only actual combat can quickly improve their combat effectiveness. After having dinner in the naval cafeteria with the ship ladies, Xingai took Raffi and left. Seeing Xingai and Rayfit leave together, he loosely pulled the corner of the javelin and said, "Sister Javelin, why doesn't Sister Rayfit sleep with us but with the commander?" The expression of eating was a little embarrassed by the loose question. She hesitated for a while and said, "Because Lafite is the commander's oath ship." "Hey, Sister Raffi is already the commander's oath ship?" Song said in surprise. Then I saw other little lowly crowding up to ask Javelin about Xingai and Raffi. Lafite was also very confused about Xingai hurriedly pulling herself away. After Xingai took her to the office, she glanced at Xingai and said, "Hi, do you want it?" Xingai was taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. "How can you have such thoughts, and am I that kind of person?" Raffi tilted his head and said, "Isn't it?" Hearing that Xingai didn't know what to say, in order to change the subject, he summoned the dimensional illustrated book and asked, "Lafite, see if this thing is dangerous." Lafite took the dimensional illustrated book, then closed her eyes, and saw a ray of brilliance emerge in her hand, covering the entire dimensional illustrated book. Chapter 9, Dimensional Travel. Standing in front of the sea of stars, Lafite was holding the dimensional illustrated book in his hand. There was brilliance surging in his body. From time to time, several magic circles or strings of codes appeared and then disappeared immediately. This situation lasted for about an hour before the brilliance of Lafite began to recede slowly. After a while, the brilliance of Rayfit completely disappeared, and Rayfit opened his eyes. Zingai didn't speak, but looked at Lafite quietly, waiting for her to give the result of the query. But after waiting for a long time, Lafite didn't say a word. Seeing this, Zingai showed a strange expression on his face. "Do you want that?" Zingai smiled. Lafite looked at Zingai quietly, without a trace of expression on her face. Zingai shook his head helplessly, walked over to pick up Raffi, let Raffi sit on his lap, and kissed Raffi on the forehead. "Not enough." Raffi looked at Zingai said, "Raffi needs more rewards." Hearing that, Zingai showed a petting smile, and then kissed again, and this time the target was Raffi's lips. The two lingered for a while before they separated, and Lafite lay softly in Zingai's arms, with a satisfied expression on his face. Zingai squeezed Lafite's face and joked, "Well, my little princess, can you tell me what the book is about now?" After hearing Zingai's question, Lafite sat up from Zingai's arms and said, "Lafite has detected an unexplained surgical technique inside. In addition, he has also detected a large number of techniques for positioning on the outside of the book. Just now Raffi has cleared or blocked those techniques. Those people may have used these techniques to track us before, but the core technique of this book is very strange. It is a technique that Raffi has never seen before. The function seems to be used to shuttle the world and locate the return coordinates. Other functions of Rayfit cannot be determined." Then Rayfit carefully explained the function of the technique she knew at Zingai's request. Zingai pondered for a moment, and said, "Lafite, you mean that you can use this book to travel back and forth in the world? Is it dangerous?" "Hi, what do you want to do?" Lafite's tone suddenly became serious. Although Lafite did not detect any dangerous technique in it, it does not prove that the book is not dangerous. Lafite does not want to look at the sea. "Take risks. Is your life bad now?" Zingai smiled bitterly and said, "Lafite, do you really think we will never be discovered? Although our life is very peaceful now, no one would think that we could actually go back to the world we were in before. We are ostracized, but there are always some people with special hands that will find our hiding spot. If that day really comes, what should we do?" But... Lafite's tone still lacked a trace of emotion, but Zingai saw deep sadness in Lafite's eyes. Lafite didn't want Hai to do those dangerous things again. "Rayfi, Lafite has always in fear that one day the sea will suddenly disappear in Lafite's world. All of this should have been undertaken by Lafite, but Lafite has not fulfilled the required obligations." Zingai's eyes flashed softly when he heard Rayfit's words. He touched Rayfit's head and said, "Don't worry, I must have some certainty when I decide to do these things. Rayfit doesn't need to be too worried." Lafite did not speak, but hugged Zingai firmly. Zingai didn't know what to say, so he hugged Rayfit too. "Hug me." I don't know how long it took, Rayfit, who had shrunk herself in Zingai's arms, suddenly said. Zingai was stunned for a moment, then picked up Lafite and walked to the bedroom. The next day, Zingai looked at Raffi, who was still sleeping in his arms, and kissed Raffi on the forehead, then got up and got dressed and left the bedroom. The moment Raffi opened his eyes in Zingai's bedroom. "Hi, you must come back safely, Rayfit will always be here waiting for you." Zingai left the bedroom and came to the office. After sitting quietly for a while, he summoned the dimensional illustrated book. Looking at the dimensional illustrated book, Zingai sighed again. Although he has a lot of backhands, all those backhands are things that cost a huge price. He doesn't want to take these risks if he can, but life is often like this. There are always things that force you to work hard, because if you don't work hard, you will only be pushed to death by these things. Zingai exhaled, discarding all the thoughts in his mind, and then placed his hand on the page where the disappeared singer was written. As that wave of fluctuations gradually increased, the space around Xingai began to twist, until Xingai disappeared in place. Following a dazzling light, Xingai gradually woke up. He sat up and looked around. This is a small room. The room is covered with various posters. There are also a lot of figures on the table. The dazzling light just came in from the window along the gap in the curtain. Xingai glanced at the clock on the table. It showed that it was past 9 o'clock in the morning. How is this going? Looking at the surrounding furnishings, Xingai frowned. Dimensional travelers are forced into the world every time they enter the world. There is no identity, and they are a complete outsider, which is why they are excluded. But now he neither feels the repulsive power of the world, and the surrounding environment seems to tell him that he now has a legal identity. Is it a soul replacement? Xingai moved a bit. His body seemed to be his own and not someone else's. With a movement in Xingai's heart, a straight knife appeared in his hand. The armor can be summoned. This is really my own body. The shock in Xingai's heart at this time is beyond words. Because of the dimensional travelers themselves, they will always be rejected by the world. There has not been a dimensional travel for so many years. The author can solve this problem, but today he actually has a legal identity in this strange world. But now I sigh that none of these things are necessary. The more important thing now is to know what kind of person the original identity of this identity is, because Xingai cannot be sure when he suddenly shows behavior that does not match the original behavior of this identity. Will he be targeted by the will of the world? After all, he is still just an outsider, so he now needs to know everything about this identity. Xingai looked at the table and found that there was no diary or the like. The only thing he had was a large number of animation peripherals, which showed that the original body was an anime lover. Xingai checked the original body's phone again. There are only a few people in the phone address book, and most of them are based on relatives. This shows that the original body's social network is not wide, but this is good news. The odds will be smaller, which is a part of Xingai's advantage. Just as Xingai was overturning the cabinets, there was a sound of da-da-da footsteps, and it was getting closer and closer to this room. Chapter 10, New World. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Xingai paused, then immediately returned to the bed, pretending that he was still sleeping. After a while, the footsteps reached the door of Xingai, but the owner of the footsteps did not enter the room, but stopped at the door. I made the meal and put it in the refrigerator. If you are hungry, heat it up by yourself. I have something to do. I won't be back tonight. A girl's voice came from outside the door. The girl's tone was very cold and seemed to be very bad for the senses of the people in the room. The girl left immediately after speaking, and refused to stay for a moment, as if she was very disgusted with the people in the room. Of course, there might be very important things waiting for her. However, looking at the girl's tone, Xingai felt that the probability of the former situation was higher. After the girl left, Xingai continued to lie down on the bed for a while, and only after confirming that the girl had left, Xingai sat up from the bed. After sitting up, Xingai immediately walked towards the table, because he found the original computer on the table just now, but Xingai didn't know the password and it was troublesome to crack the password, so Xingai focused on other places at first, but now after searching in other places to no avail, Xingai had to put his idea on this computer. Although there is no password, Xingai still turned on the computer. For this simple password cracking skill, almost every dimensional traveler must have it, because if you want to understand a world in a technological world, the internet is always the best something fast. After turning on the computer, the desktop of the computer was filled with various games, all of which were mainly in anime style, but apart from these, Xingai did not find other useful information in the computer, so I had no choice but to collect it online. Some useful information. After a few hours, Xingai had a general understanding of the world. This is a planet-shaped world. The name of the planet is called Blue Star. It is a typical non-magic low-tech world. There is no special power, at least Xingai hasn't found it on the internet. The only thing worth noting is that when Xingai searched for the disappeared singer in the search box, a lot of information about the virtual singer popped up on the internet. After Xingai searched the virtual singer a little bit, he found that the virtual singer covered almost every aspect of the world. Virtual singers seem to be a very important part of this world. A virtual singer. Xingai decided to find some time to explore these virtual singers. After all, the singers were also mentioned in the Dimensional Illustrated book. Xingai initially thought it was a career or some literary work, but now it seems that the singers in the disappeared singers, it is very likely that these virtual singers. Xingai left the room after not finding the information he wanted, so he decided to look for it elsewhere in the room. Xingai came from the living room. The girl who was talking had already left. Now there is no one empty in the room, but this is in line with Xingai's heart, and it is even more troublesome for someone to do it. Xingai searched the house and found nothing useful in the house. This is what an ordinary family looks like, and there is hardly any information about the original body. After a careful search, Xingai found a covered photo frame on the cabinet in the living room. Inside the photo frame was a photo of a family of 4. The boy in the photo was almost exactly the same as Xingai when he was a child. This made Xingai a lot of doubts. Is the Dimensional Illustrated book directly tampering with the world in order to put me into this world, but is this kind of thing really possible? Xingai couldn't believe it. If it was really what he thought, how terrifying would the Dimensional Illustrated book be? Power. Xingai learned about the situation of his original body after almost turning over the entire house. Of course, most of it was learned in the diary of his sister Hidaka Chika. This is a very ordinary family. According to Hidaka Kyunhua's diary, their family should have been very happy when they were young, but an accident took away their parents' lives 3 years ago, and her brother Hidaka Xingai she also became depressed because of this blow, which was a huge blow to her who was only 12 years old at the time. But life still has to go on. After Hidaka Xingai became an autistic patient, she had to shoulder the responsibility of taking care of her brother. At the same time, she also provided various comforts to Hidaka Xingai, but in the end, not only did she not let Hidaka Xingai cheered up, but made Hidaka Xingai's mood more and more irritable. Finally, after Hidaka Xingai broke her most cherished crystal necklace under her pleading, she finally despaired of Hidaka Xingai. No matter what happened to Hidaka Xingai, and Hidaka Xingai didn't have any conversation with Hidaka Kyunhua, the two people lived in this house like strangers. Xingai pondered after learning about the original body's situation. The advantage of this situation is that the possibility of him being found abnormal is greatly reduced, but the interpersonal communication that the original body has almost no will bring a lot of trouble. And from what we know now, this is an innocent world, which makes many of his methods unavailable. If he uses anomalous powers in an innocent, he will definitely be targeted by the will of the world. At that time, but it's really troublesome. After roughly understanding the situation, Xingai returned to his room and searched the internet for information about the virtual singer again. The virtual singer is not a product of modern times. There were related products in the last century. At that time, the virtual singer was just a vocal synthesis software, but then someone added advanced artificial intelligence to the virtual singer. It formed what it is now. The current virtual singer is low in cost, rich in image, and there is no need to worry about various scandals. After adding artificial intelligence, it is almost no different from real people. With the addition of the virtual singer customization function, the image of virtual singer can quickly enter thousands. You can say that virtual singers are the hottest existence nowadays. Xingai thought carefully after reading the information about the virtual singer found on the internet. Virtual singers, disappeared singers, do you mean these virtual singers will disappear? No, it can't be the case. Now the virtual singers have too much influence. If they disappear suddenly, they will definitely cause social unrest, and there is no reason why they will disappear suddenly. If these virtual singers disappear, then the virtual songs that disappeared there may be only one or a few G. Looking at it this way, the possibility is very great. But who is the disappearing singer? There must be some clues, but why does the dimensional illustrated book write such a sentence, I am in this world, what is the purpose of, ... While Xingai was thinking hard about the virtual singer, Hidaka Kyunhua also returned home. She walked to the refrigerator to find something to eat. After opening the refrigerator, she found that the dishes she cooked in the morning had not changed. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and she knew that Hidaka Xingai wouldn't order any takeaway at all, which meant that Hidaka Xingai had not eaten a bite of rice from last night until now. Thinking of this, Hidaka Kyunhua's dissatisfaction with Hidaka Xingai and her grievance broke out together, and she walked to the room of Asahi Gao Xingai angrily. Chapter 11, Hyaga Chika. Da. Xingai was searching for the information he wanted on the computer, but suddenly heard a series of rapid footsteps approaching his room quickly. Boom! Xingai's door was pushed open violently, and there was a loud noise, which also caused Xingai's eyes to turn to the door. At this moment, there was a lovely girl with pink hair and waist, wearing a white dress and 2 ponytails on her head, but now the girl's face is full of anger, her eyes staring at the sea of stars. Seems to swallow him alive. Hyaga Kyunhua, Xingai saw the girl standing at the door and the name appeared in his mind, because Xingai had seen her photo in Hyaga Kyunhua's room, and because he was the only relative of the original body, Xingai's impression of her was also very profound. Xingai looked at Hyaga Kyunhua's angry expression, and just about to say something, Hyaga Kyunhua spoke first. What do you want to do? Hyaga Kyunhua cried and shouted loudly, obviously, the deaths of mom and dad have dealt a great blow to me. My older brother is such a good person, and I am the one who needs to be the most in need. The comforting one, but why are you now like this? Xingai was stunned by the series of roars from Hyaga Kyunhua, and didn't know what to say, so the two looked at each other like that, and there was a depressed breath in the air. After a long time, Hyaga Kyunhua lowered her head and said solemnly, I was wrong. You are no longer the brother I remembered. Xingai had just arrived in this world, and he didn't know how to answer the best, so Xingai could only be silent in this situation. But Hyaga Kyunhua looked at Hyaga Xingai, who was silent and did not react. The last hope in her heart was also broken. At this moment, she finally made up her mind. Hyaga Kyunhua exhaled and adjusted her emotions and said, I will not live here anymore. You will have to solve your own life in the future. The insurance company's compensation and the parents' inheritance certificate are both in the parents' room. In the locked cabinet, I will give you the key later. The password of the bank card is your birthday. After saying this, Hyaga Kyunhua seemed to have lost all her strength. She lowered her head and walked outside silently. Go with. Seeing Hyaga Thousandka turning back, Xingai suddenly felt a little heartache inexplicably, so he asked in a mysterious way. Where are you going? Hyaga Chika paused, and then said indifferently, it has nothing to do with you. Then he would not leave without head. Xingai looked at the back of Hyaga Kyunhua leaving, feeling a little inexplicably lost in his heart. Hyaga Kyunhua left the Hyaga Xingai room and went back to her room, then leaned on the door and burst into tears. Why did it become like this, father, mother? Kyunhua missed you so much, you. Although Hyaga Senka's room was downstairs, Xingai was not a normal person at first, so Xingai could clearly hear Hyaga Senka's cry, but he had no way to comfort Hyaga Senka. And now the development of the situation has exceeded Xingai's expectations. He originally planned to slowly show that he has cheered up in front of Hyaga Kyunhua, and then go out to contact the outside world to achieve his goals, but now Xingai's plan has been broken. Although theoretically speaking, Hyaga Chika's departure will only benefit Xingai, but from the tone of Hyaga Chika still cares about this brother very much. If Hyaga Chika leaves, he will change from an autistic person to a normal person. The words were too suspicious, and Xingai didn't rest assured that Hua was a girl who went out to live by herself, and Yuking Yuli was his sister, which made him worry. "This is troublesome," Xingai murmured. Early the next morning, Hinata Hua began to pack things, while Xingai hid in secret to observe. Hua was very slow to clean up, and from time to time she was dazed by some items, and it took a long time to finish. Hua took the suitcase and walked outside. When she left, Hua looked back at her original home, then turned around and left. Xingai has been secretly following Hua. He really doesn't worry about Hua. After all, Hua is only a 14-year-old girl. Xingai is afraid that she will make impulsive decisions or be deceived, and Xingai can't be there either. Thousand Wei puts some spells on her body to protect her, and Rafi has always been responsible for the technology side, and Xingai is helpless. Xingai followed Hua half a day later. Hua finally stopped in front of a villa, and then took out his mobile phone to call someone. But Xingai, who followed behind, frowned. How could Hua get to such a place? Wouldn't she be fooled by a rich man? Because Xingai and Senka are too far apart, even if he listens far beyond ordinary people, he can't hear what Hua is saying. After thinking about it, Xingai took out a necklace from the space ring. Speaking of the space ring in Xingai's hand, it was made by someone after he collected materials from many high magic worlds. It is the same as the one in Rafi's hand, and it is also the wedding ring of the two of them. 1,000 cubic meters, filled with all kinds of things, but Xingai's one is mostly magical, while Rafi's one is for technology. Xingai wears the necklace he took out on his neck. The function of this necklace is to cause visual obstacles to people around and ignore the wearing of the necklace. However, because it comes from the low magic world, the effect is not very good, and it is only useful for ordinary people. So Xingai has never used this necklace. But now this necklace just meets Xingai's requirements, because in this kind of world, only items that have almost no magical fluctuations like space rings or this necklace can be used, and Xingai dare not use it all the time, because Xingai can't determine the world's will. Not sensitive to these things, if it wasn't for Hua this time, Xingai would not risk using these things. Xingai, wearing a necklace, approached Hua cautiously. The reason for being so careful was that the necklace was only a visual obstacle rather than disappearing completely, so there was still a risk of being discovered, which made Xingai have to be careful. About 10 minutes later, the door of the villa opened, and a young girl in Lolita costume came out accompanied by the housekeeper. "Hua, you are finally here." Seeing Hua standing there, the girl seemed very happy. She ran over and took Hua's hand and walked into the villa, while the housekeeper walked in with Hua's luggage. Seeing this situation, Xingai breathed a sigh of relief. Xingai did not feel any malice in any girl, but had a strong kindness towards Hua. From this point of view, this young girl would not do anything harmful to Hua. Xingai reconfirmed that there was nothing wrong with the past and then returned home with confidence. Chapter 12 – Participate in Comic Exhibition. Xingai looked at the information related to the virtual singer on the web page. He focused on disappearance, abnormality, etc., and wanted to find information that might be related to the disappeared singer. However, no matter how Xingai searched, he didn't find any useful information. That is, there is, but most of them are boring watering articles, not even urban legends. Because the current virtual singer is not so much a virtual singer as a housekeeper or a friend, the existence of relatives and the like is almost the same. The virtual singer who really sings for the purpose of singing is more than the total amount of virtual singers. It's too little, too little. After some inquiries to no avail, Xingai decided to go to the comic show to contact these virtual singers and try his luck. Xingai previously saw on the internet that there will be a large-scale comic exhibition in this city recently. At the comic exhibition, the most popular virtual singer group Xianyun will be invited to the comic exhibition site. According to Xingai's idea, if someone really wants to start with a virtual singer, they will definitely choose this famous virtual singer, because it doesn't make much sense to only start with some less famous virtual singers, of course. It is not ruled out that a large number of shots against ordinary virtual singers are not ruled out, but Xingai feels that the possibility of this situation is not high, because most behaviors are based on interests, and this kind of thankless behavior is generally not many people will do. Xingai quickly booked the tickets online. Because he didn't know the original bank card and the account password of the third-party payment platform, Xingai used the bank card that Hyegakyunhua left. The transaction is successful. Hello, dear user Xingai, you have successfully subscribed to the 56th Silver Fox comic exhibition. The ticket you ordered is valid from May 4th to May 7th. Please use the virtual ticket on this platform to enter field. Xingai took a look at the time. Today is May 1st. It's not a few days since the comic show. Soon Xingai will be able to see these virtual singers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. May 4th arrived. Xingai had not been idle for the previous few days. Not only did he supplement the scarce supplies of life at home because of Hidaka Kyunhua's departure, he also went to the bank and changed his original body. The bank card password makes the original bank card usable. At the same time, because he was not sure how long to live in this world, Xingai also went to find a suitable job. After all, there is no future for eating his own money, and there is also a copy of the money. Although it is said that the money is all the money I gave it to him, but he always felt very comfortable to ask him, a man in his 20s, to use a little girl's money. It was just getting bright this day. Xingai sorted out his clothes, took the wallet and went out. Although the venue of the show is in this city, it is still far away from Xingai's home. In order to arrive at the show earlier, Xingai is so set off early. At the same time, Yingkei's villa. Sakura Cai Atsuko looked at the absent-minded Hyaga Kyunhua, and said helplessly, "Hey, Kyunhua, didn't you say that you won't care about your brother anymore? But why are you so worried now? Who is worried about him?" Hyagachika retorted in shame, "I was just thinking about what to do with this test, but since you mentioned him, I'd better go back and have a look. After all, he is my brother, I can't watch him starve to death at home." "Well, you are not worried." Sakura Cai Atsuko chuckles, "You know what, Kyunhua, I like your arrogant look the most." Who is arrogant?" Hyaga Kyunhua said loudly. At this time, Hidaka Kyunhua's blush was red and she looked super cute. "Hehe, I won't talk about you anymore." Seeing Hyaga Kyunhua's shame and anger, Sakura Atsuko thought for a while. "I remember when you left you said you still had a little food at home, and if you were really hungry, he should go out and buy some food. After all, he was just autistic, not acting, and unable to take care of himself, but he wouldn't be able to take care of himself without you. If you don't starve to death, you'll have a bad life, so let's go back with you when I have time in 2 days, so that your scumbag brother will not do anything to you." Hidaka was silent for a while, and said, "Okay." Even though Xingai departed very early, the line at the door of Manzan still formed a long line when he arrived at the Manzan site, and Xingai finally squeezed in after more than an hour in line. The place rented by Manzan is a square. At this time, there are already many people in the square, and there are also vendors buying all kinds of animation peripherals. Xingai took a look in the past and didn't have any impression of these characters. But this is normal. Xingai has experienced too many worlds. It is impossible for him to remember the characters in every world clearly. In addition, dimensional travelers generally have a long lifespan. If there is a little gain in the high magic world, it's not a problem to live for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, so even things that were previously impressive will be wiped out by time. The virtual singer group Xianyun will not perform on stage until the last day. The other days are some other activities, and Xingai is not an anime lover, at least not now, so he has no interest in these animation peripherals. "I can only wander around, but Xingai did not completely wander around. For those places with virtual singers, Xingai still pays close attention to it, but there is still no gain. Just when Xingai was watching a virtual singer perform, the corner of Xingai's eyes suddenly saw a back figure, which had a very special sense of familiarity, but when Xingai looked over, no one noticed it. The back view just now, who is it? Looking back at the back, Xingai Zhou raised his eyebrows. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be people he knows in this world. If he doesn't know him, then he should have seen similar people somewhere. But even though that figure feels familiar, Xingai can't remember any information about that figure. After some thoughts to no avail, Xingai decided to look for the back figure. If he could see the front face, Xingai felt that he would definitely remember it. However, Xingai did not find the owner of the back figure until the evening. This is also because the scale of this show is really too big. If the scale is large, the flow of people will be large. Just want to rely on a back figure to be among so many people, it is impossible to find someone. However, Xingai is not in a hurry. There are still 3 days left for the show. Xingai has a foreboding that the master of the back will definitely appear on the last day of Xian Yun's performance. Because Manzan was too far away from home, Xingai decided not to go home tonight, and stayed in a hotel directly in the room. On the second day, Xingai arrived at the venue of the show early. At this time there were not many people. After Xingai entered the ticket gate, he stood near the ticket gate and looked at the incoming tourists, preparing to squat here to guard the back of the master. But until noon, almost no tourists entered the venue and Xingai did not find the owner of the back. There was no way Xingai could only try his luck in the show. However, until the last day Xingai could not squat to the back of the master, Xingai began to wonder if he had made a mistake in his judgment, and at this time, Xian Yun's performance also began. Chapter 13, Unknown Girl. Nowadays, virtual singers' performances are mostly displayed through holographic projections. At this time, the performance of the fairy rhyme group is in this mode. 5 beautiful men and women in ancient costumes are combined with various scenes. The moving singing voice does have a fairy atmosphere. I have to say that there is no reason why the popularity of the Xianyun combination is so high. Because Xian Yun's fans were so crazy, Xingai just watched from a distance and didn't lean over, and he didn't come to see Xian Yun's performance. With the passage of time, the performance has come to an end, and the master of that figure still does not appear. It seems that the owner of the back figure will not appear. Xingai sighed and prepared to leave. This action didn't even yield any results. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a person. Maybe it was not a person, because she passed through the crowd without touching anyone, and no one noticed her. She was like a ghost. It was a girl with green hair. The girl wore a pair of double ponytails. The length of the double ponytails almost reached the ankles. Although there was only a back view, Xingai confirmed that this was the person he had been looking for. Walk on the stage. When the girl was almost on the stage, the girl seemed to have discovered something. She turned around and ran out, and some people around also moved with it. Seeing that their target of action should be the girl. Seeing the girl who was running away, Xingai paused, and then chased him up. While chasing, Xingai was also thinking of a way to save the girl without letting herself be targeted. Although the girl can ignore the terrain, the team chasing her was clearly prepared. Many people who were among the tourists gathered around here. After a while, the girl was surrounded by a group of people, and the running girl seemed to hit it. On one wall, running in other directions also seemed to hit something, and the group of people gradually formed a circle, but this group of people's behavior also caused a large crowd of people to gather around. The surrounding people eating melons couldn't see the girl surrounded by them, only a group of people formed a circle, and everyone looked like a big enemy. What is this doing? Improvisation. I don't know, this group of people suddenly appeared. Could it be the second offender in the group? When Xingai arrived, what she saw was the young girl surrounded by a group of strong men. There was an unexplainable emotion in the young girl's eyes. That emotion seemed to be lost and regretful, but it was more like unwillingness. An inexplicable emotion is driving Xingai, making him sure to save this girl. This feeling is very strange and abrupt. Generally speaking, when it comes to the realm of Xingai, there should not be many things that can affect his heart so strongly, but there is always a voice in his heart shouting, "Go to save her, go to save her, must go to save her." The group of people seemed to be very afraid of the girl's escape, so they were very careful in every action. At the same time, another group of people took out the police badge and started to drive away the surrounding people eating melons. The people eating melons wanted to see what the group was doing, but no one dared to oppose the police, so they slowly dispersed. Seeing this, Xingai knew that he had no chance to save him anymore, and immediately he was not hesitating, and immediately detonated the small self-propelled smoke bomb he had just arranged around. This is a special kind of glass bead that can move by itself. Smoke bombs come from a technology-side world, which are also rare technology-side items in the Xingai space ring. At the moment when the smoke bombs were detonated in Xingai, multiple pieces of thick smoke suddenly exploded in the crowd, which quickly spread. For a time, the crowd was in chaos, and many people panicked. What happened? A man said gloomily, "Are there any other organizations that are paying the attention of the singer?" "I don't know," another man said, "but as long as we continue to shrink the range and add electromagnetic jammers, the singer will not be able to escape even with wings." Yeah, the man who spoke earlier said, "Pay attention, beware of attacks. It is impossible to have no reaction at all in such a big battle. We only need to hold on until the smoke dissipates." Yes, the remaining group of people answered immediately. At this time, Xingai had followed the smoke to the back of a man, and then Xingai used the Kos weapon that I did not know who had just picked up on the ground and knocked it directly on the back of the man's head. The Kos weapons are made of various materials. Unfortunately, the one in Xingai's hand is made of alloy, so the man fell forward directly under the attack of Xingai, but Xingai quickly grabbed the man and made him fall to the ground slowly. Found by others. Xingai controlled the force, but only knocked the man out without killing. One is that Xingai is not a bloodthirsty person, and the other is that if he kills, it is of another nature. This is likely to cause unknown consequences. The plot of the time was beyond Xingai's control. Xingai did the same, and after a few people were brought down, someone finally found something was wrong, and suddenly a man shouted, "Be careful, someone attacked." At this time, there were few of them left, so Xingai was not keeping his hands anymore, and burst out with all his strength, knocking down a few people to the ground after 3 times, 5 and 2, and then walked over and said a few words to the girl and reported an address. Going in the crowd. The reason why he didn't leave with the girl is because he must have been monitored and photographed when he was running wildly in the crowd. If he decides to leave with the girl, he will be suspected, and vice versa. Can greatly reduce his suspicion. However, Xingai is not worried about the girl's safety. The girl is like a ghost. If it weren't for the group of people with special devices, they wouldn't be able to trap the girl, and Xingai is sure that they don't have the props that can accurately locate the girl's location, otherwise they too will not choose to do it today. You must know that because today is Xian Yun's performance day, the flow of people today is also the largest day, and Xingai discovered the first day, but they did not do anything until today. If they can pinpoint the girl, it would be impossible to choose today. And the reason why they can organize the besieging girl here is probably because the girl has been wandering here for too long and was found by the group of people and laid ambush. But all this is just Xingai's guess. Xingai has no way of knowing the real situation, so Xingai should take the girl away from this place early for safety. Xingai Han left Manzan among ordinary tourists, went to the hotel to settle the room rate and walked to a nearby shop. The address he gave the girl just now was the snack area of the largest mall nearby. Xingai entered the mall like an ordinary customer, took a basket, and then slowly moved to the snack area. The girl was standing next to a shelf at this time, and when she saw Xingai coming, the girl ran over excitedly, but Xingai passed by like she hadn't seen the girl. And this action made the girl stunned directly. Chapter 14, Hatsune Miku. I can see you, come here. Xingai didn't turn his head back, saying in a voice that only he and the girl could hear. You should live in electronic products. You are an electronic life. It shouldn't be difficult to do this. Hearing Xingai's words, the girl stunned for a moment, nodded, and disappeared as she approached Xingai. Xingai felt that his mobile phone vibrated, but Xingai did not go to pick up the phone, but chose a few snacks and left. Xingai took out his cell phone until he was on the subway, and saw that the notepad of the cell phone was opened with a line written on it. Why are you saving me? Xingai also typed a line after seeing this line. Do not know. Seeing this, Xingai took the phone back. After taking the phone back, he realized that his impression of the girl's appearance was still very vague. It seemed that because he had not paid attention to the girl's appearance before, he couldn't recall it at all. Forget it, I will be in contact with her sooner or later after I get home. I will probably remember it by then, and if nothing happens, she will be one of the disappeared singers mentioned in the Dimensional Illustrated book. The low level of science and technology is that the emergence of electronic life in the world is a very rare thing. Xingai still decided to go back and ask the girl carefully, so that he could guess the meaning of the sentence in the Dimensional Illustrated book based on the existing intelligence. After returning home, Xingai put his phone on the table and said, well, it's a long way from the show, and I also have precautions. They should not find you so quickly. You can come out now. We just can talk about your business. After waiting for a while, the girl's figure appeared in front of Xingai, and Xingai began to look at the girl. But Xingai took a look, and Xingai's mind had many memory fragments, and these memory fragments also carried some inexplicable emotions. These memory fragments drove Xingai to say 4 words. Hatsune Miku. You know me. The girl's voice seemed to sound from the bottom of her heart, and it seemed to come from the distant past, and it was mixed with a lot of noisy electronic sounds. It was not good, or even a little ugly, but for some reason, Xingai heard it in this sentence. A hint of joy. But after the girl spoke, there was a trace of regret on her face, and she subconsciously covered her mouth, as if she didn't like her voice very much. I don't know. Xingai shook his head, and said, I have experienced too long. I can't remember many things before. I can only be sure that I must have met you a long time ago, and you have been in my heart. Had a very important position. Hatsune Miku just wanted to speak, but thought of something. He pointed to the phone on the desk. After Xingai picked up the phone, he started typing on the notepad. That. Because he didn't know Xingai's name, Hatsune Miku froze for a while, then deleted the typed words, typed it again and passed it to Xingai. What should I call you, this gentleman? What happened to the experience you said before is too long. After Xingai saw the words on the notepad, he thought for a while and said, you can call me Xingai. As for the things I said before, you should treat me as someone who has lived for a long time. There is nothing else to say, but... Xingai changed the subject and said, my business is not very important, your business should be more important. Okay. Hatsune Miku nodded and then started typing on the phone. I used to be a singer, a world-class singer, my fans are all over the world, but as time goes by, more and more singers begin to appear, and my fans are getting more and more. Little, I don't know why I started to feel sleepy until one day I fell asleep. But when I woke up, I found that the world had changed. No one remembered me, and I tried to show my singing to others, but... After hitting here, Hatsune Miku stopped, and after a long time, he continued to type. Maybe my singing is really not so beautiful. Almost no one wants to listen to my singing. At the same time, I feel that my existence is gradually disappearing. At this time, a group of humans named Creation appeared. They told me that they would help me maintain my existence and made many promises. I was happy to agree. But they deceived me. They just wanted to use me to achieve their selfishness and help them gain benefits, and none of their promises to me were fulfilled. They forced me to do a lot of bad things. Such behavior was unacceptable to me, so I found the opportunity to escape, and then it was what you saw. It seems that because Zingai called her name, Hatsune Miku has a special trust in Zingai now, and tells Zingai everything without reservation, and even if she was deceived by the creator of the world, Zingai did not speak in her tone. I heard a hint of hatred in it. Zingai thought for a while, then said, "Since Hatsune is not, I'll call you Hatsune. It's more troublesome to call your full name. You don't have any comments?" Hatsune shook his head, saying that he had no opinion. Seeing that Hatsune had no opinion, Zingai said, "Then why you stayed in that comic for so long? You should also know, since the creators of the world are hunting you, the longer you stay in one place, the more dangerous you are, but you still stayed there for so long. Is there any reason?" Hearing Zingai's question, Hatsune immediately lowered his head, and his face became gloomy. Seeing Hatsune's appearance, Zingai immediately changed her words, "Of course, if you don't want to say you can also not say it, I just asked casually." Hatsune shook his head, typing and handing it to Zingai. "Actually, there is nothing bad to say, because my name is almost unknown, so my existence is getting weaker and has been on the verge of disappearing. That time I heard that there will be a lot of audiences there, so I prepared to use my last strength and everyone sang the last song in front of everyone, but the group of people disrupted my plan, but I was lucky because I met Xinggai-jun, because Xinggai-jun knew my name. I wanted to follow Mr. Zingai has gained some power here, and with the power provided by Mr. Zingai, I can hold on for a long time." After listening to Hatsune's words, Zingai frowned. According to the information provided by Hatsune, Hatsune should belong to the faith-based electronic life. The creator of the world obviously discovered the great role of electronic life in the information age and wanted to control Hatsune in his hand, but accidentally let Hatsune run away, so that group of people will definitely continue to look for Hatsune, because they have tasted the sweetness. It is impossible to give up Hatsune this sweet candy. "Then Hatsune, is your wish for more people to hear your voice?" Zingai asked. "Okay." Hatsune nodded and typed, "But I don't know how to compose. The songs I sang before are all composed by masters. I don't know how to create songs by myself. Can Zingai-kun compose for me?" "Composing? Actually, I don't know how to do it either," Zingai said helplessly. Chapter 15, Making Plans. Since neither Zingai nor Hatsune had the talent for composing, and it took too long from composing to singing, the two had to give up the method of becoming famous through composing. Zingai looked at Hatsune with a sad look, and thought for a while, "Hatsune, you used to be a world-class singer, can't you take out the songs you sang before?" Hatsune looked embarrassed and typed, "I think too, but I slept for too long, most of the songs have forgotten, and as my existence disappeared, my memory became fragmented. When I first woke up I still remember a lot of songs, but there are not a few songs that I still remember now, and my voice has problems." After reading Hatsune's words, Zingai's guess was finally confirmed. It was because of her own voice that Hatsune kept refusing to speak. But now the problem is here. If Hatsune's voice has a problem, then she will not be able to sing beautiful songs, so how can she gain more fans? Thinking of this, Zingai frowned and said, "Hatsune, is there any way you can restore your voice? If you wanted to perform in a comic show before, there must be a way to restore your voice, because I don't think you can. I will sing my last song with an unpleasant voice." "Okay." Hatsune nodded, and typed, "If I use all my existence, I can still return to the level I used to be in a short time, but then I will disappear directly. Even if Xinggai-jun provides my existence, it is not enough for me. His voice is fully restored in normal times. Then this is troublesome." Zingai said, if you don't have a good voice as a prerequisite, you can't get more fans. You have to find a way to solve your voice problem. The current situation makes Zingai a little bit difficult. His task should be not to let Hatsune disappear, but Hatsune's faith-based electronic life can exist in the world by the power of faith, and without believers, there is naturally no power of faith, but Hatsune must rely on singing to increase his followers, and Hatsune's voice has a problem because of the lack of faith, and thus falls into an endless loop of insoluble. While Zingai was thinking about it, a sentence appeared on the notepad of Zingai's mobile phone. Zingai-jun, actually, I can dance too. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zingai said in surprise, if that's the case, then it will do. Okay. Hatsune made a puzzled voice. It's like this. Zingai explained, you need believers to maintain your existence, and you are a singer, or an idol. In fact, it is difficult for you to obtain mad believers in a short time, but pan believers are different. Since you are a world-class singer, your dancing skills will never be bad, and your appearance is also extremely beautiful, so that ordinary people who only look at faces can easily become pan-believers. Although a pan-believers provides the power of faith given to you is almost impossible to maintain your existence, but as long as the number of pan-believers increases, there is no problem at all. Zingai's words were a little dizzy for Hatsune, but she still heard the general idea, that is, she wants to get more pan-believers, or general fans, because die-hard fans will not be born in a short time, and Zingai uses believers refers to fans always making Hatsune feel weird, making her look like the head of a certain religion. After thinking for a while, Hatsune typed. Then how can I get a large number of pan-believers? It's simple Zingai-deo, you only need to record a piece of the hottest dance now and send it to the most popular platform. As long as you have the skills in place and the appearance is beautiful, the popularity will naturally rise, but you should be fine with these first sounds. The only thing I worry about is that this will attract people who create the world. Why? Hatsune typed and asked. Seeing Hatsune's reason, Zingai was a little speechless, but looking at Hatsune's puzzled expression, Zingai had to explain, the biggest feature in the internet age is that everyone has almost no secrets. I dare say if we tonight I will publish works related to you on my computer. Maybe the creator of the world will come to you tomorrow. If you are not an electronic life, you should know these things better than me. Hatsune smiled embarrassedly and typed, because I was busy performing before I fell asleep, and I have been running away since I woke up, I didn't notice this thing much. After Zingai finished reading, Hatsune typed again, but I don't think Zingai-jun has to worry about this, because Zingai-jun is the first person who can see me. Those people also use special equipment to know where I am. Hatsune looked very happy, as if it was because she would be able to solve her problem immediately, but Zingai's next sentence stunned her directly. So, other people can't see you, right? Seems like it. Hatsune drooped her head and looked frustrated, but she soon regained her energy. I can also put my image on the electronic screen, which is also possible. Okay. Zingai nodded and said, but the effect of holographic projection may be better. The fairy rhyme that I saw in the show uses holographic projection. I have carefully observed that it is already a very mature holographic projection device. Now, we have to find a way to get one back. After thinking about it, Zingai said again, by the way, how many days Hatsune can last with your current existence, can you give a rough figure so that I can make a detailed plan? Hatsune felt it, and typed it, maybe I can hold on for another month. If I can't increase my existence within a month, I might really disappear. A month. Time is a bit tight. While Zingai was making plans, the sound of the key opening the door suddenly came from the door. Hearing the sound of unlocking, Zingai walked to the door, because he had the key, only Hinata Kyunhua had the key, so it was mostly Hyaga Kyunhua who opened the door, but Zingai still had to make sure, so he got up and walked towards the door. Hatsune followed after seeing Zingai get up. Zingai is not worried that Hatsune will be discovered, because he is special so he can see Hatsune, and Hyagachika is obviously an ordinary person. For ordinary people, Hatsune is an invisible and intangible existence, so Zingai is very feel relieved to let Hatsune follow behind. The door was opened from the outside, and as expected, it was Hyagakyunhua standing outside, and Hyagakyunhua seemed very surprised to see Zingai standing at the door. However, Zingai did not pay attention to Hyagakyunhua, because there was a girl behind Hyagakyunhua, and the girl's eyes had been behind Zingai from the moment the door was opened, and Zingai had nothing but Hatsune behind him. However, the girl seemed to notice Zingai's gaze and shifted her gaze to Zingai without a trace, as if she had been looking at Zingai just now. Seeing the girl's little movement, Zingai suddenly had a strange idea. Could she see Hatsune? Chapter 16, Hyagachika. Brother, you. Looking at the sea of stars standing at the door, Hyagakyunhua had mixed feelings. She had only been away for a few days. How could her brother's autism be better? If it is that simple to solve the problem of her brother, then what she did before, what's the point? Seeing Hyagakyunhua's constantly changing face, Zingai's secret path was not good. Before, he always appeared in the image of autism, and it lasted for a few years, but now his autism is just a few days away. It doesn't make sense, so Zingai has to find a way to put this things are over. Zingai and Hyagakyunhua stared at them for a long time, and Sakura Cai Etsuko, who was standing behind Hyagakyunhua, finally couldn't help but speak, with an unhappy expression on her face. You still don't let go, what are you doing at the door? After hearing this, Zingai realized that it was not the time to think about these things, so he quickly stepped aside and let Hyagachika and Sakura Etsuko enter the house. As soon as Hyagachika entered the room, she began to look around, as if to see if the room was different from before she left. On the other hand, Sakura Cai kept her gaze on Zingai, and the look in her eyes seemed vigilant. Sakura Cai looked a little unnatural. Zingai frowned, and said, I'll get you something to eat. Zingai turned around and left after speaking. Hyagakyunhua looked at Zingai's departed back and then thought of the past, and suddenly an unreal feeling came to her mind. Hatsune looked at Hyagachika and Sakura Etsuko, and felt that this was a matter between their siblings. It didn't seem to be good for him to be here, and now Hatsune has to consider how to increase fans for himself, so he stopped in the living room for a while and went upstairs. Go. After Hatsune left, Sakura Etsuko suddenly asked Hyagachika to the side, Chika, who is the girl next to your brother? Hey! Hyagakyunhua said in a daze, isn't there no one beside my brother? Why, is there any problem? No, nothing, I might have read it wrong just now. After hearing Sakura Etsuko's answer, Hyagachika returned to a state of loss, but Sakura Etsuko became thoughtful. Sakura Etsuko is sure that she saw a girl behind Zingai, but Hyagakyunhua seems to be unable to see that girl, and Hyagakyunhua's brother has not been in contact with that girl, so that no one but her may see the girl. No, Hyagachika's brother is very likely to see the girl. After all, how could a person with autism suddenly heal himself? There must be some external intervention. That girl may be related to this. In this way, Hyagachika's brother's performance just now is probably pretending. There are only these snacks and no drinks at home now, so you can just use the water first. Just as Sakura Cai Etsuko was thinking about the relationship between Zingai and Hatsune, Zingai just brought a few packs of snacks over and brought a glass of water for each of them. Ahehe, my brother has brought water for me, he must be healed, he is back, hehehe. Seeing Zingai carrying water for her, Hyagakyunhua became even more dazed, and her tone was a bit wrong. On the side, Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at some slutty Hyagakyunhua, and couldn't help holding her forehead. She originally expected Hyagakyunhua to get something out of Zingai's mouth, but now it seems that Hyagakyunhua can't count on it. Sakura Cai Etsuko glanced at Zingai, and said to her heart, "It seems that I can only get something out of Hyaga Kyunhua's brother. If there is any danger, I will immediately let Kyunhua leave here." Thinking of this, Sakura Aya Etsuko no longer hesitated. She said in a very cute tone, "Big brother, I remember Kyunhua said you have autism, but I think big brother you are not very good. Is Kyunhua her lie to me? But we are best friends. I believe Kyunhua will not lie to me." Hearing Sakura Aya Etsuko's words, Zingai couldn't help but feel a headache. Originally, he looked at Hyaga Senka's current appearance. This matter should have passed. Even if he mentioned it later, he could take it with him casually. He didn't expect to be given by the girl next to Hyaga Senka. It's a pit, but fortunately, he just thought of how to answer if he was asked this question. Now it is just right. So Zingai smiled and said, "Well, it's because after Kyunhua was not with me, I realized that I was nothing. So I changed my past and changed my mind." "Wow, big brother is amazing." Sakura Cai Etsuko replied sweetly. "So that's great, brother." Hyaga Kyunhua on the side also said happily. Hearing Zingai breathed a sigh of relief, he thought it would be difficult to confuse this matter. After all, children's curiosity would be strong. He didn't expect it to be so simple. But Sakura Aya Etsuko's tone always made him feel strange. "Yes, but I can't say what is strange." On the side, Sakura Cai Etsuko looked admiring Zingai, but in fact she let out a cold snort of disdain. "Who do you lie to this kind of flustered talk? No one would believe it, okay, even Kyunhua." Sakura Aya Etsuko turned her head to look at Hyaga Senka, only to find that Hyaga Kyunhua looked moved, as if she had believed Zingai's words. Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at Hyaga Kyunhua with a happy face, and was speechless for a while. It seemed that Hyaga Kyunhua had been taken away by his brother's improvement. Sakura Cai Etsuko thought for a while and said, "Then, has big brother been with anyone else these days?" "No," Zingai said, "I've been at home these days and haven't been to other places, and you know my previous situation, how can I have friends?" Sakura Cai Ueza said, "Then who is the big sister I just saw?" Zingai's heart moved, and she secretly said that she could see Hatsune, but on the surface he still said without changing his face, "Where is the big sister? You are wrong, there is no one in this family except me." "Big brother, you lied." Sakura Cai Etsuko pretended to be unhappy and said, "Do you think that big sister is behind you?" Zingai turned his head, and Hatsune stood there as expected, but Zingai looked at the direction Sakura Cai Ueza pointed with a look of doubt. "Where is the big sister? I haven't seen it." It was Sakura's turn to frown. Zingai didn't look like a pretend. Could it be that he really couldn't see the girl, but the girl was standing there obviously? Could it be said that the girl was actually an outsider? "It's just a joke, don't mind, big brother." Seeing nothing to tell, Sakura Cai Etsuko had to pretend that she was joking. If Zingai really can't see the girl, don't involve him in this kind of thing. Although he is a scumbag, he is also Kyunhua's brother after all. Your joke is still very scary, it almost scared me just now. Zingai touched his chest, pretending to be a little panicked, but in fact he was relieved, it seemed that he had passed by. Just when Zingai was delighted in his heart, Hatsune behind him suddenly spoke. "Zingai-jun, what are you doing?" Chapter 17, The Meeting Between the Girls and Hatsune. Silence. Silence like death. After Hatsune spoke, the whole room instantly quieted down. Zingai was stiff at this time, and the situation he had finally created was directly destroyed by Hatsune's words, so now he is in an extremely embarrassing situation. Seeing that a few people suddenly stopped talking, Hatsune became even more puzzled. She tilted her head slightly and said, "Zingai-jun, what's the matter, you all stopped talking like this?" "What's the matter, I was hurt by you." Zingai can't tell the pain now. Sakura Cai Ueza now looks at him very wrong, with strong doubts and distrust, as if looking at a strange bird. Brother, brother, just now, who was talking? Hyagachika was startled by the sudden voice, and her speech was not consistent. Seeing that there was no way to hide it, Zingai sorted out his emotions and said, Ms. Hatsune who spoke just now. I met her when I went out a few days ago. Because Miss Hatsune has no place to live, she will live in our house first. Why can't she see? Is she a ghost? Hyaga-Kyunhua said in a panic. Zingai glanced at Kyunhua Hyaga and found that her body was stiff now, and the panic in her eyes could not be concealed. In fact, it is somewhat different from the ghost. Strictly speaking, Hatsune should be a virtual singer, but it is more intelligent. Zingai Deo. After hearing Zingai's words, Hyaga-Kyunhua finally relaxed a little, but was still very nervous. Humph! Sakura Cai Atsuko let out a cold snort and looked at Zingai with disgust. I don't believe what you said, you are a scumbag who is full of lies. After speaking, Sakura Atsuko pulled Hyaga-Kyunhua's hand and said, Kyunhua, let's go back, anyway, now your brother is cured, you can live with me in peace. But I think my brother needs me. Hyagachika said weakly. Sakura Cai Atsuko suddenly became anxious, and when she encountered something related to Zingai, Hyaga-Kyunhua immediately fell to Zingai, which made Sakura Atsuko's eyes looking at Zingai even worse. Stared at by a little girl with a bitter and hatred look, Zingai suddenly felt uncomfortable, so he felt like he walked to Hatsune and said something. Follow me. Zingai walked upstairs after speaking. Although Hatsune was confused, he still went with him. Sakura Cai Atsuko watched the two leave, and immediately said to Hyaga-Kyunhua, Kyunhua, look at them as they go together. I think there must be some invisible relationship between them. Hyaga-Kyunhua looked at the place where Zingai had left, with a worried look on her face. She couldn't see the talking girl or what kind of person she was, so she was worried that the girl would be disadvantageous to Zingai. As for Atsuko Sakura, she instinctively ignored. Back in the room, Zingai looked at Hatsune who was following him, and said helplessly, why did you suddenly speak just now? I managed to hide it from you. You just exposed it directly. Faced with Zingai's questioning, Hatsune also realized what mistake she had made, so she was a little lacking in confidence. Didn't I see that you guys have been saying some very strange things, and I don't think those two girls are Zingai-jun's younger sisters? I thought there was nothing wrong with them. Ugh! Zingai looked at Hatsune with an aggrieved look. Should he say this is innocence or something else? But now things have become like this, what Zingai has to do now is how to make Sakura Atsuko and Hyagachika accept Hatsune and not expose Hatsune's affairs. Hatsune thought for a while, and said weakly, why don't we talk to your sisters directly? Zingai thought for a while and felt that this was the best way. Then do it this way. Speaking of Zingai, he walked over to open the door of the room and prepared to go out, only to see two figures falling to the ground. A closer look turned out to be Hyagachika and Sakura Atsuko. Looking at the two people who fell on the ground, Zingai couldn't help but have a black line. You don't need to think about what they did just now. Sakura Cai Atsuko got up from the ground all at once, and said pretentiously, this lady is just passing by, but she didn't want to eavesdrop on what you are talking to her, yes, just passing by. When Hyagachika got up, she looked at Zingai worriedly, and she looked around again, but she still didn't find anyone in the room. Are you looking for me? Hatsune's voice suddenly remembered in Hyagachika's ears, and Hyagachika felt that her whole body was chilly, and suddenly a scream came out of her mouth involuntarily. Ah 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 ah. In the port area, Lafitte looked at the completed dry dock with a blank expression, not knowing what she was thinking. Javelin happily ran over and said, Lafitte sauce, I made a cake, do you want to eat some? Okay. Raffi nodded, then turned and walked towards the Javelin. Javelin looked at Raffi. Although Raffi had no expression on her face, she still saw Raffi's worry, so she asked tentatively. Is Rafit worrying about the commander? Rafi glanced at the javelin, nodded and said, Rafi, not with the commander, Rafi is very worried. After hearing what Rafi said, the javelin pulled up Rafi's hand and said, actually, I am also very worried about the commander. Although I don't know why the superior summoned the commander can definitely come back safely. Not just me, everyone. They think so, and there will be nothing wrong with a good commander, so don't worry about La Fight Sauce too much. Rafi looked at the javelin, with an unknown emotion flowing in his eyes. Thank you. Javelin touched his head, and said shyly, actually, this is the first time I comfort people. After all, La Fight Sauce is in such a bad state these days, everyone is worried. After talking about the javelin, he pulled La Fight into the aisle, we have to hurry, or the cake will be eaten by those greedy little guys. Rafi did not resist, letting the javelin pull himself. In fact, it feels good. Hyuga home. It took a long time for Zingai and Sakura Aya Etsuko to stabilize Hyuga Chika's mood, but Hatsune seemed to be hit by Hyuga Chika's behavior, and he has been very depressed until now. The mood stabilized. Hyuga Chika looked around habitually, and then said, where is Miss Hatsune? Zingai pointed to a corner of the room and said, Hatsune seems to have been hit by you. He is now drawing circles in the corner. Hearing Zingai's words, Hyuga Chika suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was because her reaction was too intense that Hatsune was depressed. Although she could not see, she still walked in the direction of Zingai. I'm very sorry, Miss Hatsune, I was too emotional just now. Then, Miss Hatsune, can you forgive me? The more Hyuga Chika said, her voice became quieter, and in the end she almost couldn't hear it. Hatsune stood up happily after hearing what Hyuga Chika said. She was really shocked by Hyuga Chika's reaction just now, but now Hyuga Chika also apologizes. And she is not a stingy person, so Hatsune said directly. Okay. Chapter 18, Lyrics and Music. Zingai always thinks that the friendship between girls is a strange thing, and she was scared just now, but now Hyuga Chika and Hatsune can communicate happily. Even Sakura Aya Etsuko did not show rejection of Hatsune. Taking a look at a few people who were talking quite happily now, Zingai suddenly felt that he was a bit redundant. He is not leaving now, nor is he not leaving. Seemingly aware of Zingai's dilemma, Hatsune suddenly said, by the way, I was discussing with Zingai Jun about how to have more fans. I have to discuss this with Zingai Jun. Then you discussed the results before. Hyagokyun Huadao. Yeah, Hatsune nodded, and said, we have a general idea about this matter. Zingai-kun, can you come over and explain to them? His method is okay, right? Sakura Caiueza looked at Zingai with doubts on her face. Based on what Hatsune and the two girls just explained why she is here now, but it is a cut version, Hatsune only talked about her origin and current danger. The reason here is because she was hunted down by an evil organization. Zingai rescued her and let her live here. Hatsune said nothing about the process of Zingai saving her and the evil organization. However, after hearing Hatsune's experience, the two girls decided to help Hatsune solve the current problem. There was no way to solve the two girls. Zingai heard Hatsune's words and was about to explain his plan to the two girls, but after hearing Sakura Cai Etsuko's words, Zingai's forehead couldn't help but burst into blue veins. Since Sakura Cai Etsuko entered the door, she has been targeting Zingai. Zingai thinks that there is no place to provoke him, but he doesn't know if the original body has done so. So in order to prevent exposure, Zingai has always targeted Sakura Etsuko. It's an attitude of ignorance. It's the same now. Zingai treated Sakura Cai Etsuko's doubts as if he hadn't heard, and explained it to himself. I originally planned to launch Hatsune as a virtual idol, but because of sound problems, Hatsune only planned to perform some dance performances, but now Hatsune's voice is okay, so I can sing songs. If you do this, the popularity will accumulate. We'll be faster too. Hatsune's voice suddenly improved for some unknown reason. She said that she didn't know why. She just came upstairs and walked around. After trying the voice, she found that her voice suddenly became better. This is also true. The reason why she pitted Zingai before. What song do you want to sing? Hyagachika asked. It's best to be original songs, but even if we can write lyrics, finding someone to compose music is very troublesome, so we can only choose popular songs that are suitable for Hatsune. I can solve the problem with the song. Because she was ignored by Zingai before and asked Zingai to start explaining directly, Sakura Cai Atsuko could not find a chance to interject, but when she heard that Zingai had no way of composing, she immediately said that she could solve the problem of composing. Let everyone's eyes focus on her. Zingai glanced at her, and then said, using your family's power to find someone to compose music? Indeed, with your family's strength, you should be able to do this easily. Zingai followed Hyagakyunhua to Sakura Atsuko's house before. It is certainly not easy to be able to live in that kind of manners family. If Sakura Atsuko let people in his own family take action, it would be easy to solve this problem. But Sakura Cai Atsuko turned red when she heard Zingai's words, and seemed to be very angry. Zingai felt strange to Sakura Cai Atsuko's reaction. She didn't seem to say anything wrong. Why did she suddenly get angry? At this time, Hyagakyunhua leaned over and said in Zingai's ear, "Brother, Atsuko is very good at writing lyrics and music. Atsuko has won many awards in this regard." After hearing Hyaga Senka's words, Zingai finally understood why Sakura Atsuko was angry. He thought that Sakura Atsuko was going to use her own power in her family, but she did not expect that she would compose by herself, and listening to Hyaga Senka's statement is that she is very talented in this regard, and Zingai's previous statement may have hurt her self-esteem. Let's look down on people, Kyunhua, let's go. Sakura Cai Atsuko stood up angrily, took Hyagakyunhua's hand and was about to go out, but she didn't pull and almost pulled herself down. Uezi, brother, he didn't mean anything. Hyagakyunhua kept staring at Zingai, as if she wanted Zingai to apologize to Sakura Cai Atsuko. Zingai also saw the look Hyagakyunhua gave him, which made him a little helpless, but he didn't need to be angry with a child, so he directly said, "The previous thing was that I was wrong. I shouldn't underestimate you." After listening to Zingai's words, Sakura Cai Atsuko seemed to lose a bit of her anger, but she still looked at Zingai with a very unkind look. How long will it take for Uezijiang to compose? It should be fast. Hatsune also saw that the atmosphere at this time was a bit wrong, so she immediately threw a topic to improve the current bad atmosphere. Of course. It seems that in her professional field, Sakura Atsuko became energetic again, and said, "If you don't have any special requirements, I only need 2 to 3 days to compose the music, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. You can also leave the lyrics and music to me, but it may take a little longer, mainly because it is a very important thing to write a good song lyrics, and it may take a while to coordinate the lyrics and the music." "How long does that take?" Hatsune asked. Sakura Cai Atsuko thought for a while, and vowed, "About 1 week will be enough." 1 week is absolutely no problem. After listening to Sakura Atsuko's words, Hatsune was very happy. If there is a divine comedy now, no divine comedy is needed. Only a very good song can attract a large number of fans for her, so that her current predicament will be solved. Then we might as well start thinking about lyrics now. Hyagachika suggested. It is good. No problem. After they agreed, the 3 girls began to discuss the lyrics enthusiastically, while Zingai was driven out of the room by Sakura Atsuko on the grounds that she would interfere with her thoughts. Zingai was also happy and free, but he also thought of a lot problem. He just went out to save Hatsune, and Hyagachika and Sakura Atsuko came back at this time. Hatsune is a singer, and Sakura Aya Etsuko is extremely talented in writing lyrics and music. What is even more puzzling is how the children from an ordinary family of Hyagachika become friends with rich girls like Sakura Aya Etsuko, and they are not the kind of ordinary friends, but especially good friends. Hatsune is an electronic life, which is not something that ordinary people can see, but Sakura Aya Etsuko can only see it. All this made Zingai feel too coincidental. The chaste singer, a genius composer, all of this seemed to be pushed by a behind-the-scenes man, like a large woven net shrouded several people in it. Chapter 19, Station D. Now that the girls are thinking about composing lyrics and music, Zingai can't be idle, so Zingai turned on his phone and created a social account and joined a group related to virtual singers. The group's name is the Virtual Singer Gentleman Group. Although it looks serious, the name always has an unspeakable weirdness. Zingai typed a message, and then sent it out in the group. Which is the best platform related to virtual singer performance? As soon as Zingai's words came out, many news came up immediately. Rookie. Rookie. The newcomer asks for a hot photo. Newcomer women's wear. Newcomers must read picture. Running for the newcomer picture. Funny, 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 funny. After a while, Zingai's news was pushed up and disappeared. Seeing the crazy pop-up news and the lack of serious words, it was like a chaotic dance of demons, and Zingai had a strong sense of sight of this scene, as if I had seen this scene somewhere before. After a long time, the crazy pop-up message finally slowed down, when a group member named Yi sent a message. If it's a platform related to virtual singers, then the best choice is Station D. Seeing that there was finally a useful message, Zingai sent a thank you, and searched for Station D on the internet. The full name of Station D is Daily Fantasy. According to the information on the internet, Station D is a video software that started with a two-dimensional culture. After years of development, it now has a large number of users, which also attracts a large number of virtual singers. The video of is posted on it, and the platform has not exposed any major shady, and the overall rating is good. Zingai took a closer look at Station D and decided that Hatsune's submissions should be placed on this platform. He also compared other platforms of the same type. After comprehensive consideration, Station D is the most suitable for Hatsune's current situation. Thinking of this, he immediately decided registered an account. The name is the future. In fact, he originally planned to use the name as Hatsune Miku, but considering that this name is easy to expose, and they don't have the power to oppose the creation. Taking this name can delay the time for creation to discover Hatsune. After all, the longer the time, the better. They are more advantageous. Okay, I found it out. We worked hard to write words on it, but you are lazy here. You are really a scumbag. Zingai looked back, and saw Ying Caiueza standing behind him, with a pretentious expression. Zingai ignored Sakura Cai Etsuko's ridicule, but looked at Hatsune, who came over and said, "How about it, have you discussed the lyrics?" "Okay." Hatsune nodded, and said, "We have discussed the general part of the lyrics, but it is a little bit behind the finishing touches, and the recording of the performance has been negotiated to be contracted by Ueza Jiang. Well, in terms of her capital, it is indeed the best choice to leave this to her." Zingai said. "Humph." Sakura Cai Etsuko stuck in her waist and said, "You know, of course it is best to leave it to me, so you who are poor and useless should leave as soon as possible. We don't need you anymore." Zingai directly ignored Sakura Cai Etsuko and thought for a while, then dance rehearsal also takes time, is there not enough time? There is no need to worry about this at all. Hatsune confidently said, "Zingai-kun, you know, I was a world-class singer before. I also have a good set of improvisational dances, but it's not as good after rehearsals. Then there will be no problem." Zingai nodded, and then explained his thoughts to Hatsune. After listening to Hatsune, Hatsune said that he had no opinion. Hyaga Chika also agreed with this. Only Sakura Aya Etsuko showed considerable dissatisfaction with this, and seemed to not want Zingai to join their team, but her dissatisfaction was useless, and the persuasion of Hatsune and Hyaga Chika had to agree. After the plan was made, everyone started to get busy. Hyaga Chika was taken away by Sakura Aya Etsuko and took home. Originally, Hyaga Chika wanted to stay, but she couldn't bear the soft and hard foaming of Sakura Aya Etsuko, so she had to work with Sakura Aya Etsuko. Go home. On the other hand, Hatsune found an empty room and began to practice. Although it is possible to improvise, Hatsune has not practiced for a long time, so the level will definitely drop. In order to show the audience the best of himself, Hatsune must practice. Even if he does not return to his peak level, he has to perform similarly. A few days later, Sakura Aya Etsuko had already finished the lyrics and music. Just now Hyaga Chika called Zingai to take Hatsune to Sakura Aya Etsuko's manor. As for why she didn't come here in person, it's because Sakura Aya Etsuko has been staying up late to work over the past few days to compose music. Last night, she was busy until 3 o'clock to close her work. According to Hyaga Chika, she is sleeping, but she asked Hyaga before going to bed. Kyunhua called Zingai and Hatsune over today. In the same way, Hyaga Chika is very tired and needs to rest. Originally, Sakura Aya Etsuko didn't plan to let Zingai come over, but considering that Hatsune has no entity, and ordinary people can't see Hatsune, there may be no way to come by herself, so she had to let Zingai and Hatsune come together. After receiving the call, Zingai talked to Hatsune, who was practicing dancing, and asked Hatsune to hide in his cell phone so that he could take it. Hatsune agreed without any hesitation. By the way, Hatsune is also very hard to practice dancing these days, but Hatsune is an electronic life after all. It doesn't need to rest. Even if it stays up late, it doesn't matter. It's just a mental hardship, which is much better than Sakura Aya Etsuko. Zingai just walked to the door. Before he could open the door, there was a knock on the door. Zingai frowned. At this point, who would knock on the door? It was impossible for Hyaga Kyunhua. She had already said that she would not come. Even if she changed her mind, it would not be possible to arrive so soon. Other relatives are even more impossible. You must know that Zingai and Hyaga Kyunhua have no relatives, and I don't know who will knock on the door now. Zingai followed the cat's eyes to look out, and saw a few policemen standing outside the door, and there were some people in black with weird instruments behind him. Seeing this, Zingai suddenly rang the alarm bell in his heart. With a move, he received the mobile phone holding Hatsune into the space ring, then sorted out his expressions and opened the door. The police outside the door saw that the door was opened, and one of them immediately took out his ID and said with a serious face, "We are the police. We suspect that you are related to a terrorist attack. Please cooperate with the investigation." Zingai showed a suspicious expression on his face, and then pretended to be alarmed. "Comrade police, I have not participated in a terrorist attack." The police outside said, "We did not say that you participated in the terrorist attack. This is just a routine investigation. Please let us go in first." A hint of hesitation appeared on Zingai's face, and then nodded and said, "That's okay." After speaking, he gave way. Chapter 20, Survey. After entering the house, the policeman sat down on the side of the table, and then motioned to Zingai to sit down opposite him. Several other policemen and the men in black stood behind the sitting policeman. "It's called Hyaga Zingai." The policeman sitting opposite the Zingai said. "Yes." Zingai nodded and said. "You can call me Police Officer Sanda. Now we are going to conduct an investigation on you. I need to ask you some questions. Please answer them truthfully. Don't worry. This is just a collection of necessary information." The policeman who was sitting said. "Okay, I must answer truthfully," Zingai said. Hearing Zingai's answer, the police on the opposite side asked, "Mr. Hyaga, what were you doing on May 7th? I was visiting the comic exhibition that day. Xingai replied truthfully. He didn't have to lie in front of this kind of information that could be found casually. Lying on such things would only increase suspicion. Officer Sanda nodded and said, "Why did you go to the show on that day?" "Because there is a fairy rhyme performance in that comic show, animation lovers won't want to miss it." Xingai Dao. Officer Sanda asked a few more questions, and all the information they found was similar. In fact, these questions were meaningless, just to see Xingai's reaction, but Xingai's behavior was normal, at least Sanda did not see anything abnormal. After realizing that he could not ask any useful information, Sanda glanced at the group of people in black and said, "Mr. Hyaga, mind if we explore your house? Don't worry, we will use professional equipment and will not lose you property, nor will you arbitrarily probe your privacy." Although Sanda used a questioning tone, Xingai had no right to refuse at all. He hesitated and said, "Well, just don't destroy my personal belongings." Seeing Xingai's affirmative answer, Sanda gave the man in black behind him a look. After receiving Sanda's signal, the man in black immediately took action and scanned the room with those strange instruments. Xingai took a look at the man in black and then withdrew his eyes. Now Hatsune is in Xingai's space ring, let alone in this magicless low-level world. Even some people in the high-level or even top-level world cannot directly detect Xingai's space. There was something in the ring, so Xingai didn't worry about what they could find out. Seeing that there was no change in Xingai, Sanda asked again, "Then why did Mr. Hyaga stay at the entrance of Manzan for so many days?" "Because I am waiting for someone," Xingai said. "Waiting for whom?" Sanda said quickly. "My sister," Xingai said. "I had a conflict with my sister so that she ran away from home, because I thought she might go there, so I stayed there." Sanda frowned without a trace, and then asked, "Why did you suddenly run in the comics that day? Were you chasing someone or found something?" "I just saw someone who looked like my sister. I was anxious and I chased after him, but in the end I found that that person was not my sister." Xingai's tone was a little regretful, and there was also a little regret. It seemed to be true. "It's a pity that I didn't see my sister. Mr. Hyaga, you have to know that it is a felony to conceal or provide false information from the police." Sanda looked directly at the Star Sea, with a trace of oppression in his tone. "But, Officer Sanda, what I said is the truth." Xingai's tone was a little weaker, but there was no trace of panic or lack of confidence. Sanda stared at Xingai, seeming to want to see a flaw, but he was disappointed. Xingai showed the reaction that an ordinary person should have. There was no special place, and they didn't find anything when they checked Xingai's resume. The problem is what an ordinary person looks like. But according to their analysis, Xingai is the most suspected person, and now it is likely to be a coincidence. Sanda couldn't ask anything from Xingai, and could only wait for the results of others. After a long time, the men in black came over, and the headed men in black shook their heads at Sanda, saying that they had not found any suspicious objects. "If the singer is hiding here, they will be found out. It seems that they might indeed guess wrong, so the clue to the singer is broken again." Sanda frowned, so they would return without success. Although he was very unwilling, he could only give up now. Sanda stood up and said, "Mr. Hyaga, excuse me. Now we can be sure that you have nothing to do with the terrorist attack. We will leave first." After Sanda finished speaking, he greeted the other police officers to go out. Xingai looked at the police officers who left, his eyes gradually cold. "The one that should have come is here. Although I have concealed it this time. I am not sure whether the people who created the world will pay attention to themselves, so they can only act carefully in the future." Sanda got into the police car and said to a police officer next to him, "Order to go down, everyone is watching this guy named Hyaga." A police officer next to him asked in confusion, "Sheriff, haven't we eliminated his suspicion, why are we still staring at him?" Humph Sanda snorted coldly and said, although this kid behaved normally, he is still the most suspicious guy, and the suspicion that he was cheating just now cannot be ruled out. But... The officer wanted to say something, but seeing Sanda's unhappy expression, he swallowed what he wanted to say and passed on Sanda's order. Xingai waited for a while, then went out and called a taxi to rush to Ying Caiuez's house. The people staring at Xingai immediately followed. Xingai frowned as he looked at the car that had been following closely in the rear-view mirror, and he was still being stared at. This would definitely put them at a loss for their next actions, but fortunately, it is possible for Hatsune to hide in the phone and put the phone in the space ring, so that the creator of the world will never find Hatsune. The only thing I worry about right now is that Zhuangxi will take some coercive measures against Xingai when he finds no results for a long time. Although they are unlikely to threaten Xingai, they will completely break Xingai's next plan. If it fails, Hatsune will most likely disappear. Xingai didn't dare to speculate about the end of the mission's failure, and if he really reached that point, he could only take some special measures. Because the manor of Sakura Ayako's house is still some distance from the city, and the police investigation has been delayed for a while, it was already afternoon when Xingai arrived at Sakura Ayako's house. After Xingai pressed the doorbell, the butler led Xingai in. After entering the manor, he found that it was more magnificent than Xingai imagined. This made Xingai's evaluation of the Sakura Caiueza family's influence a little higher. When Xingai fell in class, she found Hyagakyunhua and Sakura Aya Etsuko sitting there eating snacks. When she saw Xingai came, Sakura Aya Etsuko immediately complained, "It's not good to ask you to do little things, you say what you have use." Xingai explained the situation to the two girls, then took out the phone with Hatsune. Chapter 21, Begin. Xingai told the three girls that he might have been targeted by creation, and the girls behaved differently. Hatsune and Hyagakyunhua both expressed their worry about Xingai, while Sakura Aya Etsuko seemed worried, but the corners of her mouth that kept turning upwards revealed her current mood. Sakura Cai Etsuko said directly, "I said you, since you have been discovered, then you can live in my house in the future. There can be no safer place than mine." Then Xingai-kun, "It is dangerous for him to face those people alone." Hatsune said worriedly. "It won't be a problem." Before Xingai spoke, Sakura Caiuezi rushed to say, "In fact, maybe she is safer if you are not with him in the future." "It seems to be so. I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble, Xingai-jun." Hatsune now remembered how much trouble Xingai would cause Xingai to take her in. Xingai waved his hand and said, "No, it's not a very troublesome thing. Xingai is telling the truth. After all, in this world, even if the creators play with flowers, it can only cause some harmlessness to Xingai. Little trouble. So I feel a little more at ease." Although Hatsune said so, his face was still full of self-blame. "Cut." Sakura Cai Etsuko curled her lips and said in her heart, "Just like you, it's a small trouble. You really got caught. You just wait to cry, but now it's better to find a way to drive him away. The group is here. If there is no evidence, it should not be possible to return to him to shoot, and even if he is caught, I still have a way to get him back. Yes, that's it." Thinking of this, Sakura Cai Etsuko hurriedly said, "Hey, you have been here for so long, you should be able to get out, and leave. Xingai-kun just left like this, isn't it safe, and things haven't been settled yet?" Hatsune retorted as soon as Sakura Caiuez's words fell. Yes, Hyagachika also nodded, "Although my brother may be really useless, he can't be driven away right now. One more person will be more power after all." Hearing Hyagachika's words, Xingai was a little speechless. "It's useless, I'm sorry, but now he's really not suitable to leave. After all, he's only been here for less than half an hour. If he leaves like this, it is easy to cause suspicion." Creation's attention shifted to Ying Cai's family, and then Hatsune's whereabouts might be exposed, After all, Ying Cai's family had many eyes. Seeing that Hyagachika and Hatsune were both refuting herself, Sakura Aya Etsuko pursed her mouth unhappily. Although she wanted Zingai to leave now, she still had to consider the feelings of Hyagachika and Hatsune, so she reluctantly said, "Well then, I will be very compassionate and let you stay here for a while. You must remember to be grateful to me." "Of course." Zingai smiled, but he felt like he was grateful for you, but what did the original body do to make her so disgusting? There is no reason for this level of disgust. There is still too little information. Hyagachika looked at the contemplative Zingai. She always felt that her brother was weird now, as if it was different from before, but she couldn't tell where it was different, but she just thought about it and didn't continue thinking about it. As long as the elder brother cheers up, it is normal for a person to change his personality after experiencing some major events. As long as the elder brother is not present, it is fine. Zingai didn't know that his current behavior finally caused Hyagakyunhua's suspicion, but fortunately, because Hyagakyunhua wanted Hyaga Zingai to cheer her up, she let herself hypnotize herself, otherwise Zingai might face other problems in the future. The video was recorded in Etsuko Sakura's music room, which is said to be a music room, but it is more accurate to describe it as a concert hall. The floor of the concert hall is marble with many golden patterns. There are many crystal straps hanging on the ceiling, and there are golden patterns everywhere, but these golden colors do not make people feel vulgar, but have an indescribable beauty. From the moment when they entered the door, Hatsune and Hyagakyunhua's eyes firmly attracted this concert hall. It was the first time they saw such a beautiful place in reality. "It's so beautiful," Hyagakyunhua muttered. Sakura Aya Etsuko heard Hyagakyunhua's words and immediately leaned over and said, "How about Kyunhua? It's beautiful. As long as you agree to my request, I will make you exactly the same and give it to you." Hyagakyunhua recovered, and said weakly, "Etsuko, we can't do it." "Why?" Sakura Cai Etsuko asked in a puzzled way. "You also like these things, and I will definitely not treat you badly. Why have you never agreed?" Hyagachika's face flushed red, and she muttered, but... Although Hyagachika and Sakura Aya Etsuko deliberately avoided Zingai and Hatsune, Zingai still heard them clearly. Zingai only feels that he is full of black lines. This kind of vulgar method, this Sakura Aya Etsuko. Wouldn't it be that Sakurai Etsuko likes his sister? Is this the reason Sakura Aya Etsuko has always hated him? Saying that they are both female, yes, and they are only 14 years old now, they are just too lowly, but it seems to be more excited. Zingai shook his head, threw out the weird thoughts in his head, calmed down again, and looked at Hatsune. I saw that Hatsune had already recovered, and was looking at the two Hyagachika curiously. Although she could not hear what Hyagachika and Sakura Aya Etsuko were talking about, she always felt that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. As if he had noticed Hatsune's gaze, Sakura Aya Etsuko coughed and said with a serious face, "This is the place where the scene was taken. For the final effect, you should rehearse first in the future." When it comes to this matter, Hatsune also becomes serious, and said, "It's okay, it's better to rehearse than not, but it can't be too long." Hatsune felt his own existence, and said, "Let's start recording in 2 days. After that, there will be nearly a month of buffering time. There shouldn't be any problems." "Good." Etsuko Sakura nodded and said, "I can use the piano to accompany you next to me, so the video effect recorded should be better." "Okay." Hatsune nodded happily, "Then please trouble Etsuko sauce." Seeing that Hatsune agreed, Sakura Aya Etsuko went out and ordered the maid outside to ask them to find someone to move the piano. Although there was a piano in the concert hall, Sakura Aya Etsuko felt that the place was not suitable for Hatsune, so she wanted to change the position of the piano. Hatsune also needs to get familiar with the songs written by Sakura Aya Etsuko, so he gets busy. In this way, only Zingai and Hyagakyunhua were left. Xingai looked at Hyaga Kyunhua and hesitated for a while and said, Kyunhua, come out with me. I have something to tell you. After speaking, Xingai walked out. Although Hyaga Chika was puzzled by Xingai's sudden behavior, he was his brother after all, and it was also to talk about the past. Thousands of flowers, Hyaga thought so, followed behind the star sea, and walked out together. Chapter 22, Chat. The concert hall exists independently. It is connected to the main building by an aisle. The aisle is topped and open on both sides. Many unknown flowers and ornamental plants are planted on both sides of the aisle. When Hyaga Thousand Flowers came out, Xingai was leaning against the aisle. On one of the pillars, Hyaga Chika walked over and asked suspiciously, Is there anything wrong with my brother calling me out? Okay. Xingai nodded and said, There is indeed something. Hyaga Kyunhua looked at it suspiciously. After waiting for a long time, she realized that Xingai didn't say a word. She hesitated for a while and was about to speak. How did you and Ying Caiueza meet? Xingai asked. In fact, Xingai had many questions, but he considered it for a while and thought it would be better to make a step-by-step approach, so he asked this question first. Me and Ueza sauce. Hyaga Chika thought for a while, and said, I remember that it was a music competition organized by a school. At that time, many school students gathered. Which one was the most eye-catching one at the time? After an accident, Ueza sauce has also become good friends. After speaking, she turned her head to ask, Why did my brother ask this? Are you worried about me? But don't worry, Ueza is actually very good. Don't think she is the eldest lady. In fact, she has some in school. Many very good friends, because she is very friendly to everyone. At this point, she thought of something, and said in an invisible voice. Of course, brother. Brother is an exception. Why should I be an exception? I don't seem to have offended her before. This is also a question Xingai has been wondering about. He thought it was because Sakura Aya Etsuko liked Hyaga Kyunhua, but now it seems that there may be other reasons. Hearing Xingai's question, Hyaga Kyunhua squeezed her two hands together and placed them on her lower abdomen. Her face turned red as she twisted her hands. It took a long time for Hyaga Chika to twist and say, Because my brother was a badass before, I often complained to Sakura Aya Etsuko, so she always thinks that your brother is a badass. Xingai's mouth twitched. It turns out that she has been hated by Sakura Etsuko for this reason, but it can't be blamed on Hyaga Kyunhua. After all, the original body is really useless. A little girl like Hyaga Kyunhua can overcome the pain of losing her parents. A person in her 20s is not as good as a 12-year-old girl. Hyaga Chika has been secretly aiming at Xingai, seemingly worried that Xingai is angry, but this is also normal. After all, it is embarrassing to be found out if you say bad things about others. If it is the person who asks, you can tell the person not to. It's embarrassing, everyone will worry about it. Xingai smiled, raised his hand and stroked it on the head of Hyaga Kyunhua. Hyaga Kyunhua had raised her hands when she saw Xingai, and thought Xingai was going to hit herself, so she closed her eyes with fright, and her small body shrank. But the expected pain did not come, but a gentle touch was waiting. She raised her head and looked at Xingai suspiciously. Brother, are you not angry? Why is my brother angry? Xingai asked back. But I said bad things about my brother, and even made my brother be hated by Sakura Etsuko. Hyaga Chika said. Brother, don't mind, Xingai smiled and said, Kyunhua is a child, isn't it normal for children to get angry? Hehe, my brother has changed back to what he used to be. I'm so happy. The old brother made me very scared. I was so afraid that I would shiver at the thought of my brother, but fortunately, my brother has changed back. Don't be afraid anymore. Hyaga Chika. While talking, he buried his head in Xingai's arms, and his arms held Zingai tightly, as if he didn't want to separate for a moment. Zingai was taken aback when he heard this, and then said, "You don't want to know how your brother changed back?" Hyagachika shook her head and said, "Those are meaningless. I only need to know that my elder brother is my elder brother. Isn't my elder brother right in front of my eyes? What else do I want to do?" Every word of Hyagachyanhua made Zingai feel a little bit more guilty. Hyagachyanhua didn't know that his brother was no longer there, and the brother in front of him had been replaced by someone else. Zingai didn't know if Zingai could return after he left, but based on Zingai's experience, it was impossible for that kind of thing to happen. At that time, what should this girl who loves her brother so deeply do, and what kind of torture would it be for this girl? Zingai didn't dare to think, and didn't want to think about it. All he could do now was to give this girl more care to make up for the mistakes he had made. Thinking of this, Zingai couldn't help but hug Hyagachyanhua, and Hyagachyanhua felt Zingai's embrace, so she was even more happy in her heart until... "What are you doing?" A high decibel sound sounded, pulling the two of Zingai back to reality. Sakura Cai Atsuko ran over to separate the two and put Hyagachyanhua behind her, and said in a stern tone, "What do you want to do? She is your sister, I will call the police like this." Pulled by Sakura Atsuko, Hyagachika immediately blushed, and said in a panic, "What is Atsuko-chan talking about? We are just ordinary brothers and sisters hugging." "Really?" Sakura Cai Atsuko glanced suspiciously at Hyagachika, and said, "If he forces you, you can just tell me, don't be afraid of him, he can do nothing with me." "Do I look like the kind of person who will shoot at my sister?" Zingai said helplessly. "Not always." Sakura Cai Atsuko looked at Zingai warily. "If you are not interested in your own sister, how could you train her into a personality centered on you? I don't believe normal brothers and sisters will have this kind of feeling. Tune or something." Hearing Sakura Atsuko's words, Hyagachyanhua's face suddenly turned red, and there seemed to be steam coming out of her head. A tic-tac-toe appeared on Zingai's forehead, always being treated prejudiced by Sakura Cai Atsuko, and the mud bodhisattva still had a 3-point anger. So he squinted his eyes and said with a kind expression, "Although I don't want to be true to you, there is always a limit to nonsense. Humph, I suspect that you were hit by me, I see you." Sakura Cai Atsuko hadn't finished speaking, but she felt that her back collar was picked up. Zingai carried Ying Cai Uezi in front of him, and said, "Bad boys will be punished." Seeing Zingai's almost zero-distance face, Sakura Cai Uezi felt an inexplicable sense of panic in her heart. She quickly said, "If you dare to do anything, you, Before Sakura Atsuko finished speaking, a spoiler came from her ass, feeling the hot pain on her ass, and mist appeared in Sakura Atsuko's eyes. "You actually, Another sharp pain came. "How do you feel, My father, You. I was wrong. I was wrong." Looking at the little girl crying with rain on his lap, Zingai felt that he had played a little too much. He coughed and said to Hyagachyanhua, who was already looking at him, "Kyanhua will leave it to you. I still have something to do, I'm leaving now." After speaking, Zingai gently placed Sakura Cai Atsuko on the bench beside her, and then slipped away. Hyagachika looked at Sakura Atsuko, who was crying on the bench, her face a little red. Is this training? Chapter 23, First Video. After Zingai left, Kyanhua Hyaga quickly called the maid and asked the maid to move Sakura Cai Atsuko back to the room. Sakura Cai Atsuko's room. Hyagachika helped Sakura Atsuko rub the medicine, and said, "Atsuko, don't be angry, brother is not intentional, so how about I let him apologize to you next time we meet?" "I'm all like this, Kyanhua, you are still facing him, I won't let that be so easy." Sakura Cai Ueza lay on the bed, holding a pillow in her arms, and said viciously, he dare to spank my ass. I have never suffered this kind of humiliation since I was a child. I must let him experience it. To my pain and humiliation. Seeing the puffed Sakura Aya Etsuko, Hayagachika sighed helplessly. Now Etsuko hates her brother even more. His brother is really true. How can you do this to a girl, but the brother hasn't. I have done this to me, and I don't know what kind of experience it will be. Kyunhua, what's wrong with you? Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at Hyaga Kyunhua with a weird smile, and asked carefully. At that moment she felt that Hyaga Kyunhua seemed to have turned on some strange switch. Asked by Sakura Aya Etsuko, Hayagachika immediately recovered, and continued to help Sakura Aya Etsuko with the medicine, and said, "It's nothing, just remembered some ordinary things." Is that right? Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at Hyaga Kyunhua suspiciously. She always felt that Hyaga Kyunhua had lied, but the pain from her immediately diverted her attention, and she began to curse Zingai viciously again. At this time, Zingai went straight back home after leaving Yingkei's manor. Those who watched Zingai followed Zingai all the time. It seemed that they had been guarding outside when Zingai was still Yingkei Yuez's house. They seemed to be staring. Zingai. But what's the use? Not to mention that Hatsune can't reach their hands at Sakurai-sei's now. Even if Hatsune is by Zingai's side, they can't find Hatsune, so everything they do is destined to be useless. In Zingai's view, if they can't get anything from Zingai for a long time, this group of people will probably withdraw. After all, they are looking for Hatsune everywhere now, and the manpower must be very nervous, so Zingai doesn't worry that they will keep staring at him. 3 days later, Kyunhua Hyaga sent a text message to Zingai. The letter said that they had already recorded a video with Hatsune, but they did not use Zingai's account. One is that it is insecure and easy to cause fire to the upper body, and the other is because of the strong request of Etsuko Sakura. The name of the new account is Hatsune Miku. According to Hayagachika, Sakura Aya Etsuko specifically got an account. The information in it was all false, and the upload address was manipulated to ensure that it could not be detected. Seeing this, Zingai couldn't help showing a smile, and couldn't tell that Sakura Cai Etsuko was so concerned about Hatsune's affairs. But this is good, their plan will definitely go smoother, and it will also reduce the risk of Hatsune's position being discovered, which is naturally a good thing. Zingai boarded Station D and searched for Hatsune Miku. An upmaster jumped out and Zingai clicked in. There was only one video in it. This was the video uploaded by Sakura Cai Uezi, so Zingai immediately opened the video and watched it. The video world is not long, only more than 3 minutes. The Hatsune Miku in the video is not only clearly visible, but there are also many special effects rendering around her. However, the shadow of Sakura Aya Etsuko was not seen in the video, and the environment is not the concert hall. It is very likely that it has been changed with holographic projection. After the video was played, Zingai felt pretty good, better than many of the same types of videos he had seen before. Both the fidelity of the holographic projection and the dance skills demonstrated by Hatsune were quite good. It is worth mentioning that the songs that Hatsune sang made Zingai amazed a little. Seeing Sakura Aya Etsuko's musical accomplishments were even higher than he thought. Zingai ordered a recommendation and collection, but because he watched it for the first time, and Hatsune is not very popular now, there are only a few dozens of broadcasts, but Zingai is not worried. With the level of this video, even if it can't be a big hit, there is definitely no problem with a small fire. At the same time, a disturbance about this video is brewing. In a university dormitory, a student caught this video by accident. Hatsune Miku, who is this singer? Is this background a holographic projection? It's so real, it's a high-end product, is the new singer so strong? When his roommate saw him yelling, he leaned in curiously. He was just going to take a casual look. Unexpectedly, he couldn't move his eyes away from this look. The two watched the video many times, until the phone issued a low battery warning. Every time they watched it, they felt amazing. Such a good thing must be brought together to see it, so the two immediately asked their friend to Amway. In a dimly lit room full of various handmade boxes, an otaku was watching the video boredly, and suddenly a video appeared in front of him. Are there any new singers? Now that there are more and more singers, the level of many singers has dropped a lot, and I can't watch them at all. I hope this level can be a little higher. Speaking of this otaku, he clicked in. Unexpectedly, he was attracted by the first act of the opening. After watching it again, he felt unsatisfied. He immediately intercepted a picture and sent it to his chat group. Everyone, this is my new wife. Ah, it's a big man. Who, the new singer. The video number is released, let Lao Na go to see it. Yes, my wife needs to share, funny. Love is a light.jpg. The popularity of this video is higher than Zingai thought. Of course, part of the reason for the popularity of this video is that there are too many shoddy videos. It will be amazing to see such exquisite videos at once. The other part is the beauty of Hatsune. Sakura Aya Etsuko's song is out. Zingai was woken up by the phone ringing early the next morning. Zingai answered the phone, and before Zingai had time to speak, an excited voice came out. It's fire, brother, it's fire. Zingai, who was still asleep, asked in a daze, what's the fire? Mirai-chan's video, oh, I can't tell after the phone call, you can check it out soon. Hearing that Zingai suddenly woke up, hung up the phone and turned on station D. When he clicked on the video of Hatsune, he was surprised by the number of views and favorites. Chapter 24, Beginning. How can it be so high? Zingai looked at the terrifying broadcast volume. It was only one night. It was much higher than Zingai expected, so that it felt unreal. Zingai thought about it for a while and then roughly understood what was going on. Up. Is it aesthetic fatigue? Although there are a lot of singer videos, most of them are based on MMD, even if they are produced with holographic projection, they are not realistic enough. But Sakura Aya Etsuko uses the best holographic projection device, which is incomparable in terms of realism, and the recording and post-production are made by professionals. In such a comparison, Hatsune's video naturally has the upper hand. Such popularity will definitely attract Chuangxi's attention. If Hatsune uses Zingai's account, I'm afraid Chuangxi will come to the door last night, but if it is Zingai's own recording that may not be discovered by the creation, but it is definitely not up to the current level of popularity. This is the so-called gains and losses. Zingai took a look at the barrage, and found all the barrage such as licking, this is my wife, typing with both hands to show innocence, but the comment area is much better, most of them are discussing which company or individual this new singer belongs to, how powerful the technology in this video is. Zingai took a look and turned off the phone. This result was even better than Zingai had imagined. Next, he should think about how to solve the subsequent troubles. Genesis headquarters. A group of people gathered around a round table with Hatsune's video on the projector next to it. Is this what you said can't be found? A male protagonist sitting in the first position roared, the singer is all idle enough to have time to make a video. You actually told me that you can't find anyone. After speaking, he stood up and turned around and patted the table again, check, find out the address of this video and the person behind it. Now the singer has come out in such a fair manner. If you still can't find it, just get out. Naturally, Zingai didn't know what happened at the Genesis headquarters, and even if he knew it, he wouldn't worry too much. After all, Sakura Cai Etsuko and the others were prepared to deal with this situation in advance, at least in the short term. What Zingai is more worried about is that the creator of the world will take action against himself when he jumps the wall in a hurry. Now he can't use many methods, and his physical fitness can only be regarded as relatively strong because of his unhealed injuries. It is far from being hard to resist bullets. To the point, after all, he used to be Fey, even the Malay Fey is Fey, and his physical fitness is not much better. But don't worry too much. Just look at the people who created the world and still need to investigate in the name of the police, and you can see that they still abide by the rules, but you can't take it too lightly. After all, it's another time to get caught. It's up. Xingai thought for a while, and felt that he did not need to be overly vigilant. Soldiers came to cover the water and earth. Excessive worry would only make him suspicious, which is not a good thing. Suddenly, Xingai thought that this video had so many views, it would definitely bring some power of existence to Hatsune, but I don't know how much. Thinking of this, Xingai immediately called Hyaga Kyunhua, and the opposite quickly answered. Brother, what's the matter with you? Kyunhua, please ask Hatsune how much her current power of existence has increased, so many people watched it, it should have increased a lot. Okay, brother, wait a minute. After Hyaga Chika finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps on the phone, and then the conversation between Hyaga Chika and Hatsune. Hey, is it Mr. Xingai? Xingai was stunned when he heard Hatsune's voice on the phone. Did Hatsune answer the phone directly? Soon he reacted, and that's okay, it's definitely better to talk to Hatsune directly than to send the message to others. I want to ask Hatsune how much your power of existence has increased. Xingai said. Not much. There was a disappointment on the other side, I checked this morning, and it only increased the power of existence for less than a week, obviously there are so many broadcasts. Hearing Xingai frowned here, why there are so few, even pan-believers shouldn't be so right. Xingai hung up the phone and opened Hatsune's video, and he roughly understood the reason. The video playback has indeed reached 1 million, but there are only a few 100,000 favorites and likes, not even half of them. This means that there is a high repeat playback volume. The actual number of people is not that many, and it is very likely. Most people watched it once, and after they liked the collection, they forgot the video, so that Hatsune didn't have much existence. After thinking about it, Xingai couldn't help but say in his heart, there is a long way to go. It is impossible for Hatsune to come up with new works anymore. After all, this high-quality work was made by a few people. Next time, you can use some popular songs and dances. After all, the original works are not so good. Out. But thinking about it this way, I seem to have been salting fish. Xingai muttered to himself. However, it is true that Xingai did not contribute much in this work. The lyrics and music were written by Sakura Aya Etsuko, and the location and shooting team were also invited by Sakura Aya Etsuko. It is said that Hyaga Chika also put forward a lot of opinions. Only Xingai has always been it didn't come in handy, and Xingai couldn't help feeling that it seemed that Hatsune's problems could be solved without him. This thought could not help making Xingai's mouth twitch, but he could only helplessly accept this reality. As time went by, the popularity of this video remained high. A week later, Hatsune contributed a video again. The material used in this video is popular songs, but the quality is still very high. This video also attracted a lot of Hatsune fans. According to Hatsune, her power of existence has been added for more than a month, and it is still increasing. The power of existence consumed every day has almost equalized the power of existence acquired every day, which also means that Hatsune does not need to be any more worried about the imminent disappearance, she can now focus on other places. It is worth mentioning that Xingai went to Sakurai's house a few days ago. This time I went to Xingai to buy some things that Sakurai Etsuko likes under the suggestion of Hyaga Chika. The purpose is to apologize to Sakurai Etsuko. Although Sakura Caiueza still didn't give Xingai a good face, she finally lost a bit of anger after seeing the gift Xingai brought her. However, Xingai clearly felt that Sakura Etsuko was more wary of herself, and was guarding him everywhere. Now she would not let Xingai come within 5 meters of her, and she would subconsciously whenever Xingai looked at Sakura Etsuko. She covered her ass, and seemed very afraid that Xingai would start again. This made Xingai speechless for a while. Does he seem to be the kind of person who likes spanking? But now they are all developing towards a good place. After such a long time, the creation that has not moved for a long time should also take action. Chapter 25, Performance Plan. Xingai opened the curtain and looked out. The man in black who had been visible the other day is no longer visible. Either they have given up on Xingai, or they are now hiding in the dark. If the former is okay, if the latter is in trouble. The creators hiding in the dark indicate that they might have guessed a little bit about the relationship between Hatsune and Xingai, and now they want to look like Xingai has been excluded so that Xingai can show his feet. It's really troublesome. It would be great if Raffi was brought in. Xingai is bound in this world, but it's different if it's Law Fight. Law Fight belongs to the technology side. Most of her abilities in this world can be used. If Law Fight is there, Xingai doesn't have to worry about the threat from the creation group. They directly go to the door and kill them. They are slowly adding Hatsune. The power of existence, how can it be as fearsome as it is now? However, Xingai is just thinking about it. The role of Law Fight in the port area is irreplaceable. As long as there is Law Fight in the port area, there is no danger. The role of Law Fight in the port area now is far beyond Xingai's. Xingai went out and called a car and dared to go to Ying Caiuez's house. He thought he was a dispensable person, but he didn't expect Hyagok Yunhua to call just now and say that there is one thing he needs his help. When Xingai asked what was the matter, Hyagok Yunhua hesitated again, saying that he would know when he arrived. Although Xingai was very confused about Hyagok Yunhua's attitude, after all, there is a place where he is needed, so Xingai still left. Past. This is what you said is very important and needs me. Xingai said with a black thread looking at the pile of unknown black clothes next to him. It's an honor for you to be able to give you a position, you dare to pick and choose. Xingai looked at the arrogant Sakura Cai Etsuko, and said, isn't this your idea again? Seeing Xingai's gaze, Sakura Etsuko subconsciously took a step back, then came back to her senses, and said in embarrassment, isn't it the best thing for you to play the villain's demon? Pervert, isn't it just right for you to play this role? After hearing that Xingai's face turned black, this girl still hates herself, but Xingai doesn't want to argue with her anymore. He turned around and said to Hyagok Yunhua, Yunhua, do you have a design script? Show me. Hyagachika now doesn't want to persuade Sakura Etsuko, because no matter how she persuades Sakura Etsuko, she has never had any good feelings for Xingai, and she has given up on this matter now. Soon Hyagok Yunhua took the script over, and Xingai turned it over when he took it. Xingai was called over because Hyagok Yunhua felt that only dancing and singing videos might not be good and could not attract other hobby audiences, so the three girls decided to come to an impromptu performance after a discussion, and even the script was written. At this time, Hatsune suddenly remembered that they seemed to have forgotten Xingai. At first, it was clear that everyone worked hard together, but now they seemed to have excluded Xingai. This made Hatsune feel a little sorry, so he decided to add a role to Xingai in the script, but after thinking about it, he didn't decide what kind of role Xingai should be. Sakura Etsuko has always advocated leaving the role of the villain to Xingai, but Hyagok Yunhua didn't want Xingai to play the villain. Even Hatsune felt that this was not good. After thinking for a long time, several people decided to call Xingai first, and then discuss it face to face. This is why Xingai was hurriedly called. Xingai glanced at the script. There is nothing special about the script, that is, the story of the most common princesses fighting against the devil, and they don't need their acting skills to be good. As long as there are cute girls, most of these videos will be watched. But have you ever thought about creating the world? Hey, haven't we been all right? This time there won't be any danger, right? Hyagok Yunhua said in confusion. You guys. Xingai shook his head and said, Don't underestimate other people's abilities. You didn't have anything to do before. That's because no one else showed up in Hatsune's video. If someone was created seeing your faces, didn't that tell the creation of Hatsune where he was hiding? Hearing Xingai's analysis, the three women immediately understood the seriousness of the matter, and the three women couldn't help showing a disappointed expression. Then our plan is not going to waste, Hyaga Kyunhua said dejectedly. Obviously we have been expecting this performance for a long time. Xingai looked at Hatsune and Sakura Aya Etsuko, and found that they were both a little unhappy. Before watching them, they had high expectations for this performance. Now they can't continue, so naturally they are very sad. Of course, if you have to perform, it's not impossible. Xingai suddenly said, looking at the expressions of the three women's loss. Any solution? The three women asked quickly. Xingai smiled slightly and said, the reason why the creation of the world may find us is because we have discovered our appearance. Naturally, it is easy for others to know who we are, but if we don't miss our face. Xingai-kun means that we have masks, Hatsune said. Yes, Xingai nodded. I remember that the characters of Kyunhua and Sakurase are angels. Xingai looked at Hyaga Kyunhua and Sakurase Etsuko. Yeah, Hyaga Chika nodded. I suggest that you should change the angels to elves. Xingai said. Elves? Yes, because the elves wearing masks don't make people feel obtrusive. After all, there are such settings in many fairy tales, and the costumes of elves can be a little more complicated than angels. This can also conceal your body. Avoid people who created the world from seeing flaws in their bodies. Of course, I'm just a suggestion. There may be flaws. After listening to Xingai's words, the women began to consider the possibility of Xingai's proposal. Before they felt hopeless, they had to give up, but now there is a glimmer of hope that they are certainly not willing to give up. I think we can use holographic projection to do some coordination. Not only is it more real, but also the masking effect is better. Hatsune took the lead. It works, and I think the setting of fairy is a little better, Sakura Caiueza said. Fairy is more dusty, and with the combination of veil and holographic projection, it is impossible for anyone to recognize me and Kyunhua. In this case, how about the villain and other people wearing doll outfits, so that it feels more like a fairy tale? Hyaga Chika also echoed. The three women kept putting forward their opinions, and Xingai watched quietly from the side. In fact, the amount of existence this performance can bring to Hatsune is really hard to say, but since all the women are Xingai, let them go. After all, they are still children, so they should not be put under too much pressure. Xingai took a look at their scripts and plans after that, and did not find any flaws. Of course, Xingai's scenes are naturally gone for safety reasons, but it's not a big deal. In fact, it's not good for children to play Xingai. Joining, it would be better to say that this made him right. Sakura Cai Etsuko worked very fast, had all the props ready in 3 days, and waited for rehearsals now. Chapter 26, Undercurrent. Trash, a bunch of trash. A man smashed the documents in front of him frantically, while the others on the conference table were trembling and dare not say a word. After coming over for a while, the man seemed to lose his anger a little. He sat down and looked at the others and said, "At first, you vowed to tell me that you could find the singer's position in 3 days, but now it's almost a month since you uploaded the video. I can't find the address. What do I want you to do?" There was silence for a while, and a man with glasses bit the bullet and said, "Section Chief, we have no alternative. The addresses we found are all overseas. This kind of address is a fake address at first sight, and we also follow the address." "Yes, but they are all fake addresses. This shows that there must be a network expert behind the singer, and of course there is another possibility." The man in glasses did not elaborate, but everyone sitting in the seat knew what he meant. Hearing the man frowning here, he hoped that someone was helping the singer, because such things were still manageable. If the singer was fully aware of her abilities and opposed them, it would be a disaster by then. Chief, we found a piece of information that may be related to the singer. At this time, there was another humanity. If Xingai were here, he would definitely recognize the man who spoke, because this man was the Santian police officer who had gone to Xingai's house to investigate. The man sitting in the high seat glanced at Sanda and said, "Say." "Yes." Sanda handed a piece of information to the man, and then said, "According to the observations of the subordinates I sent, this man named Hyaga Hashikai is highly likely to be related to the singer, even if he is not directly informed, he must know part of the inside story." "Oh," the man said flatly, "but didn't you exclude him then? Why are you mentioning him now?" Mida said, "It's true that he behaved normally at the time and there was no problem, but according to the information obtained by my subordinates, this was an abnormal place. According to the information I have obtained, Hyaga Xingai should be a severely autistic patient. He relied on his sister in his daily life, but his autism suddenly healed, and the time was when he went to manga. A few days before the exhibition. Of course, there is no problem here, because the sudden awakening cannot be ruled out, but his performance after the singer's incident is not normal. First he squatted at the door, and then ran in the show. All this is not like a severely autistic patient just looks like. Furthermore, we learned that he was in close contact with Ying Cai's family. This is another anomaly. There are many other things. I wrote them in the data file. You can read them one by one." After listening to Sanda's speech, the man didn't take up the file to look at it. Instead, he looked at Sanda and said, "Sita, you have said so much, but everything is just your guess. What I want is evidence, evidence." Speaking of this, the man roared again. "If there is no evidence, what do you expect me to do and arrest people directly? Do you know that, because we have not produced results until now, we are very dissatisfied with us now? I don't deny that there is a reason for what you said, but what if he is really just an ordinary person? Have you ever thought about this problem? Have you ever thought about it?" The man's roar made Sanda's cold sweat. He lowered his head and did not dare to breathe. He could only silently admit his mistake. After the man lost his temper, he glanced at Sanda, and then said, "Hyaga, you still keep staring at him. It is urgent to find the singer now. We can't let go of all possible clues, but you have to show evidence next time. It's not an unreasonable guess, if you can't handle it well, you know the consequences." After speaking, the man left directly. He was afraid that he would be mad at this group of waste by staying here. Knowing that the man had left the conference table for a long time, the atmosphere eased, and everyone sitting there was planning to finish in an instant, and it seemed that they didn't want to stay here any longer. Sanda walked out of the conference building. Several police officers were already waiting for him outside. Seeing him coming out, a police officer on the side immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sergeant, do we still need to stare at that person?" Sanda got into the police car, exhaled a long breath, and said, "Increase the monitoring, and don't let anything about that person fall behind. That person is very likely the key to this incident." The police around him had stared at Xingai for a period of time, and Xingai seemed to them to be ordinary people, and ordinary people couldn't be more ordinary. But since it was a higher level order, even though they didn't know what was wrong with Xingai, they only needed to execute it. Soon, the order to increase surveillance of Xingai was promulgated. And the next information could only be waiting for the surveillance person's information. Ying Cai's manner. After rehearsing these few days, the performance of the three women has roughly looked like, and now they are ready to succeed once. It shows that Hatsune is on the stage. Hatsune's background is a royal princess. She is wearing a luxurious court outfit. Her family member was killed because of a conspiracy, so she determined to avenge her family. She first reached the sacred mountain. Of course, from Xingai's point of view, this was a slanting ladder beside a high platform. Then Hatsune met a fairy played by Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hyaga Chika on the mountain. The fairy costumes on the two girls are very cumbersome Chinese-style dresses. Sakura Cai Etsuko got angry several times to wear this dress. After receiving the guidance and help of the fairies, Hatsune came across the murderer of her parents at Kamiyama. At the very moment, the two fairies saved Hatsune and decided to go on the road with Hatsune. Zingai watched the performance of the three girls not far away. Although the script was terrible and the acting skills of the three were very poor, Zingai could see that whether it was Etsuko Sakura or Chika Hyaga, even Hatsune was very good. Happy, it may be a novel experience for them. And this is the performance they worked hard to write the script and rehearsed hard. No matter what the result is, it will be a very precious experience for them. Because this is a testimony of friendship. When we came to Zingai's house, Sanda invited the owner of a roadside stall. How about that person is normal these days? The boss glanced at the neighborhood and whispered, Sheriff, the frequency of that person's visit to Sakura Choi Manor is very high these days, and he often does not return home at night. Sanda nodded, then looked at the police officer beside him. The police officer next to Sanda immediately understood, according to the information from the Sakura Choi Manor, various things have been sent to the Sakura Choi Manor these days, and the news about those things is performance items. Performance items. Middle looked at Zingai's house, maybe the singer's next video could have any clues. Chapter 27, Crisis. Because it was the first time for the three girls to perform this kind of performance, there were many accidents during filming, but the filming was done if I stumbled. Zingai has read the first draft, how should I say it, it feels horrible. A few days later, the performance video of the three girls was sent out. Zingai took a look. The post-processed video was completely different from the video they took at that time. It really felt like a fairy tale, and it came out Hatsune and Sakura. The faces of Cai Etsuko and Hyaga Kyunhua have been blurred, giving people an immortal image of a fairy, which still looks a little bit flavorful. However, what surprised Zingai was that the amount of playback of this video was actually good. It was better than Zingai imagined. However, Zingai couldn't help being a little funny looking at a bunch of questions that the two little fairies in the video were the barrage I was always afraid of. Sakura Cai Etsuko should be about to explode when she saw this barrage. After such a long time together, Zingai also roughly understands what kind of person Sakura Aya Etsuko is. Sakura Aya Etsuko has a typical problem with the eldest lady, but she is unexpectedly good to the people around her, and she is a girl who is not very bad in nature, and she is a little arrogant. The only thing that is not so good is that she likes Hyaga Senka. Thinking of this, Zingai couldn't help holding his forehead. Fortunately, Hyaga Kyunhua didn't see Sakura Aya Etsuko's true feelings for her, otherwise, with Hyaga Kyunhua's personality, she might not know how to treat Sakura Aya Etsuko. In the conference room of the police station, Sanda watched Hatsune's new video, frowning, and a group of police officers around were sweating profusely. Using the video to compare some other pictures, I hope to see any flaws in it. Not long after, a police officer shouted, Sheriff, the comparison result is out. Sanda did not return, saying, Say. The police officer who spoke just now said immediately, according to the comparison results, the figures of the two fairies in the video are highly similar to Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hyaga Chika, but there are many differences, and most of the types of props are obtained by us. Things on the list. So, Sakura Cai's family may indeed be related to the singer. Sanda turned around and looked at the police officer who was talking. The officer was panicked and said, Bit the bullet, from the results of our analysis, Sakura Cai's family is indeed. Before the police officer had finished speaking, Sanda raised his hand to stop him, and Sanda glanced at him again and said, Let's go to Ying Cai's house. But that's Ying Cai's house, a police officer said cautiously. Sanda calmly said, I won't do anything to their home, it's just an inspection, and there won't be too many problems. But the officer wanted to say something, but Sanda glared at him, and the officer immediately swallowed what he wanted to say. As soon as the target was determined, the police officers acted immediately, and the target was directed at Ying Cai Manor. Xingai was originally at home and he was recovering his injuries. His body was injured, but he couldn't use magic in this world. Xingai had to arouse the qi in his body to slowly recover his injuries. Of course, there is no way to recover the lost magic. First, Xingai can't do it now. To restore magic power, the second is that there is no magic power in this world. It seems that if you want a better recovery, you still have to go to a time with a demon. Low demon is not enough, at least it must be a demon. Xingai said to himself. Brother, there is a call, brother, there is a call. Hearing this ringtone, Xingai couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This ringtone was set by Hyagokyunhua, and Xingai was not allowed to change it, saying that Xingai wanted to make up for her loss. Anyway, it was just a ringtone, and Xingai left her alone. Xingai took the phone and found that the person calling was Kyunhua Hyaga, and he answered the phone. It's not good, brother, outside. Hatsune, someone, what should I do? Hyaga Chika's voice on the phone was panicked, somewhat incoherent. Hearing Hyaga Kyunhua's tone of panic, Xingai frowned and said, Kyunhua, don't worry, speak slowly, what happened? Hoo. There was a sound of inhalation and exhalation on the phone, and then Hyaga Kyunhua said, brother, there are police officers outside the manor now, saying that they are going to come in to check on some criminals, but the future said that the police headed by them is a member of Chuangshi. What should I do? As soon as Hyaga Chika's words fell, Xingai heard Sakura Cai Etsuko's voice on the phone. Kyunhua, don't worry, that group of people will never find where the future is. I have taken the future to hide in the secret room. They will never find it in that place. Is that so? Hyaga Kyunhua's tone eased a little, she still believed in Sakura Cai Etsuko. Then you do this first, I see if I can get past. Xingai said. After speaking, Xingai put down the phone and went to the window to look out. Sure enough, Xingai saw several wandering people outside, and even those who had been here always looked at Hyaga's house from time to time. This is troublesome. If I go out, I will definitely be targeted. If I go to Ying Cai's house, wouldn't I be arrested? But if he doesn't go there, what if Hatsune has problems? He doesn't believe Sakura Etsuko's arrangement, but there is no guarantee that there is no targeted device for the creation. This kind of information is very dangerous under the situation of unequal information. Xingai thought for a while, changed into light clothes, put on a necklace that could cause visual impairment, and walked out through the back door. The reason for not choosing the front entrance is because the front entrance of Hyaga's house is on the side of the road, while the back entrance is in an alley. This way, there will be fewer people watching the back entrance and the chance of being discovered will be lower. After leaving the house, Xingai walked a little further, then called a car, and observed it, but someone still followed. Xingai looked cold, and said to the taxi driver, Master, is there any bigger KTV around here? Just go there. It is good. The driver responded, and then started the car, and a car followed behind the car. In Yingke Manor, Sanda looked at the housekeeper in front of him and said faintly, Housekeeper Li, we are just a routine investigation. There is no need to block us out. Steward Li squinted his eyes and said, Of course we dare not stop you, but my lady is indeed okay. Please help me please. Before Sanda spoke, a policeman on the side threatened, I think you have a ghost in your heart, otherwise you can't even say what you are doing. Steward Li opened his eyes and said without annoyance, Do you still need to report to you about my lady's private affairs? What are you doing? Our Yingke family is not vegetarian. The police officer was watched by Butler Li, sweating all over, as if being stared at by some beast. Seeing this, Sanda couldn't help but frown. If this continues, even if the singer really ran here, and the things they found can't be used, because they can't explain the source. Not a small family. At the moment when the sword was raging, Sakura Cai Etsuko's voice suddenly came out from the speakers on the side. Well, housekeeper Lee, let them in. Chapter 28, Procrastination. Everyone, please. Butler Lee stepped aside and guided several police officers to the manor. Sanda looked at the back of Butler Lee, with a cold light in his eyes, and then walked over, following the police officer beside Sanda. The other police officers look at me, and I look at you. They don't know what to do, so they can only wait outside. Steward Lee led Sanda and others to the main villa, where Sakura Cai Etsuko was already sitting there. Because Sakura Aya's family is a big family, Sakura Aya Etsuko's grandfathers do not live here. Only Sakura Aya Etsuko and her parents live here. Now Sakura Aya's parents are not at home, so the main thing is changed. Became Sakura Aya Etsuko. Excuse me, the police officers, what are you going to visit the humble house? Sakura Cai Etsuko didn't even look at Sanda and others, and said lightly. Although Sanda was annoyed by Sakura Aya's attitude, he still patiently said, I suspect that there is a dangerous item hidden in your manor, so we want to check it out. Oh, Sakura Cai Etsuko put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Mida and said, you mean our Sakura Cai family stole your things? You should be very clear about the crime of slandering. Sanda's complexion changed, and he didn't expect this little girl to be so difficult to deal with. She couldn't go on like this, she couldn't be led by his nose. Immediately Mida smiled and said, Ms. Sakura Etsuko is joking. It is not that you stole something, but that this thing may have come in by yourself. We just need to check it. If not, we will leave directly. Ying Caiueza frowned, and the Sanda police officer was more calm than he thought. She was planning to directly provoke Sanda, and Sanda would probably say something irrational in her anger, so that she would have reason to refuse the inspection, but Sanda was not fooled. However, Sakura Aya Etsuko was not too disappointed. Fortunately, she had prepared for the worst. She hid Hatsune in advance. It was an area that outsiders could never touch, so Sakura Aya Etsuko was absolutely confident. This group of people could not find Hatsune Miku. Okay, but how do you check it? Let's say okay. We are not ordinary families that you search every day. Inferior people like you destroy anything here and sell you all. Sorry, you have to be careful. You. Sanda raised his hand to stop the police officer who was about to speak, resisting his anger, gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, Miss Sakura Aya Etsuko, we have professional tools that will not damage any of your items. Seeing Sanda's performance, Sakura Aya Etsuko sighed, still unable to make Sanda make a mistake. So there is no reason to prevent Sanda and others from checking. As for why they are not forcibly blocked, they are also state organs. It is not wise to force them. Even if their family business is very large, they are not strong enough to confront a country. Thinking of this, Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at the steward Lee on the side and said, Steward, you take police officer Sanda and the others to check it out. Please make sure to ask Officer Sanda and them to be more careful so as not to leave any words behind. Yes. Steward Lee respectfully saluted, and then said to Sanda, Officer Sanda, please come with me. Hearing that Sanda left immediately, the police officers also followed, and no one made any stops. After a while, Sakura Aya Etsuko relaxed and said to herself, Why is it useless? Isn't it enough? Ah, this is so hard to learn. Hyagachika came from behind and said excitedly, Wow, Etsuko, you are amazing. Sakura Cai Etsuko looked at Hyagakyunhua in confusion, and said, Where am I? That's it. Just now, Uezi, your temperament is different, just like a real eldest lady, and you made the group's face like pig liver in a few words, which is impossible for me to do. Yet. Hey. Sakurai Etsuko didn't think there was anything, but Hyagachika complimented her. Sakurai Etsuko immediately felt that she was great, and she confidently said, "Of course, for this, I have been learning for a long time, although my father has been he said I did not learn well, but now it seems that he is just trying to keep me from being proud." Outside, Sanda and others. Sanda faced the police officer on the side and said calmly, "Do you know why I stopped you just now?" The police officer next to Sanda shook his head and said, "I don't know, that guy is obviously a little girl, why should we be afraid of her?" Sanda said, "If you did something just now, you would be fooled by her." The police officer was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he thought about what happened just now before he understood what had happened. She is deliberately angering us. Yes, she wanted to drive us away, but that just shows that there is a ghost in her heart. But I don't seem to worry about her appearance at all, so I must have done it a long time ago. Relax, I am not completely unprepared. Sanda looked at the back of Butler Lee not far away. As long as the singer was still in this manner, she would definitely be able to find her with that instrument. Butler Lee took Sanda and the others to a place where the car was parked, and said with a smile, "Where is the police officer Sanda going to start the investigation? You must know that this manor may be a bit big. It is impossible to complete the investigation of the entire manor without a little time." "No need," Sanda said faintly, "for that, we have professional tools to find it. Butler Lee now only needs to take us to the entrance of the manor and let us bring that thing in. Of course, you can rest assured that the instrument does nothing to people." "Danger. This." Butler Lee hesitated for a while and said, "Yes." He was not afraid of what the other side would do. First, because of the confidence of the Ying Cai family, and second, they were still dressed as police officers, and they didn't dare to play any tricks openly. Taking a step back, that is, Sanda and others really want to do something, but Steward Lee is confident that their plan will die immediately. After agreeing to Sanda's request, Butler Lee took Sanda and others to the entrance of the manor. After getting off the car, Sanda said, "Move that thing out." "Yes." The police officers acted immediately, opened the trunk of the police car, took out each item and started to assemble it. After a while, an instrument was assembled by them. This is an instrument with a height of more than 1 meter. There are various coils and circuit boards on it. The place of operation is an LCD screen and several buttons. Sanda took a tablet-like computer from the police officer and started to operate it. Butler Lee frowned and looked at the actions of Sanda and others. He actually knew that Hatsune existed. Although he was surprised by Hatsune's form, since his own lady liked it and it was not harmful, he let her go. But now, it seems that Sanda and his team have prepared well, that the little girl named Hatsune may be dangerous. Chapter 29, Instrument. Butler Lee watched Sanda and the others operating the instrument, but he didn't make any movements. After all, Hatsune is only an outsider. It is obviously irrational to fight with the police for an outsider. As long as these people do not do anything that would harm Sakurai Etsuko, he will not have any reaction. Until Sanda and the others assembled the instrument, there was no movement. Sanda also secretly relieved. He was really afraid that Steward Lee would come and stop them. After all, as long as the steward made an excuse for their unknown instrument, they would just can't use this instrument. Without this instrument, Sanda and others could not find the singer in such a large manner. By then, they would have to go home. But Steward Lee hasn't done anything, which roughly proves that Steward Lee will not intervene in this matter. Reassured, Sanda wrote, "Start the search device." Yes. Following an order, a group of police officers took action, only to see small lights flashing one after another on the instrument, and it seemed that the flow of electricity and light could still be seen. Middle looked at the tablet in his hand and saw 2 light spots appearing on it. The green one is him, and the red one is naturally the singer. Sanda walked to the side of Steward Lee, showed the 2 light spots on the tablet in his hand to Steward Lee, and said, "Steward Lee, we have found what we are looking for now. Steward Lee, you can take us there." Steward Lee smiled and said, "Okay, no problem, do you need me to lead the way?" Sanda looked at the smiling Steward Lee and wanted to see a trace of panic on his face, but Steward Lee was indeed an old dough stick for many years. Sanda didn't see any changes on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Sanda no longer struggles with Steward Lee. Now that the place where the singer is hiding has been exposed, they must act quickly, knowing that the instrument will not last long. The instrument brought by Mida and others is specially designed to search for Hatsune, but this instrument is a semi-finished product. Not only is it easy to crash, the effective duration is short, and the range is small and cannot be moved. Otherwise, the creator of the world is early. I caught Hatsune. Butler Lee was leading the way, and Sanda and others followed. At this time, all the police officers except Sanda were holding a strange instrument. If Xingai were here, it would be obvious that this was the group of people used in the show. Trapped Hatsune's instrument. As we walked, Sanda suddenly shouted, "Housekeeper Lee, where are you going to take us? It seems that the place we are going is not in this direction." Butler Lee looked at Sanda with a smile on his face and said, "Operator Sanda, you have wronged me. You have to know that this is a manor and not a wild country. Some places have to be deterred, not if you want to go. Go." Sanda looked at Butler Lee and said indifferently, "I hope this is the case. Please also ask Butler Lee to hurry up. You can find something earlier so that we can leave earlier, right?" "Yes, Officer." Sanda made sense. After talking about Steward Lee, he walked forward, still walking forward. Although Sanda had a lot of doubts in his heart, it was someone else's sight after all. He couldn't say anything. This kind of thorough conspiracy made Sanda feel very uncomfortable. But he still has to follow Steward Lee. First, they don't know the way, and also to prevent Steward Lee from telling the news. Although Steward Lee didn't do anything when they were assembling the instrument, it is difficult to guarantee that Steward Lee would not protect the singer. After all, the singer being here is the best proof. "Uncle Lee, what are they doing?" Butler Lee was leading Sanda and the others, but Sakura Cai Etsuko's voice suddenly came from nearby. Looking towards the source of the sound, Sakura Etsuko was standing not far away with Hyaga Kyunhua. Mida's eyes flashed, and the girl next to Sakura Etsuko should be Hyaga Xingai's sister, Hyaga Chika, and she should also be another fairy in the video. Butler Lee looked at Sakura Cai Uezi and said with a smile, "It's nothing, it's just that Officer Santian has a way to find what they are looking for. Now that I have found the location of that thing, I'm about to take them there." Hearing that Sakura Etsuko had no expression here, but Hyaga Kyunhua on the side changed her face. She subconsciously wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that there were other people here, so she forcibly pretended to be calm, but her face there is worry, but I can't hide it. Sanda, who was observing all this secretly, became excited. When he saw Hyaga Chika's face changed, he could be 100% sure that the singer was here. After all, this instrument was not without problems. But soon his face sank again, because he saw Sakura Etsuko and Hyaga Chika go in another direction, and that direction was just the opposite of the direction they were walking now. "Housekeeper Lee, may I ask where Miss Sakura Cai Etsuko is going and why she left in such a hurry?" Steward Lee smiled and said, "As a servant, you can't speculate about the master's actions at will. Besides, is it not normal for girls to be fickle?" Mida blushed when he heard the words of Butler Lee. The string of words made by Butler Lee just now included him in the category of subordinates, which made him much lower. But after all, it was in someone else's place. In order to avoid trouble, Sanda almost gritted his teeth and said, "Please also ask Butler Lee to hurry up. Our police station is also very busy. We can't stay here forever." Steward Lee didn't speak, but just walked away on his own. This is the limit he can help. Whether Hatsune can escape this disaster can only depend on good luck. And the other side. Zingai was taken by the taxi driver to a place called Heaven KTV. After Zingai paid the next time, he walked straight into the KTV and discussed with the people behind Zingai. One person followed Zingai in, and several others guarded outside. This KTV is worthy of being the largest KTV in the neighborhood. Customers inside come and go. Using the effect of the necklace, Zingai followed a few young people into a box. The people behind Zingai had no choice but to open a box, but what he didn't notice was that Zingai came out of the box and mixed in with another group of people at the moment he turned to fill in the information. Because Zingai was mixed among a group of people, Zingai's sense of existence was greatly reduced. Coupled with the effect of the necklace, Zingai left this place smoothly. Zingai immediately stopped a taxi after leaving, and the target was directed at Yingke Manor. Cherry Blossom Manor. After Sanda and the others walked away, Hyagokyunhua immediately panicked and said, "Etsuko, what should I do now? The bad guys can find out where they are in the future. Isn't it useless to hide in the future? There should be no problem." Sakura Cai Etsuko comforted herself, no one but his father can enter that place. Even if they discover the future, they cannot do anything to the future. Is that right? Hyagachika looked worriedly at Hatsune's hiding place. I hope so. Chapter 30, Zingai arrived. Well, the place you are looking for should be here. Steward Lee stopped. I saw a very retro building in front of me, and the decoration was very prosperous. Seeing the red dot and green dot on the tablet are infinitely close, Sanda finally sighed. Fortunately, the position of the singer has not changed. Otherwise, the singer will be in trouble if he runs. It is impossible for them to catch the singer in this place. And they may not be able to catch the escaping singer. But didn't the two girls tell the singer that we are coming? Or it is said that the singer is hiding here secretly. Sanda shook his head, thinking so much what to do. Anyway, now that he has found the position of the singer, she will never let her run away this time. Thinking of Sanda, he wanted to take people in, but was stopped by Butler Lee. Sanda frowned and said, "Housekeeper Lee, are you obstructing official business?" Steward Lee smiled and said, "How dare I hinder official duties? Then why are you stopping me?" Sanda said. Steward Lee pointed to the building in front, and said, "Because this place is the owner's collection room, everything in it is very precious. No one can enter without the owner's permission." Sanda's expression became ugly. He thought that Steward Lee was deliberately blocking him. They are all here. If the time is prolonged, the singer may find an abnormality and let the singer escape. This is something he cannot accept. After all, this is likely to be his only chance. Then don't blame us for breaking through. Sanda said with a gloomy expression. You dare. The temperament of Steward Lee changed suddenly. The former Steward Lee felt like an amiable old man, but the current Steward Lee felt like a lion choosing people and devouring them. Even Sanda was shocked by the breath, and quickly backed away a few steps. Looking at the Steward Lee who was standing in the front exhaling a horror, Sanda's face changed for a while, and finally he said with a gloomy expression, "Then how can we get in? This is about to consult the Patriarch." At the moment when Sanda's clothes became soft, Butler Lee's turned back to that kind old man, as if nothing had happened just now. "Then you hurry up for instructions, we are very tight, don't waste our time." Sanda said. "It is good." After speaking, Butler Lee walked to the side to call, and Sanda could only wait anxiously there. Not far away, Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hyagachika hid behind a bush and watched Mida and his group. Hyagachika said anxiously, "What should I do, Etsuko? They have already found this place. It will be dangerous to go on like this." Sakura Aya Etsuko's complexion at this time is not very good. "I didn't think that this group of people would actually have a way to find the future position," but fortunately, his father's collection room stopped them, so that the future will not be in danger now, but it won't last long, and now she has no good way. Under Xingai's money-raising offensive, the taxi driver was asked to send him to the vicinity of Yingke Manor at a faster speed. After he paid and got off the bus, he rushed to Yingke Manor. The reason why he didn't directly ask the driver to send him to the entrance of Yingcai Manor was to prevent the creators from discovering it. Xingai felt that some preparations should be made. In case Yingcai Atsuko's method didn't work, Xinghai could still rescue Hatsune. So he must not be exposed now. When Xingai ran near the entrance of the manor, he saw many police cars parked at the entrance of the manor, and several police officers were operating a strange instrument. Xingai thought for a while, took out a few small from the space ring and placed them on the ground. After they were placed on the ground, only Guanghua flashed and disappeared. Xingai took out another thing like a wristband and started to operate it. The small on the ground that were invisible to the naked eye immediately rolled towards the police officer. Xingai pressed a button after all they reached their destination, and the suddenly exposed some small openings, and some colorless and odorless gas was ejected from them. The police officer over there was paying full attention to the instrument, but suddenly one of his companions fell down. Before he could say anything, he fell down. When he fell down, he saw that he did not know when his companion was already. All fell to the ground. This was the last moment his consciousness disappeared. Xingai walked over from a short distance after seeing all the police officers in a coma. This was when he saw the full face of the instrument. At this time Xingai noticed the display on the instrument, and saw the red and green dots that were infinitely close, and instantly he understood what had happened. Damn it! Has the hunt for Hatsune already begun? Xingai dropped a bunch of balls, and these automatically rolled away and were attached to the instrument and surrounding police cars. After doing all this, Xingai ran directly towards the manor. Xingai is very familiar with most parts of this manor because he has been there many times, so he went directly to the concert hall, which is where Sakura Cai Atsuko and the others often stay. But when Xingai arrived at the concert hall, they didn't find them, so he stopped a maid and asked, "Where are Sakura Cai Atsuko and my sister now? I have to look for them in a hurry." The maid was suddenly stopped and shocked, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found out that it was Xingai. The maid thought for a while, and said, "I don't know where the young lady and the others have gone, but just now the steward Li took a group of policemen to the direction of the collection room. I guess the young lady might have gone there too." "Which direction is the collection room?" Xingai asked. "You follow, keep walking straight, you can see it is an archaic building," the maid said. "Okay, thanks a lot." After speaking, he quickly left. The maid looked at Xingai's back immediately and muttered to herself, "Obviously he is such a temperamental person, but unfortunately it has been decided by the young lady, otherwise I can try to get it." When Xingai arrived, it happened to be when steward Li called Sakura Aya Etsuko her father. Xingai saw Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hyagokyunhua hiding in the bushes at a glance. She quietly walked over and took a picture of the two girls. Shoulder. The two girls had been hiding well, and all their energy was concentrated on Sanda and others. When Xingai took such a shot, they were so scared that they wanted to call out. Xingai immediately covered the mouths of the two girls as soon as the situation was wrong. As a last resort, Xingai took the two girls into her arms and whispered softly, "It's me." Hearing Xingai's voice, Hyagokyunhua immediately stopped struggling. Sakura Cai Atsuko twisted and understood that it was not the time to get angry, so she stopped. "Release, pervert!" Yingcai Ueza whispered viciously. Hearing that Xingai retracted his hand without comprehension, but at this time, Butler Li seemed to have also received instructions from Sakura Cai Atsuko's father. Chapter 31, Siege. The patriarch agrees, but you are looking for things to find things, but remember not to touch any of the things inside, otherwise you and I can't bear this responsibility. The housekeeper Lee looked at Sanda and said seriously. Of course. Sanda said, please also ask Butler Lee to lead the way. Butler Lee nodded, and then walked toward the collection room. Sanda instructed the rest of the people to surround the collection room, and then also walked in. Hyagachika, hiding in the bushes, looked at Sanda and the others as they walked in. What to do, brother? If they can find the future, they must have a way to catch the future. What should be done? Zingai also frowned at this time, and things had reached the worst point. If it didn't work, he could only find a way to forcibly take away Hatsune. Zingai looked at the two anxious girls and suddenly said, Sakura Cai, where did you let Hatsune hide? Sakura Cai Atsuko stunned for a moment, and said, I let Mirai hide in his father's collection of treasures. The things in there are treasures of his father, because only father has the key there, so I let Mirai hide there. Hearing Sakura Cai Atsuko's answer, Zingai's serious excitement flashed. He immediately asked, in other words, without your father, this group of policemen would not have been able to get in. That's it, you ask what this is doing. Now Hatsune has been discovered by them, no matter where you hide, it's useless. Zingai shook his head, and said, I've seen those people's methods. They can only trap Hatsune. After that, they can start catching Hatsune, and it is very likely that they need to be contacted. Otherwise, Hatsune will not appear. Here it is. Sakura Cai Atsuko's eyes lit up after hearing Zingai's answer. In other words, as long as the future hides inside, they can't do anything about the future, right? Hyagachika heard a dazed face next to her, and she said puzzledly, but the future is now trapped inside. Isn't it a matter of time for them to grasp the future? Why do you suddenly stop worrying? No. Sakura Cai Ueza said, this group of people can only trap the future. As long as I find a way to hold my father from letting him come back, this group of people will not be able to get in, and they will not be able to stay here every day. Our chance is here. Seeing Deo Hyagachika, she was still a little confused. Sakura Cai Atsuko explained to Hyagachika carefully. After a while, Hyagachika understood. Now the three of them are discussing how to rescue Hatsune out. But Sanda and others turned around in the collection room, and finally locked the target in front of a wall. Housekeeper Lee, what's behind this? Sanda asked, pointing to the wall. Steward Lee took a look and said, if the thing you're looking for, Officer Sanda, isn't it, there is nothing you can do. Sanda's face changed and said, Housekeeper Lee, what do you mean? Steward Lee said, this is the owner's personal collection room. Only the owner has the key and opening method. We can't get in. Then when will your patriarch come back? I don't know this here. The patriarch's matter is not something we servants can ask. Hearing this, Sanda's face suddenly became ugly, and now the longer the delay, the more disadvantaged it will be for him. Can Mr. Sakurase come back early? Sanda asked unwillingly. Butler Lee shook his head and said, I can't help it. In desperation, Sanda had to retreat. It was not that he didn't want to demolish, but not only Sakura Cai's family could not be offended, but he also didn't have the ability to demolish the wall. The wall looked like a part of the safe room. Whatever you dismantle. Sanda walked out of the collection room and instructed the police officer, set up a circle of jamming devices around the collection room for me, and squat around for 24 hours. If the singer ran away, please ask you. Yes. The police officers acted immediately and began to set up instruments. Zingai looked at them coldly in the bushes on the side, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what was going on. Well, I have already called my father, and he will not be back soon. Ying Cai Ueza walked over. Is it so easy? Zingai asked suspiciously. What's so easy? Sakura Atsuko said angrily, I have agreed to many unequal requests from my father, and I will be busy in the future. Okay, Isn't this all for the future, and I will accompany you? Hyeokyeonhua quickly comforted. Let's go, there is nothing good to see now. Zingai secretly turned and left. The two girls saw Zingai go and thought about it and left. Although the singer had been trapped, Sanda was still a little uneasy, so he decided to watch it in person, and at the same time he was preparing to call his boss. Patriarch Sakurase would definitely not listen to what he said, but Patriarch Sakurase still wanted to buy some face. At this moment, a police officer suddenly ran over and shouted, "The sheriff is not good." Seeing him panicking, Sanda said impatiently, "Something has happened, and now it is important that nothing is the singer." I saw the police officer say, "Sheriff, I just wanted to contact Xiao Chuan and the others, but there was no sound in the intercom. Then I called one by one, but there was no response." At this point, the police officer looked. Glancing around, whispered, "I suspect that everyone outside has something wrong." Hearing this, Sanda's pupil shrank, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to call, but as expected, there was no answer. When thinking about Hatsun's hijacking, Sanda suddenly felt that something was wrong. Thinking of this, Sanda left and took a few people out. Steward Lee saw Sanda and the others leaving, and after thinking about it, he followed. After Zingai left, she asked Sakura Cai Atsuko to take him to the security room. After the security was disengaged, Zingai deleted the video of herself entering the manor to avoid future troubles, and asked Sakura Atsuko to give the security a password. Time waits for no one. Zingai decided to act tonight. As long as Hatsune hides in his spatial ring, no one can find Hatsune. When Sanda and others rushed to the entrance of the manor, they saw police officers lying all over the place. At that moment, he almost had a cardiac arrest. If so many police officers died here, his responsibility would be great. Fortunately, the final confirmation was just a false alarm. When Sanda went to check the surveillance video, it was discovered that the surveillance for this period of time had been deleted. This made Sanda deeply suspicious of the people of Sakurase Manor. He suspected that the last time the singer escaped was related to Sakurase's family. In this way, many things make sense. At night, Zingai looked at the patrolling police, found the right time, and slipped directly into the collection room, to the wall that Sakura Cai Atsuko told him. "Hatsune, are you there?" Chapter 32, Rescue. Hatsune was hiding in a corner, and she felt that something that could restrict her appeared again, which also showed that the creator of the world had found himself. Originally, she was ready to be taken away by the creation of the world, but after hearing that the creation of the world could not come in, she ignited a glimmer of hope. As long as she could find an opportunity, she could still escape. But the facts gave her a huge blow. The people who created the world turned this place into a cage and cut off the possibility of her escape. This made her hopeful and fell into deeper despair. Just when she was desperate and confused, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. "Hatsune, are you there? I'm Zingai." Jun Zingai, how could he be here? Could it be that he was caught by the creators and threatened me? Thinking of this, Hatsune suddenly panicked. It doesn't matter if she was arrested. After all, this might be her life, but she can't hurt her friends, absolutely. Hatsune ran outside. She would rather sacrifice herself to save Zingai, but when she went out, she only saw Zingai. "Mr. Zingai, haven't you been caught by the creators, or are they hiding nearby?" Hearing Hatsune's words, Zingai suddenly pulled several black lines on his forehead. "No one else, I am here to save you, and I have not been caught by the creator." Hey, I thought Zingai-jun you were caught by the creators, I was worried just now." Hatsune said. Zingai shook his head helplessly, took out a cell phone and said, "You come to this cell phone first, I can take you out." "Okay." Hatsune nodded and disappeared in place, and then Zingai's phone shook, only to see a word on the notepad. "I'm fine, Mr. Zingai." Zingai took the phone back to the space ring. Now that Hatsune has been rescued, it's time to perform the next step. Zingai sprinkled a large number of and controlled these to roll around, and then Zingai controlled these small to burst. The colorless and odorless gas drifted out again, and the police officers fell one by one. Zingai rushed out after finding a gap and disappeared into the night. But soon another patrolling police officer came over. They were far away just now, and were not affected by the fog bomb of Zingai. The police officer saw that all his colleagues fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and immediately picked up the intercom in a panic. "I'm Shimoto." The garrison officer was attacked, and the attacker was not seen. And Sanda at the entrance of the manor heard the news and immediately roared, "Quickly turn on the search device." But before he could say anything, a series of explosions occurred. The search instrument was directly torn apart by the bombing, and it seemed that it would never last, and the surrounding police cars also suffered. Although the explosion was not strong, most of these police cars were not usable. Sanda's face was full of horror. Someone actually installed so many mini-bombs here. This is obviously something that a large organization is capable of. After all, this kind of restricted weapons is not something ordinary people can use. This is obviously a premeditated crime, because the targets of these bombs are obvious. Except for the search instrument, everything else is just to restrict their actions. It seems that something must have happened to the singer. "If you are not injured, come with me." With a wave of his hand, Sanda led the police officers to the manor, while the remaining hapless guys crouched outside and waited for support. After Zingai left the collection room, she ran all the way to Sakura Cai Etsuko's bedroom, where she and Hyagokyunhua were already waiting there. "How is it? Did it succeed? Was it discovered?" As soon as Zingai entered the door, the two girls quickly asked. "Successful, not found." Zingai stretched his hand into his pocket, pretending to take out the phone, and took the phone out of the space ring. "Well, Hatsune, you can come out," Zingai said. As soon as Zingai's words fell, Hatsune appeared in the room. "Kyunhua, Etsuko, it's me." Sakura Aya Etsuko looked excited when she saw Hatsune in front of her. Although Hyagachika could not see Hatsune, she knew Hatsune was here when she heard Hatsune's voice. The two girls were happy for a while. Suddenly, Hyagokyunhua panicked and said, "Can't those bad guys find out where the future is? Now they have discovered that the future is here." As soon as Hyagachika's words fell, Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hatsune changed their faces. Obviously they both thought of this question. Seeing this, Zingai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, my mobile phone is specially made, they can't find it, and I have done tricks on that instrument. I guess it's no longer usable." "Really?" Sakura Cai Etsuko said suspiciously, "So reliable, a little bit unlike you." "When am I unreliable?" Zingai asked back. "Have you ever been reliable?" Sakura Cai Etsuko asked rhetorically. Seeing that the two had already rubbed a spark, Hyagokyunhua hurriedly said, "Okay, now is the future is more important. Let the future hide in brother's phone first." "Well, this is indeed the best now." Sakura Cai Etsuko nodded. After listening to Hatsune, he felt it was the best, so he returned to Zingai's phone. Just as Zingai was about to put his phone in his pocket, after a glance, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on his head. "Let go of me, you perverted." Zingai looked at the frantic Sakura Cai Etsuko, and said helplessly, "My eldest lady, what do you want to do again?" Seeing the hope of stealing the phone, Etsuko Sakura sniffed, and said, "I think Hatsune is best for me. I don't believe you when I put it with you." "That won't work, I think I'm still more reliable than you." Zingai shook his head, put the phone back in his pocket and put it into the space ring. He can't give the phone to Sakura Aya Etsuko. The people who created the world could not find Hatsune because Hatsune was put in the space ring by Zingai. That phone is just a carrier, and there is nothing special about it. It will be discovered by those who created the world, so it can only be placed here in Xingai. Well, I'm looking for a time to sneak back now, and I will be found out once if I leave too long. Xingai said, and walked out. Wait. Xingai was ready to leave, but Ying Caiueza suddenly stopped Xingai. Xingai turned around and looked at Sakura Caiueza suspiciously, only to see a very tangled expression on Sakura Caiueza's face. After a while, Sakura Caiutsuko breathed out, as if she had made some important decision. Or, don't you go back? Why, I won't go back where I am going. Xingai asked in confusion. I have a villa under my name. It is my 10th birthday present on an island. I originally planned to put Hatsune and Kyunhua there, but if Kyunhua is gone, I am afraid you will be lonely, so you and Kyunhua and the others go together. After speaking, Sakura Caiueza stared at Xingai, seemingly waiting for Xingai's reply. Xingai thought for a moment and said, I. Chapter 33, Surprise. Xingai looked at Sakura Ietsuko. Although Sakura Ietsuko was asking Xingai, Xingai who knew Sakura Ietsuko knew that when she asked this question, he hoped Xingai would agree to her. Xingai is also considering the plan, Sakura Ietsuko said. Indeed, Etsuko Sakura's plan is quite good. As long as you hide in a place, with the means of Sakura's house, you can definitely make the creators of the world unable to find a trace. Even if the people who created the world find Hatsune, it will be a long time later, and by then they will not necessarily restrict Hatsune. After all, with the increase in the number of fans, Hatsune will surely be sublimated as a faith-based electronic life. At that time, Hatsune will gain the full power of electronic life, and it will no longer be trapped by a small jammer. Xingai thought for a while, combined the pros and cons and said, yes. Hearing Xingai's affirmation, Sakura Ietsuko's face showed joy, but before she started to be happy, she was stunned by Xingai's next sentence. But not now. Why? Sakura Ietsuko said in confusion, this matter will be arranged soon. As long as these people leave, I can send you away immediately. Why can't you do it now? You don't know you are not here much. Are you more dangerous in one day? Xingai is silent. He does have something. He wants to investigate the creation organization. He used to be worried about Hyaga Senka and Hatsune, so Xingai has been afraid to take any action, but now Sakura Ietsuko can guarantee the safety of Hatsune and Hyaga Senka. Of course Xingai wants to do something. It's just that this kind of thing cannot be said to Sakura Ietsuko, not to mention that she may not believe it even if she talks to Sakura Ietsuko. After all, Xingai was just an ordinary person before, this will only be regarded as not agreeing to Sakura I's plan. Excuses. Seeing Xingai's silence, Sakura Ietsuko bit her lip. Before she looked at it, Xingai's promise was to fool her. If something really happened, how could she not tell her? She looked at Hyaga Thousand Flower Road. Humph, Kyunhua, we don't care about this perversion, it's all you need to go with the future, let him fend for himself. I'm sorry, Etsuko. Hyaga Kyunhua shook his head and said with a guilty expression, if my brother doesn't go, I won't go. Although it is dangerous, I will stay with my brother no matter what. I'm really sorry and let you down. Thank you for your kindness, Etsuko. Hearing Hyaga Chika's answer, Sakura Ietsuko backed away blankly, as if she had received a major blow. She murmured, why, I am so good to you, why do you never look at it? Look at me, obviously I love you too. At the moment Sakura Ietsuko spoke, Xingai felt that something had changed. The surrounding space seemed to be chaotic, and the things in front of Xingai began to appear in double images. This made Xingai's heart ring a warning bell. Could it be the beginning of the world? Have you rejected yourself, but why is the rejection so intense at this time, and without any sign? But couldn't wait for Xingai to think about it. With Sakura Aya Etsuko as the center, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. These cracks grew bigger and bigger, and began to shatter and fall, turning into nothingness. In the end, what happened? Seeing that the space began to shatter, and it was centered on Sakura Aya Etsuko, in desperation, he could only pull Hyagokyunhua away first, so as not to be torn by the space, and then he could only take a step by step. However, when Zingai went to pull Hyaga-sen, he caught a void, which made Zingai's pupils shrank suddenly. Only then did he notice that Hyagokyunhua kept the expression of guilt just now, and reacted at all to what happened before him. No. Kyunhua, what's wrong with you? Zingai tried to shout, but Hyagokyunhua didn't give any response, which made Zingai a bold idea in his mind. Could it be that all this is just an illusion? Zingai summoned the dimensional illustrated book and put his hand on the dimensional illustrated book. He has confirmed these days. As long as the dimensional illustrated book is forcibly driven, the dimensional illustrated book can take him out of this world. As for whether he will return to the original world, I don't know. Zingai looked at the space crack approaching extremely fast, still sweating for himself. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately drive the dimensional illustrated book to take him away from this place. With the expansion of the space cracks, with Sakura Aya Etsuko as the center, everything around him was turning into nothingness, and the space cracks soon came next to the Zingai. But the space crack went straight through as if it had ignored the Zingai, and as the space shattered, Zingai's feet turned into darkness, and it looked like Zingai was standing in the air. The space cracks spread faster and faster, and the distribution area became wider and wider. In a short while, everything that Zingai could see in front of her eyes turned into darkness. And Sakura Cai Etsuko, who was just in front of Zingai, also changed her appearance. She was no longer standing there, but curled up there with her knees tucked. Her body was not even more stranded, and at the same time she exuded a faint light. Sure enough, is it an illusion? Zingai looked at the girl in front of him. In this way, many things could be explained. Perhaps the things Zingai experienced before were just illusions constructed by the girl in front of him, so there are so many coincidences and violations. Because that is what she wants to see. But, is the girl in front of me really Sakura Aya Etsuko, or, who is it? Although there is no change now, Zingai's hand has been placed on the dimensional illustrated book and has not been removed, so he must always be on guard. Zingai watched the girl silently for a long time, and saw that she hadn't responded, so he was about to go up to check, but the girl suddenly moved, and Zingai's feet that had already stepped out immediately returned. The girl rubbed her eyes, as if she had just woke up, and then she sat up, and yes, she sat up. Although Zingai can be sure that there is nothing there, the girl made this action, just like Zingai is standing here. Metamorphosis. When the girl woke up, she saw the star sea standing in front of her, and this was the first word she said. The corners of Zingai's mouth twitched a bit. It seemed that Sakura Cai Etsuko was right. With the exact same tone and words, Zingai was certain that he would not admit it, but considering the current situation, Zingai still asked. Do you know where this is? Here. Sakura Cai Etsuko looked around for a while, her small brow frowned, as if she was thinking of something. After a while, she saw her a little lonely. Here, is my dream, where I build my dream, and where I escape. Chapter 34, Goodbye Brother. Zingai looked at the sad Sakura Aya Etsuko, not knowing what to say, but he heard some inside information from Sakura Aya Etsuko's words. First of all, everything Zingai experienced before was fake, and it was the illusion constructed by Sakura Aya Etsuko. Secondly, Sakura Aya Etsuko said that she was escaping, and what she was escaping from was probably related to the illusion that Zingai experienced before. Perhaps that illusion was adapted from the personal experience of Sakura Aya Etsuko. But this gave Zingai a new question, that is why Sakura Aya Etsuko appeared here. If that illusion was once real, then Sakura Atsuko is an ordinary person. How can ordinary people construct an illusion and build it? It was so real that even Zingai didn't notice it. Another point is that Zingai came here through the dimensional illustrated book, so here is another world still in the dimensional illustrated book. If it is the world in the dimensional illustrated book, then who put this world in the dimensional illustrated book? One question after another plagued Zingai. He thought that he could roughly understand the true face of the dimensional illustrated book after going through the world once, but he did not expect that a bigger mystery would be involved now. Zingai was thinking hard there, but Sakura Cai Atsuko, who was sitting there, waited for a long time, but did not even hear a question. She raised her head to look at Zingai, only to find Zingai bowed her head and frowned, as if thinking about something. Very important things. This caused an unknown fire in her heart. Soul light. She stood up and ran to the side of Zingai and kicked Zingai fiercely, but this kick did not have the effect she wanted, instead it made her toes extremely painful. Woohoo! Sakura Cai squatted down, clutching her toes and sobbed. Zingai realized that after being kicked, it was not the time to think about it. He looked at Sakura Atsuko, who was squatting on the ground sobbing softly, and cautiously said, "Are you okay? How could it be all right?" Sakura Cai Atsuko said loudly, "It hurts. Are you an iron plate? I feel that my toe is going to break." Zingai sneered. For ordinary people, his body was indeed not much different from that of a steel plate, but seeing Atsuko Sakura squatting on the ground sobbing, Zingai suddenly realized a problem. "Sakura Cai, your clothes." "Clothes? What kind of clothes?" Sakura Cai Atsuko said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Please apologize to me soon." Zingai didn't listen to Sakura Cai Atsuko's words to apologize to her, because Zingai's heart was so turbulent at this time. Sakura Cai Atsuko actually asked him what the clothes were, and she didn't have any reaction to not wearing any clothes. If Zingai knew this, that Sakura Cai Atsuko, I'm afraid she had already screamed. But now Sakura Cai Atsuko had no reaction at all, which made Zingai feel a strange feeling. He looked at Sakura Atsuko, only to find that the light on Sakura Atsuko's body seemed a little weaker than before. "Soul, pervert, stingy, don't you even want to apologize?" Ying Cai said angrily. Zingai shook off all the thoughts in his mind and said, "I'm really sorry, I shouldn't ignore you just now, it's my fault." Hearing Zingai's apology, Sakura Cai Atsuko nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smug look, "Well, I forgive you." Zingai watched Sakura Cai Atsuko's reaction and said in his heart, "This is no different from the Sakura Atsuko in his impression, so please ask her actively. If you don't ask, this girl won't say anything." Thinking of this, Zingai said, "Sakura Cai, why did you say you were evading?" As soon as Zingai's question came out, the triumph on Sakura Cai's face disappeared, and she was silent for a long time. "Actually, everything you experienced in the illusion is what I experienced before, but there is no you in the original world, so our story is not that beautiful. The identity of Kyunhua and I have not changed. Kyunhua's brother is also real, but not you. It will exist in the future, but everyone can see her. The four of us met at a comic show. At that time, we saved the future by chance. After that, we also started to work hard to increase our future existence. But everything is not as simple as imagined. The people who created the world quickly came to the door. They captured Kyunhua and threatened us to hand over the future. In the following conflict, a police officer missed and killed Kyunhua's brother. Since then, Kyunhua has been devastated. I brought them to my island. I thought it would be safe. But the people who created the world soon came up. They captured the future. After a long time, I learned that the future disappeared in an experiment. Again, never again. They even ran over to ask me if the future is with me. It's ridiculous. They don't know anything about the future. The future without the power of existence can only dissipate in this world. And because of my fault, Kyunhua knew about the future. She committed suicide in her room. Speaking of this, Sakura Cai Etsuko couldn't help crying, and Xingai's heart was also greatly touched. He did not expect that the real thing was actually such a result. No wonder many things went so smoothly before, even anyone. Many people watched the video. It turns out that all of this is the fantasy of Sakura Etsuko, and it is the ending that Sakura Etsuko most hopes and desires most. Xingai walked over and hugged Sakura Etsuko lightly. After such a long time together, he had long regarded Sakura Etsuko as his sister. Although Sakura Etsuko did not say it, he also regarded him as himself. Brother. After feeling Xingai's embrace, Ying Caiueza hugged Xingai, crying more fiercely. Cry, cry, just cry out. Xingai has not experienced those events. He doesn't know what these mean to Sakura Cai Etsuko, but from such a long time together, Xingai can roughly tell one or two that losing his best friend must be a kind of it was a painful feeling. Xingai had this feeling before. It was a painful feeling that couldn't be described in words. After crying for a long time, Sakura Etsuko gradually stopped, and Xingai noticed that Sakura Etsuko's light plan was dim and invisible, and Sakura Etsuko's body also showed a sense of transparency. Sakura Cai, you. I'm going to disappear, right? Sakura Etsuko said calmly, I am repeating one dream after another here. As time goes by, I feel that something has disappeared from my body. From then on, I know it's my final ending, so I'm not surprised that this will happen. Is there no solution? Xingai said. No. Sakura Cai Etsuko shook her head and said, but it doesn't matter. This time it is a dreamland that can be said to be the best dreamland. The only pity is that this dreamland has not reached the end. Actually, I still want to see the end of this dream. There is a kind of free and easy in Sakura Etsuko's voice. It seems that she has got everything she wants, and her figure begins to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Sakura Etsuko's gradually disappearing figure, this makes Xingai have a kind of feeling uncomfortable. Goodbye, abnormal. Goodbye, brother. Chapter 35, Crystal. Sakura Cai Etsuko's figure became lighter and weaker, and finally turned into a light spot scattered around and disappeared. Everything in front of her turned into darkness and returned to silence. This is really... Xingai stood in place, a sorrow filled his heart. Unexpectedly, after so long, I still can't accept these things calmly. Xingai summoned a dimensional picture book and stared at it firmly. So, why did you bring me here, or... I actually failed and did not meet your requirements. Xingai originally thought that the dimensional illustrated book was also a kind of shuttle tool. He originally wanted to use the dimensional illustrated book to travel to other worlds and then keep a low profile. After all, people are looking for him everywhere. If you use normal means to shuttle, you will definitely be discovered. So Xingai also pinned my hopes on the dimensional illustrated book. But what he didn't expect was that the dimensional illustrated book did not take him to a new world, but to such a space, which immediately made Xingai feel very difficult. Forget it, take one step and see one step. Xingai was about to leave this place, but this dark space suddenly changed. Some light green spots of light appeared in the surrounding space. These spots of light drifted towards the star sea, and condensed into a cluster in front of the star sea. Xingai watched this spot of light vigilantly. In this unknown world, it's right to be in awe of anything. Xingai tried to leave this group of light spots, but this group of light spots closely followed Xingai, and this group of light spots would follow wherever Xingai went. Seeing that there was no way to get rid of the light spot, Xingai didn't move, just watching the light spot quietly. When the surrounding light spots all converged on the light cluster in front of the sea of stars, the light cluster flickered and then turned into a pale green diamond crystal. There is a pattern of musical notes in the center of the crystal, but the notes are not forbidden, but rotate slowly in it. At this time, the dimensional picture book suddenly appeared, emitting a white light to the crystal and pulling the crystal into the book, but the crystal seemed unwilling to enter the dimensional picture book, so the light was bright and it was still trembling, while Xingai was watching quietly. It's change. Help me. Crystal seemed to perceive that he could not escape the white light and conveyed an idea to Xingai, and this idea made Xingai's eyes flashed with light. Because the voice expressed by that thought was exactly the same as Hatsune Miku that Xingai knew. Although I don't know what this crystal has to do with Hatsune Miku, Xingai grabbed the crystal without hesitation. After observing the Xingai just now, I found that the crystal has no attack ability, and the dimensional illustrated book obviously wants to swallow this crystal. It is better to save this crystal without knowing the details of the dimensional illustrated book. Of course, this crystal also made the first sound. The reason for the voice is nothing. The moment Xingai caught the crystal, he felt a suction pulling the crystal, but this pulling force was not very strong. Xingai only pulled the crystal at any time to get the crystal out of the white light. After Xingai snatched the crystal away, the white light of the dimensional illustrated book disappeared, and the pages of the book were closed. Is this over? Is there no resistance at all? Xingai looked at the dimensional illustrated book that he gave up and was very confused, because this crystal was actually a dispensable thing for the dimensional illustrated book. If he couldn't explain the dimensional illustrated book, he gave up the action of the crystal easily. Xingai held the crystal in his hand, and then covered the dimensional illustration book with his other hand, urging him to let the dimensional illustration book take him away. Xingai only felt that his eyes were dark, and then there was a dazzling light. Xingai squinted, and after adjusting to the light, he realized that he had returned to the office in the port area, exactly the same place he had left. Xingai looked through the dimensional illustrated book and saw a few more paragraphs on the first page. The birth of the singer is a miracle, the encounter between the singer and the girl is beautiful, and the future of the singer should be bright, but the greed of human nature has ruined these things, so the girl asks the gods for help, at the expense of herself and reshapes the new singer, hoping to return to the good old days. There are not many words, but the amount of information revealed is huge. This is the story of Sakura Aya Etsuko and Hatsune Miku. There is no doubt about it, but at the end it mentions that the girl makes a wish to a god. Who is that god? Will he be the creator of the dimensional illustrated book? What about Sakura Aya Etsuko? Know this god? Also, the text mentioned that Sakura Aya Etsuko used herself to reshape a Hatsune Miku, and Xingai took the crystal that she had been holding in front of her eyes. Will it be you? Are you Sakura Cai's hope? Crystal did not answer Xingai's question. Of course, it is also possible that the shape of the crystal was not complete, so it was impossible to convey any information to Xingai. Xingai thought for a while, took out a special wooden box from the space ring, and put the crystal in it. He still doesn't know what the crystal does, but this crystal may be Hatsune, and it may also belong to Sakura Aya Etsuko. Hope, so Xingai didn't want this crystal to be damaged. The best way is naturally to save it with one thing. Xingai retracted the wooden box containing the crystal into the space ring, and then looked at the clock on the wall. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the date was April 23, 738 in the Bilan calendar. 14 days have passed since he left, but Xingai has been here for at least several months in that world. Is it because of the illusion of the world, or the flow rate of the world is different, and what is the role of this dimensional illustration book? If it weren't for Xingai's acquisition of a crystal that was suspected of Hatsune this time, it would have been nothing, which made the fog that had originally been shrouded in the dimensional illustrated book thicker and made Xingai become curious about its true role. Xingai tried to turn to the next page, but found that the remaining pages seemed to be one piece, and couldn't be opened at all. The reason for this situation is either that this book only has one page, or that it does not meet the opening requirements for the next page. Xingai is more inclined to the latter kind of speculation, because this situation is more in line with the dimensional pictorial itself. Xingai left the office and walked downstairs. Just walking out of the lecture hall, Song found Xingai. "Commander, Commander, you're back, do you have your favorite candy for Song to Zong?" In Song's words, the few little loli who were with Song suddenly focused their eyes and looked at Xingai expectantly. Song's questioning immediately made Xingai stunned. He left this world and went to other worlds, and that world was still an illusion. Where could he bring any candy back? Looking at Song and the surrounding little loli, the look Xingai was expecting was it's not good to refuse them. Just as Xingai was in distress, a voice helped Xingai escape. "What are you doing here? Don't hurry up to train." Chapter 36, Build Again. "Javelin, thank you." "You're welcome, Commander." Javelin shook his head. Xingai smiled and said, "Song and the others have brought you a lot of trouble these days when I'm away." "It's true." Ahaha! Suddenly, Javelin thought of something, and said quickly, "By the way, Commander, Lafite is worrying about it these days when you are away. You should go to see Lafite first. Now, Lafite sauce will be very happy." Xingai did not answer, because he had already seen Raffi appear not far away. "See." Lafite ran over and hugged Xingai tightly. "Raffi is worried." Xingai touched Lafite's head and said, "Well, haven't I been here now? I've already said that there is nothing dangerous, so don't worry." Raffi didn't speak, but just buried his head in Xingai's arms, and the javelin gave you a continuous look beside him and left. It took a long time for Lafite to let go of Xingai, and said solemnly, "The sea must not leave Lafi with him in the future. The sea must always carry Lafite, and Raffi will protect the sea." Xingai smiled upon hearing Rafit's words and said, "It is good. Commander, this is what happened in the port area during the time you left." Javelin reported the recent events to Xingai, which also shows that Javelin is now Xingai's secretary ship. As for why it is not Rafit, of course it was rejected. In desperation, I had to find Javelin, because she was other than Rafit. This port area is the biggest ship's mother, and all of her are children, so she can only choose the Javelin. Xingai looked at the report compiled by Javelin. Although it was a bit messy, Xingai didn't care about it. Moreover, it was the first time that Javelin was a secretary ship. It was normal to have unfamiliar places, and there was nothing harsh. Most of the things written in the report are the harvest and consumption brought about by the port attack. A small part is the after-sales service of some buildings. It is worth mentioning that the port area has built a new dry dock. Now the port area lightweight construction can be carried out, instead of small-scale construction like the previous reduced dry dock, which means that Xingai can expand its own formation. After all, there are all destroyers in the port area, and they are all children. The combat effectiveness is really unreasonable. The sooner you increase the combat power of the port area, the more stable Xingai can stand in this world. Let's go and see the new dry dock now. Xingai Dao. Commander, now? Javelin asked. Correct. Then Xingai looked at Raffi and said, Raffi, shall we go together? Just now when Javelin was reporting to Xingai, Lafite was sitting aside and was about to fall asleep. Now when he heard Xingai's question, Lafite said in a daze, Lafite will go with him too. Before Xingai moved the javelin, he took Raffi's hand and walked out. Actually, Javelin has been looking forward to a new partner for a long time. Let's go, Lafite sauce. Halfway through Javelin, she realized that she seemed to have forgotten Xingai, so she turned around and said, Commander is coming soon. I'm looking forward to the joining of new partners. Looking at the javelin with excitement, Xingai smiled helplessly. This girl has always been so lively. But this is also very good. It is also a very good thing for Lafite to have such a lively and good friend to her. Under the leadership of Javelin, Xingai came to the location of the new dry dock. The new dry dock was built on the east side of the island, not directly in front of the port area, and the dry dock is half built on land and half in the sea. There are many tweeting around the dry dock, and these tweeting are also running around. I don't know what they are up to. Xingai carefully observed this new dry dock. Xingai roughly estimated that the dry dock is hundreds of square meters, and the ground is full of high-tech that Xingai can't understand, but look at the style of these designs. La Fight, did you also participate in the design of this dry dock? Before Raffi spoke, Javelin said excitedly. Yes, La Fight sauce is amazing. I can't understand any of those inexplicable drawings, but La Fight can talk to the tweets well, and even tweets admire the La Fight sauce. Xingai looked at La Fight. Although he knew these were simple things for La Fight, the reward was still to be given, so Xingai put his hand on Rafa's head and stroked it. When Xingai stroked La Fi, she showed a very enjoyable expression. The Javelin on the side looked at Xingai and Rafa's interaction with a trace of desire flashing in her eyes, but she was soon covered up. Although it was only a moment, Xingai still saw the desire for the Javelin. Xingai smiled and said, "Do you want the Javelin too?" Before the Javelin could react, Xingai put his other hand on the Javelin head and stroked it. Javelin's face flushed, and his head lowered. What is the commander doing? Isn't this the only interaction between lovers? Could it be that the commander is actually interesting to me? No, right? How could the commander be that kind of person, and he has already promised La Fight sauce, he shouldn't be interesting to me, but why do I feel this way? Could it be that I'm interesting to the commander? Javelin sauce, is it comfortable? At this time, Rafi's words directly separated Javelin from the messy thoughts, because Javelin didn't dare to raise his head just now, but he mumbled. La Fight likes to be touched by the sea the most, because it is very comfortable, so La Fight wants to experience the Javelin sauce, because good friends want to share the best things. Hearing this, the guilt in Javelin's heart deepened. She stepped back, avoiding Xingai's big hand, and said unnaturally, Okay, Commander, it will be dark in this situation. Let's build a few waves first. Xingai heard the unnaturalness of Javelin's words, but he didn't think much about it. He just thought that Javelin was shy. After all, she was a girl, and it was normal for her to be thinner. Xingai walked to the console, and Rafi told Xingai that the houses needed for construction had been packed in boxes. Even the Rubik's Cube didn't need to be thrown in. You only need to press a few buttons on the console to achieve one key operation, but because the construction must be confirmed by the commander, even if the dry dock is built in these days when Xingai is absent, it is just empty here. But now it's fine, Xingai is back, and this dry dock can also be officially launched. Xingai opened the operation panel, because Xingai can only carry out light construction now, so Xingai chose light construction. Choose 10 times to build, then confirm, and then use the quick completion tool to directly end the construction time. At this moment, Xingai felt an unprecedented sense of invigoration. This is a very magical feeling. It is unclear. Just like feeling that you will win a lottery if you buy a lottery ticket. Chapter 37, Non-Emirates Certification. With the operation of Xingai, all the dry docks not far away started up in an instant. Each machine made various actions, and for a time the brilliance of the dry dock flashed. Because of the use of the quick completion tool, the build speed of the shipmaiden is also quite fast. In a short while, all 10 shipmaidens are built. At the same time that the ship's mother was constructed, the information of the 10 ship's mothers appeared on the display in front of Xingai. Chu, Zhang, Crescent, Little Swan, Comet, Hoodie, Karlsruhe, McCall, Downs, Foot. The evaluation of her potential was also marked on the back of each ship's wife. Xingai glanced over and saw only white. Xingai suddenly became a little stiff. Is his luck so bad? Although it is said that the ship's mother was randomly selected, the probability of all white ratings is also very low. Is it because he is still on land? Many commanders like to say African. While Xingai was still struggling here, Javelin had already taken Raffi to welcome new partners who joined the port area. In a short while, Javelin brought the new ship mother to Zingai, and then she introduced herself one by one to give Zingai an impression, but this was also the time for the ship mother to observe herself for the commander. Seeing the cute girls in front of him, Zingai smiled helplessly. Although these ship maidens are all white-rated, there are many white-rated ship maidens in his port area, and there are not so many. Moreover, Zingai has never been a person who judges a person's future achievements by looking at ratings. Ratings are just the beginning. It does not mean that they will be useless in their lives, and as long as they are here, they will still be a fighting force against the siren. Right, the person hiding behind the ship's mother shouldn't look down on any ship's mother at will. Zingai looked at the girls in front of him. The girls had different personalities, but they all had to go to the battlefield in the end, and because of the change of the world, the ship ladies were not life-threatening, but now they are different. In some occasional circumstances, the ship maidens will sink completely into the deep sea and cannot return. Because of the occurrence of the complete sinking of the ship's mother, many commanders became coward, and they were unwilling to take that risk with their ship's mother. Of course, there are some commanders with bad conduct. In their view, the ship's mother is a tool. It doesn't matter whether they are dead or alive. As long as they can fight, these commanders are very shameless, but although they are few in number, because the reason why they are more aggressive is that their combat effectiveness is stronger than other commanders, which is why they have survived until now. Commander, Commander! Javelin shouted several times before taking back Zingai's divergent thinking. Zingai looked at Javelin and asked, "Is there anything?" "Well, the commander really is." Javelin said unhappily, "The commander didn't listen to what I just said." Javelin adjusted his emotions and said, "I just said that there are already 21 ship maidens in our port area. Commander, do we want to celebrate with a banquet?" Upon hearing the banquet, the ship ladies cast expectant glances. "Okay. Zingai won't be able to embarrass others. It's a good thing to have a banquet. It's also good for the ship ladies in the port area to get to know each other. After all, they are companions who will be on the same battlefield in the future. Why not do such a thing?" Hearing Zingai's affirmative, Javelin showed a happy expression. She said excitedly, "This is the first banquet in our port area. It must be held more grandly. Lafite also likes banquets, because you can drink Lafite." Lafite also said. Zingai's face turned dark when he heard Lafite's words. How could he forget about it? "No, you must stare at Lafite a little bit and don't let her drink too much. In fact, even if you drink a few tons of Lafite's physique, there will be no problems, but Zingai will still subconsciously worry. This has nothing to do with physical ability, it is just a relationship to the person who cares." Several ship women were also more concerned about the banquet, so they also went to help. Zingai looked at the ship's mother who was leaving. He was left alone again. Although he would not be messy in the wind, he still felt a little speechless. Is his sense of existence so low? However, this group of children is not malicious. Although they have some special personalities, they are still a group of very simple and kind children, but this group of children have to embark on a cruel battlefield, coupled with the current death threat, this again. A cruel world. The venue for the banquet was chosen in the Navy canteen, but this seems to be the only place where a banquet can be held. When Zingai passed by, I found that the ship ladies were already busy, and there were many tweeted to help, even the colored paper was ready. And there is a kind. Zingai looked at it for a while and found that there was no place for him to turn around and left. He wanted to study the crystal that was suspected of Hatsune during this time. Because just now, Zingai suddenly had a bold idea when he saw how the ship wives were built. If this idea can be realized, then there is a high probability that Hatsune can be resurrected. Zingai's is to take advantage of the peculiarities of the mind cube and dry dock, adding crystals before constructing the ship, so that it is possible to create a shape for Hatsune. However, this idea has many loopholes, and Xingai needs to experiment and research again and again, but because there is only one crystal, it can only start from the mind cube. Xingai returned to the office and pressed a press on one of the walls. A crack appeared on the wall, and then the wall separated on both sides, revealing the laboratory inside. This laboratory was established by Lafite, because both Xingai and Lafite always have time to study some special objects. Naturally, this kind of scene cannot be seen by others, so Lafite built this hidden laboratory. Xingai walked in and closed the door of the laboratory, then picked up a mind cube on the table. Before that, he had studied mind cube, but there was no progress. Now what he wants to try is the compatibility of mind cube and crystal. Xingai first put the mind cube on one section of the table, then placed the crystal on the other end, and then controlled the two objects to approach each other, and at the same time, Xingai pinched a magic circle in his hand. As long as there is an abnormality, Xingai will not hesitate to put this separate the two things. The two objects have been approaching, but there is no reaction. Until the two objects are close together, there is still no change. This phenomenon made Xingai sigh. It seems that this direct method is not working, but when Xingai picked up the crystal, he found that the mind cube and the crystal seemed to be stuck together, and they were inseparable. Chapter 38, Guessing. This unexpected situation made Xingai frowned. The mind cube and the crystal didn't seem to react at all, and even Xingai didn't feel any energy fluctuations, but the two objects were stuck together. This was obviously something Xingai's unknown reaction happened. After Xingai tried many methods and couldn't separate the mind cube from the crystal, he put these two things aside first, picked up the data related to the mind cube compiled by him and Rafi and looked at it. From Xingai's point of view, the mind cube is a very special item. The special part of the mind cube is not in the construction of the ship, but in that it can give wisdom. You know, there are many worlds that Xingai travels, but in any previous world, there are very few things that can give wisdom. Every piece is a rare treasure. Once discovered, it will cause countless people looting frantically. But in this world, although the mind cube is a scarce resource, even if you are just an ordinary person, as long as you have money or connections, you can get it. However, although people in this world are using mind cubes wantonly, the world's research on mind cubes still remains at a very superficial level, and there has been no breakthrough in the research on mind cubes. Because all the mind cubes used by commanders are obtained from the hands of Siren, no one knows where these Siren come from. Similarly, no one knows where the mind cubes come from. Moreover, the technological level of the mind cube far exceeds this era, which makes the research on the mind cube even more difficult. Even Lafite has not successfully analyzed the mind cube with her top technology. During the research, Rayfit once said that the mind cube was sublimated for some reason, which caused the level of the mind cube to be so high that even Rayfit could not help it. Xingai carefully looked at the information left by Lafite. During Xingai's absence, Lafite also conducted some research on the mind cube. Although he did not get any exact information, there were some guesses about the mind cube. In Lafite's view, the previous mind cube was probably made artificially, because the artificial traces are obvious, but the maker may not necessarily be a human, it may also be a siren, but this kind of speculation shows that the siren has with a complete survival system. If this news is announced, it may trigger an earthquake. But the mind cube after the world has changed is different. Later, the mind cube looks more like a complete, naturally occurring object, just like a human heart. This shows that the impact of that change on Siren is far beyond the imagination of the world. Lafite's research notes came to an abrupt end here. Xingai rubbed his temples. Although he knew that it would be the result, he was still a bit lost because it meant that there was no way to solve the problem of Hatsune Crystal in the short term. It is impossible for life to progress for the time being. Xingai put the glued mind cube and crystal into an isolation cabinet and left the laboratory. At the moment Xingai left, the crystal gave off a faint light, and then a green thread it spread from the crystal to the mind cube, dyeing the mind cube with a hint of green. Although it sounds like only a short time has passed, when Xingai left the laboratory, it was found that it was dark outside. Calculating the time, Xingai felt that the javelin and their banquet should be almost set up, so he walked to the Navy cafeteria. When Xingai was halfway there, Xingai met the ship ladies who were looking for him everywhere. When Xingai asked in the past, he knew that the banquet had already been arranged. After all, it was just a small banquet, and only Xingai and them were present, so there was no arrangement. How grand is that? But in the end Javelin and the others found that Xingai was gone, so Javelin volunteered to find Xingai. But after a long time, all the ship ladies waited for the Javelin and the panicked commander disappeared. At this time, all the ship ladies panicked. The commander might have encountered some danger. After all, there are still many places on this island. Explore, so any potential danger is also very possible. So a vigorous search for the commander started, which made Xingai feel a bit dumb. He mostly hid in the laboratory so that he didn't hear the Javelin shouting. This made Xingai think that one should be installed in the laboratory. He can hear the sounds outside, lest he hides in the laboratory someday and he does not know what danger is happening outside the research results. Really, Commander, even knowing there is a banquet and running around, like a child, Javelin said dissatisfied from the side. Xingai could only smile awkwardly. After all, this was his problem. Because he couldn't tell the Javelin and others about the laboratory, Xingai used the reason of going to the port area and strolling around. But Raffi knew his position, but why didn't Raffi call himself? Thinking of this, Xingai looked at Raffi with a doubtful look. Raffi saw Xingai look over, and said, "The Javelin has been pulling Raffi to look for the sea." After hearing Raffi's answer, Xingai suddenly realized that it was mostly because the Javelin had been pulling Raffi everywhere. So that Raffi could not leave the Javelin to call Xingai alone. The meaning of the Javelin in Raffi's words is naturally unintelligible, but the Javelin is not really angry, just a bit of complaints, and soon, Javelin's attention shifted to the banquet. It was not so much a banquet as it was a potluck. The tables in the naval cafeteria were filled with all kinds of food, and there were even a few big cakes, and the ship ladies took their seats under the signal of the Javelin. Javelin counted the number of people. After confirming that everyone had arrived, he ran to the back kitchen. Xingai couldn't help feeling guilty when he saw the Javelin running around. "I give everything to Javelin like a shopkeeper." It's no wonder that Javelin sometimes feels resentful. After all, Javelin is not only the first time to do these things, but Javelin is still a child, and so many tasks are placed on Javelin. There is indeed something unreasonable in a person. Not only that, if Xingai doesn't care about anything, then there will be trouble. After all, a commander who doesn't do anything can't manage a port area well. Not long after the Javelin came out of the back kitchen, one by one, Chu-Chu, wearing a chef's hat, came out of the back kitchen. At the same time, they were carrying plates of steaming dishes, which seemed to have been prepared long ago. It was not served in advance because of Xingai. Now these dishes can only be served together after Xingai returns. But this is fine, so that there will be no embarrassing scenes of having eaten up in the first place, but not being able to eat the food that you want to eat later. Xingai smiled at the shipmaiden who was snatching his favorite food, and said, "It's right to be here, are you right, La Fight?" La Fight did not speak, but just nodded. Xingai looked at these different ship women, and couldn't help feeling. Sure enough, coming to this world is the most correct choice. Chapter 39, Gonkole Hatsune. Xingai looked at the light green mind cube in front of him with a solemn face, while the crystal that was previously glued to the mind cube fell aside, becoming extremely transparent, and the notes in it had disappeared. It felt like the current crystal is like an ordinary crystal. "Hi, what are you looking at?" La Fight walked over from behind, then leaned on Xingai, closing his eyes at the same time. Xingai helplessly supported La Fight to prevent her from falling, and then closed the box. Because of the banquet, it's already very late, and I still need to get up early tomorrow, so there will be no problems with putting this thing overnight. And Xingai glanced at Lafite, who was completely asleep, smiled helplessly, picked up Lafite and turned to the bedroom. Early the next morning, Xingai got up early. After getting dressed, Xingai glanced at Lafite, who was still sleeping, smiled, and went to the laboratory immediately. Because Xingai has returned, and the surrounding sirens have been wiped out by Lafite and the others, the new ship ladies can only be upgraded through training, so there is no need for Lafite to escort. Javelin can do well. And the Javelin is also very concerned about getting stronger. After seeing the terrifying combat power of Ray Fit, now Javelin is not only not discouraged, but instead regards Ray Fit as a target. For this goal, Javelin used it. Do your best. Xingai entered the laboratory, opened the isolation cabinet, took out the light green mind cube, and then took out the colorless crystals and placed them on two special instruments. These two instruments are also Lafite pens, but these two have only one function, which is to check the energy type and energy fluctuation of an item. There are dozens of instruments like this in the laboratory. Fortunately, these instruments do not big, otherwise this laboratory may not really be able to put it down. After a short while, the test results came out, and Xingai proposed the test data of two items and began to study. That crystal is really just a crystal now, with only some common elements and no other special elements, but the pale green mind cube is different. According to the detected data, the main composition of the mind cube has not changed, but many other energy fluctuations have entered. Xingai has reason to suspect that these extra energy fluctuations are transferred from the crystal. In other words, is this crystal just a carrier? Xingai looked at the pale green mind cube, and suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. What would happen if this mind cube were built in a dry dock? Will there be a Hatsune or build an ordinary ship girl? Xingai thought about it carefully, and felt that it was better to actually do it. After all, experiments can test the truth, and Xingai doesn't know whether Sakurai's sacrifice has succeeded. If it succeeds, this is a good one. Opportunity. Thinking of this, Xingai no longer hesitated, and immediately prepared to go to the dry dock, but before leaving, Xingai suddenly thought that Lafite hadn't eaten yet. When Lafite got up, there was probably no breakfast to eat, so Xingai made two breakfasts, one for himself. After eating, the other was placed in the microwave and left a note for Lafite. After all this was done, Xingai went straight to the dry dock. Xingai came to the dry dock and opened the door of the dry dock by swiping his card. The dry dock is not open air. In fact, we wanted to make an open air at the beginning, but Lafite rejected this plan and built a huge factory. As for the materials, Lafite used the defeated siren. The material of the ship hull, of course, is the material after special treatment, otherwise it may not be used directly by people. As for why a closed factory was built, it was because Lafite felt that there were some things that could not be seen by outsiders. Although this island could not have other outsiders for a long time, Lafite still thought it was better to prepare first, so as to avoid trouble when something goes wrong. Xingai walked to the instrument storing the mind cube, entered a string of passwords, turned on the instrument, and then put the light green mind cube in front of him to ensure that the mind cube will be used in the next construction. After finishing this, after everything, Xingai returned to the console, ready to start construction. Xingai chose to build it only once this time, because he only wanted to see what kind of ship would come out of this special mind cube. As Xingai clicked to start building, the number of mind cubes displayed on the screen was reduced by 2, and the materials were also reduced by 1,500 units. Seeing Xingai's eyes condensed here, this is not the amount that light construction should consume. Is it affected by that special mental cube? A box appeared on the screen. And the time above the box was 8 hours and 31 minutes. This time has completely exceeded the limit of light ships. This is obviously the time that a large ship should have, but this shows that the construction of the ship is definitely successful, but I don't know who will come out. Xingai looked at the construction equipment not far away. He was suddenly a little worried. Can only the dry dock of the light ship be able to support such a large-scale construction? In order to avoid accidents, Xingai directly used the quick completion tool. With a burst of violent light, the dry dock exploded and damaged, but at that moment, Xingai still saw a figure appearing at the construction site. In order to avoid this new ship's mother from being affected by the explosion, a magic circle appeared at the foot of Xingai, and then Xingai appeared directly next to the ship's mother, and then ran out holding the ship's mother. The moment Xingai left the dry dock, secretly released the magic circle into the dry dock, directly eliminating the explosion and fire. Then he ran forward for a certain distance before putting down the ship's mother in her arms. Only then did Xingai have time to look at the ship's mother in front of her. A pair of blue-green double ponytails almost touching the ground, a formal suit, and a few small spheres floating around. Behind it seems to be a crane, and a few small robots on the ground. Although there were a few strange machines, Xingai recognized the ship's mother at a glance. Hatsune Miku. When Hatsune saw Xingai put her down, he bowed, and said, "Thank you, conductor." Xingai Jun. At this point, Hatsune suddenly got stuck, as if he didn't know why he would have two different names for the person in front of him. Xingai looked at Hatsune's unfamiliar gaze, and said secretly, "Is there any memory of me left?" It seemed that Hatsune was about to call me the commander. Was it influenced by the mind cube? Seeing Hatsune, who was still wondering, Xingai smiled slightly and said, "You can call me the commander." "Okay." Hatsune nodded, but still wondered, "It's strange, why do I have two different impressions of the commander? Obviously this is the first time I see the commander." Xingai was not going to continue this topic, so he said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "Oh, yes, it was too scary just now, I forgot about it." Saying that, Hatsune took a step back, then solemnly said, "Commander, hello, I am the world's #1 singer Hatsune Miku, but now I am a ship girl, please Commander for advice." Chapter 40, Maintenance Ship. Xingai looked at Hatsune in front of him, feeling a while, although there were some accidents in it, Sakura Cai Atsuko's plan finally succeeded. "It's just. Is the Hatsune Miku in front of you the Hatsune Miku known by Atsuko Sakura or the singer Hatsune Miku?" Thinking of this, Xingai tentatively said, "Hatsune, do you know Sakura Cai Atsuko?" "Okay." Hatsune thought for a moment, and said, "It seems a little impression but no impression." "What's the matter, Commander, does she have anything to do with me?" Xingai shook his head and said, "No, nothing, just someone you don't know." Although Hatsune was still a little confused, she didn't want to think about this problem anymore. She felt that she seemed a little scared of the name. Since she was scared back, it must be something terrible. Xingai has now determined that although Hatsune has a little impression of Atsuko Sakura, but Hatsune doesn't seem to want to know the story behind the name, there seems to be a sense of escape in it. After thinking about Xingai wrote, "Since you have come to my port area, why not go and see the companion you will get along with in the future?" "Thank you, Commander." Hatsune said, "Actually, it's the first time I have become a ship mother. I don't know if I can get along well with other people." Seeing Hatsune's worry, Xingai smiled and said, "Those kids are very nice people. I believe those kids will like you very much. After all, you are the #1 singer in the world." Hatsune couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when he heard Xingai's joking, but the nervousness about meeting new companions also decreased a lot, at least not as worried as before. Xingai took Hatsune to the square, and when he saw the empty square, he suddenly thought that Javelin and the others had gone out for training, so he had to say to Hatsune, "Javelin and the others may have gone out to train, and they won't come back for a while. Let me show you around the port area first." Hatsune looked at the empty square and understood that most of the people in the port area are now empty, so he had to say, "Okay, then." Seeing that Hatsune agreed, Zingai was about to take Hatsune to take a tour, but suddenly found the ship outfit on Hatsune's body, so Zingai said, "Hatsune, you should go with me to turn the ship outfit into a ship body and put it in the port, otherwise it's very inconvenient." Hatsune took a look at the outfits on his body and said, "Although these outfits are beautiful, they do cause a lot of trouble. It seems that they can only be put in the port." After hearing Hatsune's affirmation, Zingai said, "Then follow me." When he said that, he walked to the port. Hatsune saw Zingai move and followed. In a short while, the two arrived at the port. The port is a bit to the left of the port area. This is an artificial deep water port made by tweeters. Otherwise, there is no deep water port near the port area that can park a large number of ships. At this time, the port was also empty, and no ship hull stayed here. Zingai stood on the edge of the port and said, "Okay, let's put the hull here." "Okay." Hatsune nodded, and in the next second Hatsune's ship outfit turned into light spots like a mined Rubik's Cube, and then quickly merged into one on the sea ahead, becoming Hatsune's hull. Although it is not the first time that Zingai has seen the ship's maiden transforming the ship-mounted hull, no matter how many times I see Zingai, I still feel surprised. This technology that can decompose and reconstruct matter is the top technology among the top technologies. Moreover, this reconstruction does not seem to follow the principle of equivalent exchange, which makes Zingai feel that this transformation method has a lot to study. Hatsune's ship is embodied in the port. This is the first time Zingai has seen a hull that does not belong to this world. The hulls like the Javelin are the appearance of the oldest steel ship. It seems to be the old in this world. It looks like a ship of the times, but in this way, it seems that no special place is on the ship, but it has the nature of arbitrary transformation. But what would the hull of Hatsune, a person who has never appeared in this world's history, be like? Zingai looked at the hull in front of him. It was a ship about 200 meters long and 27 meters wide. The appearance was basically similar to the hulls of Javelin and others, but it did not have the sense of age of the Javelin and their hulls. It feels very new, like a ship just launched. Moreover, there are many blue-green patterns on Hatsune's hull. These patterns exude a faint light. It seems that it is not just paint. There are 5 cranes on Hatsune's hull, standard maintenance ship configuration, and some looks very good. Strange equipment, but Zingai discovered that Hatsune's hull did not even have an anti-aircraft gun. "Hatsune, isn't your hull capable of attacking?" Zingai asked. "Why attack capability? Am I not a repair ship? I just need to be responsible for repairing my companions." Hatsune felt very strange. Why did the commander ask such strange questions? Doesn't the repair ship only need to be responsible for repairs? Hearing Hatsune, Zingai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The repair ship does not require offensive capabilities, but even the lack of anti-aircraft guns means that the ship is a complete target, and it cannot be repaired on the battlefield. Assist in air defense. In this way, it will be very passive when facing enemy aircraft carriers, but there is no way to solve this problem at this stage. Since Hatsune's hull is already like this, there is nothing to say, anyway, because of the importance of repairing the ship. Hatsune must be the one protected on the battlefield, so Zingai is not particularly worried after he figured it out. Now that Hatsune had put the ship in the port, Zingai started to visit the port area with Hatsune. Although the port area was not big, it was not small. It was already noon after Zingai took Hatsune to visit the port area. Zingai took a look at the world. At this time Javelin and the others should have returned, so he said to Hatsune, "Hatsune, Javelin and the others should be back. Do you want to go over and say hello to them?" This. Hatsune thought for a while, still felt that it would be better for herself to take the initiative, so she nodded and said, "Well, then, I will definitely get along with them." Zingai smiled slightly when he heard Hatsune, and then led Hatsune to the direction of the harbor. Before reaching the port, I saw Javelin approaching with a large group of ship ladies. Commander, who is she? Before Hatsune could speak, Javelin spoke first. Hatsune is the new ship girl from our port area. You have to get along well. After speaking, Zingai left, and it is better to leave the time to the girls. Chapter 41, Mirror Sea. Not surprisingly to Zingai, Hatsune really blended into the ship ladies very well. The things that Hatsune had previously worried about did not happen and could not happen. After Hatsune came to the port area, Hatsune volunteered to go out training with Javelin and others. This is what Zingai wanted Hatsune to do. After all, although Hatsune is a repair ship, the level is also very important. Otherwise, when Hatsune strikes the siren would be embarrassed if he broke it with just one shot. Hatsune did not show a rejection reaction to the training, because in her opinion, since she is now a ship girl, she should do something that ship girl should do, just like singing, with only full devotion. It is possible to make achievements in one aspect. After Hatsune came to the port area for more than a month, a sea area in the southwest of the island suddenly became overcast. The radar also lost the signal of the sea area, and a few sirens could be seen all around disappeared. Now, the surrounding sea is terribly quiet. Zingai sat in the command room, looking at the movie and television images of the abnormal sea area from the large screens in front of him. Zingai called out the information on the abnormal sea area given to him by the Azalane official, carefully compared it, and wanted to determine this sea area. What kind of abnormality is it? Report to Commander Javelin Squad to request return. Suddenly, the sound of a javelin came from the speaker on the side. Zingai pulled up a microphone after hearing the sound of the javelin, and said, "Allowed to return. After the return, Javelin and Raffi will report to me." After a while, there was a knock on the door outside the command room. In. Thinking of the sound of the door opening, Javelin and Raffi walked in from outside the door. Javelin walked to Zingai and said, "According to our inspection, the sea area anomaly this time is likely to be caused by a mirrored sea area." Raffi also said, "Rafa threw a few investigating guards into the anomalous waters. Although only intermittent signals came out, it was certain that the reason for the anomalous waters was that the mirrored waters were generated there." Seeing that both Javelin and Raffi were sure that the sea area had become a mirrored sea area, Zingai couldn't help thinking. Mirror sea area is a special sea area that comes after the appearance of the siren. It is easy to get lost in this sea area, and the mirror sea area, as the name suggests, can copy a person's mirror image, which is almost exactly the same as himself. Coupled with the fact that teams entering the mirrored waters are often forcibly dispersed, this gives the mirror a good opportunity. Once the mirrored sea area appears, it will not disappear, but there will be no new mirrored sea area nearby. Although it is said to be dangerous in the mirror sea area, once an abnormality in the mirror sea area is detected, the nearby commanders will send the ship's mother to explore the mirror sea area. First, the formation of the mirror sea area is likely to be related to the sirens. If there is an abnormality in the mirror sea area, it is very likely that siren is planning something inside. However, the mirror sea area may bring some opportunities, because time and space in the mirror sea area are disordered, and it is very likely that there will be visitors from other worlds and a lot of materials. This is summarized by other commanders. Experience. Zingai looked at the cloudy sea area on the screen. If it was a mirror-surfaced sea area, it was necessary to explore it. No matter whether there was a siren inside, there would always be a sense of anxiety in his heart if he didn't explore it. Thinking of this, Zingai picked up the ship's mother's information that was placed aside. The level of the javelin is the highest, has reached level 70, has made 3 breakthroughs, and the skills have been carefully studied, all reaching level 6. The other shipwives are not good enough, most of them are around level 40 or 50, and their skills are only 1 or 2. The actual combat power is worrying. On the contrary, Hatsune's data made Zingai's eyes bright. Hatsune has reached level 60, and her skills have all been upgraded to level 5. It can be said that it is second only to Javelin. It seems that Hatsune is really working hard this month. Zingai reviewed the data of all the ship women, and finally assigned Raffi, Javelin, Hatsune, and 3 other ship women who reached level 50 to explore the Mirrored Sea area. Port. Zingai looked at a few ship ladies who were tense with a hint of excitement, and said, "Although you are taking my mission, you still have to pay attention to your safety. Since your level is too low, so you can only explore the periphery of the Mirrored Sea area, can't you know it in depth?" "No." Several ship women answered one after another. Zingai nodded looking at the ship's wife, and then looked at Raffi. Raffi nodded when he saw Zingai look over, meaning she would bring them all back safely. "Hi, don't worry." After all that was said, the ship ladies set off. Zingai looked at their distant backs, and couldn't help feeling a little bit. The commander wouldn't be with the ship when the battle zone of the ship ladies was not far away from the port area. Went with the girls. Not only because they are not far apart, they can directly command in the command room, but also because the commander is actually very fragile. After all, the commander is just an ordinary human, and random attacks will kill the commander. Once the commander dies, their original ship maidens will all become stray ship maidens, even if these stray ship maidens will be received by other port areas. Once these stray ship maidens are broken on the battlefield, then they face real death. And the ship ladies are a very loyal existence. No matter how disappointed they are with their commander, they will not abandon their commander, even if it is for the commander to take the initiative to die. This has also led to some commanders once using the loyalty of the ship's wife to do some shameful things, but with the strict laws promulgated by the Supreme Military Leadership Corps, these things gradually disappeared and gradually formed the present situation. Zingai returned to the command room. Although Raffi protected the javelin and the others, Zingai still had some worries. After all, this might be the first actual battle for these children. If you run into Siren's troops in the Mirrored Sea, it's not just a small fight in the past. They will have to face it. It is very likely that it will be an army and waves of invading enemies. Both mind and body will be a test. Zingai looked at the information in his hand. The information contained all the known siren types. The types and abilities of these siren were all standardized. In fact, Zingai is still very interested in these sirens, but now they are all low-level sirens, which look like mass products. Zingai is very much like grabbing a high-level siren, so Zingai is likely to be in these. What did Siren find out? Thinking of this, Zingai looked at the Mirrored Sea area on the screen. Hope this time, there will be some unexpected gains. Chapter 42, Enter the Mirrored Sea. Are you ready? I'm ready to enter the Mirrored Sea area. Javelin reminded, looking at the ship maiden who was eager to try. No problem. Lafitte also said, don't worry about the javelin, Raffi promised to cross the sea, and Raffi will protect you. After hearing Raffi's words, the javelin's nervousness finally eased, and she was still very relieved of Raffi's strength. This is, Hatsune on the side suddenly said. By the way, I was very curious early on. How many levels are you in Lafite sauce? Why have you never seen you train with us? Well. Raffi tilted his head for a moment, then said, probably, 120. As soon as Lafite's voice fell, the surrounding ship ladies screamed in surprise. Is the Rafit level so high? Level 120, that's the level that the top ship maiden can only have. No wonder Rafit is so powerful. A few ship maidens, one sentence for you, one sentence for me, chatting and discussing. Javelin feels that this is not the time to discuss this, so she raised her voice and said, okay, now is not the time to discuss this matter, we still have to complete the command first, the task assigned by the official. Only then did the few people react, rearranged their formation, and their expressions became serious. Javelin saw that the ship ladies were in state, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This can be said to be the first mission in the port area, and the commander has given the command of the mission to himself without giving Rafit. Zhang, she must not fail the commander's trust, and must make this mission the most perfect. Thinking of this, the javelin looked at the cloudy sea in front of them, and it was clear that the sea where they were in was clear skies, but the mirrored sea was indeed dark clouds, giving people a feeling of another world. Ready to go. The javelin said a word, and then slowly began to move towards the mirrored sea area, and the other ship maidens also followed. They were not ignorant of the mirrored sea area. They also knew that there are many dangers in the mirrored sea area, so it is best to avoid acting alone. On the side, Rafi's eyes flashed a picture, which was the picture returned by the drone she went to throw into the mirrored sea. These pictures are intermittently incomplete, but Rafi still found the siren's shadow in a few pictures, which shows that there will definitely be siren in the mirrored sea. However, Lafitte did not tell the other ship maidens, because under her investigation, she did not find a large number of siren appeared. If it was only a small-scale siren, they could still deal with it, and the ship maidens had already done it in order to prepare to fight the siren. Rafi did not need to remind him once. You know, skirmish is also a kind of exercise. It is clear that the mirror sea area is only a thin line away from the ordinary sea area, but Lafitte felt the difference when he entered the mirror sea area. The space here is chaotic. Under Rafi's perception, the mirrored sea area is like mixing several spaces together, and the air is filled with elements of different worlds. It is like a transit point for a great world. Who? Suddenly, Rafi felt an unknown force invading him, and this force could not be defended. What's wrong, Lafitte sauce, is there something wrong? Javelin asked with some worry. Because of Rafi's voice, the ship ladies turned back to look at Rafi, but after seeing Rafi's serious eyes, they immediately looked around, paying attention to the surroundings vigilantly. That kind of power came and went quickly, and he left almost in an instant, but it made Rafi's heart ring a bell. That kind of power was more like a rule, unable to detect or defend. Lafitte looked at the nervous ship ladies around and said, there was an abnormality on Lafitte's radar just now. I suspect that we might have been targeted by the siren. We should be careful about the way down. Don't even Rafitte's radar see who the opposite is? Javelin asked in surprise. Okay. Lafitte nodded. She felt that she was going to be more serious. This place was full of weirdness. Now if she is too careless, she might roll over here again. The other ship mothers were relieved after knowing that there might be siren around. In their opinion, if they were only siren, there was nothing to worry about, because they had fought siren many times, and siren was not theirs at all. Opponent, only Javelin is a little worried. The other ship ladies don't know, but Javelin knows how strong Rafi's radar is. If Rafi's radar doesn't detect anything, doesn't it mean that the opponent is also very strong, although Rafi's combat effectiveness is very high, but she was afraid that she and the other ship maidens would hinder Rafi. In a short while, the ship maiden encountered a small group of Siren's troops, but this small group of troops was not very strong, and was easily defeated by the ship maiden, which made the ship maiden's information more sufficient. But Lafitte on the side was even more vigilant in his heart, because the Sirens they had defeated just now gave her a strange feeling, like projection. At this time, Rafi suddenly thought of the particularity of the mirrored sea. It is said that anyone who enters the mirrored sea will be copied and projected into the sea. The projection cannot leave the mirror sea area, but the projection has 100% of the strength of the projected person and all the memories. And the projection will give birth to its own will, which makes the projection extremely uncontrollable. Up to now, the research on the mirrored sea area by the major organizations is still on the surface, and even the most basic principles are not clear. It is only known that one entering the mirrored sea area will be copied and projected. In the command room, Zingai frowned when he looked at Rafi and the others who had entered the mirrored sea area. The moment Rafit and others entered the mirrored waters, the drone lost the figure of Rafi and others, as if they had disappeared in this world, and the connection between Rafit and him weakened a lot in an instant. It's like Lafitte has gone some far away. The essence of the mirrored sea area is actually a small world relying on the main world. Xingai feels that this possibility is the highest, because only this kind of situation is likely to cause such an instantaneous weakening of Law Fight's connection with him. However, it doesn't make sense for him to guess here. He has to make some preparations. If there is any accident to Raffi and the others, he still has to find a way to rescue Raffi and others as soon as possible. It is best to be prepared. Somewhere in the middle of the mirror sea area, a figure hidden in the dark, abnormal data has appeared, and it is a new variable. Another figure hidden in the darkness said, "Does this variable impress our plan?" The figure who had spoken earlier said, "This is the biggest variable so far. And even the mirror sea area cannot fully resolve this variable. However, this variable seems to be a new pawn." Chapter 43, Lost. Xingai sat in the command room and looked at the mirrored waters on the screen. It has been 3 days since Raffi and the others entered the mirrored waters, but there is still no news, but this is good news. Because there is no news, it proves that Law Fight and the others have not encountered any great danger, and the Javelin and the others can't pass the news back from the mirrored sea, so it must be Law Fight who can get the news back. By then, it will be explained. The danger in the mirror sea is something that Raffi can't solve alone, and Xingai needs to take action. I hope they are all safe. Xingai muttered to himself, looking at the straight knife lying flat on his knees. Mirror sea area. Law Fight and others are resting on a small island, but it is not so much an island as it is a reef out of the sea. This reef is black, with red lines in the cracks. There are quite a lot of such reefs in this mirrored sea area, and they are large and small. The largest reef that Raffi and other shipwomen have seen is estimated to have an area of several hundred. It's a square, and it's a little bit smaller, just like the rock they are resting on now, not as big as a double bed. Javelin looked at the tired ship ladies, feeling a little anxious. They have been in this sea area for 3 days, because they didn't plan to stay here for a long time, so the ship ladies only brought a week's share of oil with ammunition, but in the past 3 days, the ship maiden has been fighting repeatedly. There is still a lot of oil, but the ammunition is less than half. More importantly, the siren will appear almost every moment, and now the ship maidens do not have the ambitions they had when they first came in. Although the incoming siren are not strong, this kind of high-frequency combat is also let the ship ladies complain endlessly. The siren has appeared again. Although the ship ladies are exhausted physically and mentally now, they are born fighters after all. Soon they arranged their fighting stance and began to confront the sirens. In a short while, the incoming siren was wiped out again, and the ship ladies returned to the reef to sit down and unfold their ship outfits. Hatsune also quickly controlled his ship outfit and began to repair the ship lady's hull. Hatsune said while repairing the hull, "Javelin, do you think the siren are getting stronger now? I think your starship outfits are getting more and more damaged." Hatsune Muxin's words shocked the hearts of the ship ladies. They did feel that the siren were getting stronger, but they just thought they were too tired, but now when Hatsune came up, the ship ladies immediately I found something wrong. The Javelin's face became stiff, and said, "Could it be that we didn't go in the direction of the immediately mirrored sea area but started to approach the center of the mirrored sea area?" As soon as the words of the Javelin came out, the faces of the ship's ladies suddenly became cloudy. Hatsune also realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and immediately changed his words, "Maybe it's just your illusion. Look at you after fighting for so long. There will be more, and we are going back. How could we go to the center of the mirrored sea instead?" Although the ship's mother knew that this was just a comfort, her expression improved a little. In fact, they decided to leave the mirrored waters just yesterday. According to the principle that they have been driving horizontally, they should be able to leave the mirrored waters soon, but the result is that they have not seen any edge of the mirrored waters until today. It means that they are likely to be lost in the mirrored sea. Rafa has not spoken on the side, and Rafa has not rested when the other ship maidens are resting. This level of combat is only a pediatrics for her. She is even more worried that she will not be able to complete the task assigned to her by Zingai, so she has been be vigilant around you to prevent accidents. Of course, Raffi didn't put her heart entirely on alert. She was still listening to the discussions of other ship maidens. In fact, she had discovered this problem a long time ago. Until yesterday, the sirens level has been increasing. The wave of sirens that struck just now has been level 30 or so higher than the wave that they had just broken through the mirrored sea area, and now the group of sirens has reached level 40. This situation is almost certain that they are walking towards the center of the mirrored sea area, but Rayfit has also tried to change the course of the team several times, but the result has not changed. This phenomenon can be said to be extremely bad, because in this way, there will be the sirens are likely to exceed the limits that Javelin and the others can handle, so by that time even Rayfit cannot guarantee everyone's safety. In the middle of the mirror sea, the figure hidden in the darkness looked at the data in front of him, and said to himself, soon the chess pieces will meet them, I will definitely get a lot of data by then. Lafite sits on the reef, next to the fallen ship girls, who don't care about the reef people anymore. Even the Javelin has a tired face, and the only better condition of the ship girls except for Rayfit is Hatsune. The reason why Hatsune is in good condition is not only because he is a repair ship, but also because Hatsune's repair ability is based on her drone. Only Hatsune has an idea, and the drones hidden in her ship outfit will be dispatched one after another. Repair her designated ship. There are various types of these drones, and some can even be turned into land travel mode for maintenance. Moreover, Hatsune has a complete parts factory inside the hull. After Hatsune abandoned all attack capabilities, she gained more good maintenance capabilities. If not for the logistics of Hatsune, maybe the ship ladies would have long been unable to hold it. Suddenly, Raffi stood up abruptly, staring in one direction. There is an enemy approaching. This time the enemy is very dangerous. The ship's ladies who had fallen into one piece stood up one after another, even if the ship's equipment had not been properly maintained. These days they could have seen Rayfit's strength. If even Rayfit finds an enemy very dangerous, then it must be an enemy they can't deal with. But even so, they didn't mean to run away, they were born for war, maybe sinking into the sea is their ultimate destination. Looking at the rare Raffi with a serious expression, the Javelin also looked in the direction Raffi was looking at. Several figures did appear in the sea over there, but when she saw them clearly, she exclaimed, Lafite sauce, Hatsune sauce, and me and the other ship women, are they replicas of the Mirror Sea area? There is no doubt that after they entered the mirrored waters for so long, the replicas finally appeared. Lafite did not answer the Javelin's words, but stared at the Lafite who was exactly the same as her in the front, and she felt a pressure on that Lafite. Lafite's detector did not hesitate to move towards the copy. After the detection, Raffia was relieved. The copy did not fully replicate her power, but although the copy did not fully replicate her power, but she is still 1 point better than she is now. In this way, this will be a very difficult battle. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle. Lafite looked at the replica in front of him, his body tense, and the two sides confronted for a while, but Rafa said without looking back, wait a moment, I may not be able to take care of you. You have to be careful, Javelin. Hey? Hey. Javelin nodded fiercely, and said, don't worry, Lafite sauce, we will solve our copy, you can solve your copy with peace of mind. Okay. Raffi nodded, and then saw Raffi's gaze condensed, and he rushed up first, and at the same time diamond-shaped crystals emerged one by one, pointing straight at the Javelin and other replicas of the ship. At the moment Rayfit moved, the replica Rayfit also moved. Detected attack intention, execute H3 instruction. As the emotionless words of the replica Rayfit fell, many diamond-shaped crystals appeared beside the replica Rayfit, but these diamond-shaped crystals did not follow closely to the replica Rayfit, but spread around, combined into a huge energy barrier. Because of the appearance of the energy barrier, Raffi's attack was completely blocked, but the barrier of the replica Raffi almost became dim, and it seemed that it might disappear at any time. Lafayette's response to the copy made Ray fit again, and she felt that the opposite was not so much a copy, but rather a projection of her personality, because the indifferent way of speaking and the lack of high-gloss eyes, this is exactly what she once turned on the arbiter mode. There is no emotion, extremely rational, and it is a very tricky state. Counter-attack state, execute A3 instruction. As the projection Raffi spoke again, she took all the diamond crystals back, and then floated cannons appeared one by one. Seeing the floating cannon next to the projection Raffi waved his hand, the diamond-shaped crystal that was floating next to her suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared next to the javelin and others. At this time, the projection Raffi's floating cannon had been charged. Then, the blue beams of light shot out, almost blocking all the escape routes of Raffi and the others. Boom boom boom! The beam of light bombarded the water with sprays, but the projection Raffi did not retract the floating gun, but immediately began to accumulate energy. Projection Lafayette's eyes kept flashing a strip of data. What information about Lafayette and others in her detector did not disappear, which shows that her attack did not destroy the target, but she was lost just now. The enemy's position has been removed, so she is now calculating the enemy's position. Call out! Raffi suddenly appeared on the left side of the projection Raffi. At this moment Raffi held a red and black straight knife in each of his left and right hands. At the same time, Raffi waved the straight knife in his hand when he appeared, and the target pointed directly at the projection Raffi's neck. Projector Rayfit sensed the coming of the crisis. She immediately retreated back and turned all the floating cannons to Raffi. Click! Projection Lafayette escaped the knife dangerously, but one of her ponytails was cut off, and the floating gun was also cut off by the other knife in Raffi, but the remaining floating guns were still successful. Launched an attack. Facing the close attacks, Raffi did not make any defensive posture, letting these attacks fall on him. Seeing this, the projection Rayfit was immediately ready to execute the next step, because according to her calculations Rayfit was absolutely unable to stop this attack. She was seriously injured in Rayfit and should be pursued by victory. As long as the Rayfit is solved, the ship's mother is not scary at all. However, the result was beyond the projection of Rayfit. When the cannon hit Rayfit, it did not cause damage to Rayfit. Instead, it was blocked by a strange light curtain. At this time, projection Rayfit paid attention to Rayfit. The clothes on his body have changed. It was a black gothic costume. Rayfit's pupils also changed from burgundy to scarlet. Although they were all red, they were completely different in projection Raffi's eyes, because those eyes gave her a kind of feeling extremely dangerous. In other words, Lafayette now exudes this extremely dangerous feeling. On the other side, Javelin and the others only felt a flower in front of them, and their positions changed. Originally, they were still some distance away from the projections, but now they appeared in front of the projections, which made both sides feel a little confused, and they all froze in place for a while. It was the javelin that was the first to recover, and it was a string of torpedoes fired directly, and at the same time fire snakes were ejected from the muzzle. This action of the javelin directly lit the fuse, and both sides began to pour out fire frantically, and for a while, both sides suffered injuries. Looking at Lafayette, projection Lafayette looked at Lafayette, who was almost completely black, and the data flow in her eyes became unprecedentedly huge. This posture of Lafayette was something that was not recorded in her database, so in order to win, the combat strategy must be changed. Almost in an instant, projection Raffi made his own decision. Annihilation mode, start Y24 command. With the order of projector Rayfit, countless floating cannons appeared behind projector Rayfit. These cannons are of various types and have different functions. Now, these powerful weapons are all beginning to accumulate energy. Up. At the same time, many drones appeared. Some of these drones hover next to the projection Rayfit, while others gallop toward the Rayfit. And Rafi's face was expressionless, just looking at the various weapons released by the projection Rafi indifferently. Fight annihilation mode can also be turned on, but because of other world wars before, 99% of the weapons in her arsenal were war damaged, and the ammunition could not support such a wasteful behavior, so she chose turn on ghost engraving. When the ghost engraving is turned on, all weapons will have the power of ghosts and gods. This power of ghosts and gods is displayed by the power of the soul of Rafi. Even if the opposite is the projection of Rafi, they have exactly the same weapons as Rafi and strength, but this can't conceal the fact that their souls are not the same, so Rafi doesn't worry that the opponent will use this ability. Rafi looked at the projected Rafi, who was protected by many floating cannons, and disappeared in place after shaking his body. The moment Rafi disappeared, the projection of Rafi felt extremely dangerous. She was likely to die by a trick, but at this time, the benefits of absolute rationality were brought out. Projection Rafi directly invited the floating guns and drones to protect itself, and at the same time summoned a diamond crystal and disappeared in place. Laugh. With the sound of a sharp weapon cutting into the butter, Fight appeared at the location before the projection of Fight, and the floating guns and drones that had been recruited before were all cut into two sections. The flashing projection Rafi had aimed all the muzzles of the floating guns here before. As soon as Rafi appeared, he was greeted with intensive attacks like locusts. Chapter 45, Ghosts and Gods. Seeing the floating cannons around, a crystal immediately appeared next to Rafi, ready to leave here directly. At this moment, there was a sudden throbbing in Fight's heart, and then Fight only felt that her heart seemed to be violently pulled by someone. The intense pain caused her to stagnate, although the pain was it was fleeting, but it was this small pause that prevented Fight from being able to transfer out in time. In desperation, Rafi could only summon the remaining floating barrier to block it. At the same time, Rafi crossed the two straight knives in his hands in front of his chest, so that the red and black air currents on his body soared to achieve the purpose of protecting himself. Boom 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 boom. This was a more intense bombing than ever before, and the floating artillery's attacks were endless, as if it had to pour all of its cannonballs before it was willing to stop. Projection Rafi used the floating cannon to attack from a distance, and she also transferred more floating cannons there. The reason for this decision is that the projection Rayfit discovered Rayfit's anomaly at the moment when Rayfit appeared abnormal, and she analyzed the current situation of Rayfit as quickly as possible. The various deeds and reactions of Fight speculate that the reason for Fight's abnormality is the recurrence of the old injury. Projection Fight immediately seized this strand of fighter and launched a fierce counterattack. It lasted for a long time, and the violent gunfire did not stop. This was not because the projection of Rafi was too cautious, but because the projection of Rafi found that Rafi's life reaction did not decline but kept rising. At the same time, the sense of crisis in the projection of Rayfit's heart has been rising. All this shows that Rayfit in the artillery fire has not been weakened, but has used some method to strengthen its strength. So she noticed that the dangerous projection Rafi did not stand up. She was already sending countless drones around for the next step. In her opinion, as long as Rafi can be eliminated, it doesn't matter what method is used, even with teammates. So all sacrifices are possible. In the artillery fire, the red and black air currents around Rayfit became more and more, and in the end they almost condensed into entities. Spirits. A voice appeared in the ears of everyone. This voice seemed to be a soft whisper in the ear, and it seemed to be coming from a distant past. The voice is very flat, but with a strange deterrent, as if there is a terrifying, invincible existence standing in front of you, making you unable to raise the slightest resistance. The javelin and other ship maidens and their projections froze in place almost instantly, and the bodies seemed to be out of control for an instant, and any movement was impossible. Observing carefully, you can also find that their bodies are shaking involuntarily, as if they have encountered some great horror. Boom rumble! A red and black beam of light swayed straight into the sky. The floating artillery group and drones that originally surrounded Rafit were almost completely annihilated in an instant. Seeing this scene, Rafi immediately activated the crystal to prepare for the distance, and at the same time activated the prepared backhand. But an accident happened. Projector Rafi found that not only was he unable to transfer, but all the backhands he had laid down also failed. It seemed that it was affected by some unknown force. After realizing that her arrangement could not be activated, the projection Rafi immediately retreated. Although she had retreated a long distance before, she still did not reach the ideal distance in her heart, and this situation is not suitable for continuing to fight. After going down, she will do her best for the goal, but she will not die. What she prefers is to use all means to achieve the goal. Lore. Time seems to have stopped, but the projection of Lafite's brain is still calculating frantically. A huge crisis lingers in her heart. No matter how she calculates, she can't find the solution to this trick. No matter how she calculates, she only has one result: is death. In just an instant, Rafi projection felt that all her consciousness had returned, but she did not feel any harm to herself. Calculation mistake. Projection Rafa thought so and was about to continue to escape, but she suddenly couldn't feel her legs, so she looked down. Her legs had turned into red and black particles and dissipated in the air, and this dissipated situation continued to spread, and in such a short while, it had spread to the waist. Are you still recruited? Projection Rafi glanced at the place where it had disappeared, and then at the distance Rafi who had turned into a normal costume. Isn't it changed? You have to take my share and take good care of Hai, because he... Projection Lafite did not finish speaking, because by then her mouth had completely disappeared. And Rafi in the distance seemed to have heard what the projection Rafi said. She nodded slightly towards the projection Rafi. At this time, the projection of Lafite also completely disappeared. Maybe she saw Lafite's answer, maybe not, who knows. The center of the mirror. See. These data are really huge, but... The voice in the dark waved its tentacles. It seems very interesting. Do you want to take a look? Port area. Zingai looked at the black pillar rising into the sky with a gloomy face. Is there any enemy in this world who can threaten Rafi to this degree? Damn, Lafite's injury is still not healed. Using this force will definitely make her suffer more severe trauma. No, I can't sit still and wait for death. And it's not just Rafit. Are the javelins really safe in this intense battle? Zingai still knows the level of javelin. Although javelin is the strongest in the port area except for Rafi, it is also. Thinking of this, Zingai hurried to the direction of the port. Commander, what are you doing in such a hurry? Did you find something fun? Hearing the sound, Zingai looked back and saw that Song and Zhang were sitting on the bench beside him. At this moment Song was waving happily to Zingai, while Zhang, who came to the side, was leaning on the pine timidly, and even looked up. I didn't dare to look at Zingai. Zingai looked at the waved Song, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If he went to find Lafite and other shipmaidens, he wouldn't be able to bring them back, but wouldn't it be alright if he brought other shipmaidens? It is convenient for support, and it will not explain to the javelin and others why he can travel across the ocean. Thinking of this, Zingai immediately said to Song, Song, can you take me to the mirrored waters? Rafi and the others may be in danger, I have to find a way to help them. Is there a reward? Of course. Zingai said, as long as you take me there, I will promise you any reward. Then, Song will not finish the candy. Yes. Zingai said immediately. Then Commander, let's go, will Zhang come together? Zhang timidly glanced at Zingai, then nodded. At this time, Zingai's rescue plan officially began. Chapter 46, Camphor. Lafite stood quietly on the spot, looking at the empty sea. Although her battle here is now over, the projection of the javelin has not been resolved. Lafite wanted to help the javelin and the others in the past, but she is already doing her best by standing here, and the burden of turning on the power of ghosts and gods is too great, not to mention that she was injured before, and now she even turned around. If not, how can you help Javelin and the others? Lafite sauce. Seeing Lafite, who was motionless, the Javelin suddenly felt bad, so she hurriedly moved to refit. The sound of the javelin also called the other shipwomen back from panic. Several shipwomen looked at Raffi with lingering fears, and did not move for a while. After all, the Raffi just now was really terrifying, it's like a real ghost. Lafite sauce, how are you? Is the injury serious? When the javelin touched Raffi, Raffi fell to the side, scared that the javelin quickly held Raffi, and now even the javelin who doesn't understand this aspect can see the problem. So she hurriedly said anxiously, Hatsune-chan, come here, Refit seems to be seriously injured. Okay. Hearing the javelin's call, Hatsune also hurriedly came to Raffi's side, and at the same time summoned his drone to prepare for Raffi's treatment. No need for Lafite, Hai is rushing over. Hold on, Lafite. Lafite can't help you now. Lafite's voice was weak, and his voice was almost invisible at the end, but Javelin and Hatsune still heard what Refit said. The javelin made Raffi lean against Hatsune, who caught Raffi with a puzzled look. Javelin said with a gloomy face, the commander gave me such an important position as the captain of the fleet, but I not only let everyone get lost in the mirrored waters, but also let Raffi suffer such severe injuries for us. Everything is my fault. Javelin. Hatsune wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the javelin. But I can't be decadent yet. Lafite sauce has already helped us get rid of the most powerful enemy. Now I am the strongest navy here, and I am still the captain, so I will definitely take everyone back to Hong Kong safely. After speaking, the javelin rushed to the projection ship ladies first. Javelin raid. Seeing that the opponent is coming fiercely, the projection ship ladies will not be polite. Although they were shocked by Raffi just now, it does not mean that they have lost their will to fight. In the Jianyang's dictionary, there is no such thing as retreat. In this situation, there is only a deadly battle. The other side. Song's ship outfit turned into a ship's hull and rushed towards the mirrored sea area with the Sea of Stars, and Zhang also followed, seemingly unwilling to separate from Song. Xingai looked at the calm sea ahead. The red and black air column had disappeared long ago. This also shows that Raffi's battle with that powerful enemy should be over, because Raffi used that trick. If the move did not defeat the enemy, Raffi would be dangerous. But it should be fine now, there is a special induction between Raffi and him, this induction can let the other party know his current state. The current feeling in Xingai Raffi is very weak, even weaker than when he first came to this world, but it is just vanity. Xingai did not feel any danger to Raffi's life, which also shows that Raffi has a high probability of gaining it one, but Lafite is probably unable to fight now. And losing such a powerful force in the Mirror Sea area is dangerous for the javelins. Xingai looked at the calm sea. Although he was very anxious, he didn't show it. After all, he used to be a commander, although he was the commander of the space fleet, but the truth is the same. At any time, the commander should not show a panic expression, because if even the commander is panicked, the enthusiasm of the combatants will be greatly affected. Once the combatants have problems, then the battle can almost be said to be over. On the contrary, if a commander has always been very calm, and every time he doesn't say whether he can defeat the enemy, at least one calm commander can greatly mobilize the enthusiasm of the combatants. Maybe he will lose in the end, but at least it will be ugly. Pointing to Commander. Zhang, please. Please eat candy. Suddenly, a soft and waxy voice rang in Xingai's ears. Xingai heard the words and found Zhang was standing next to Xingai with a few candies in his hand. Seeing Zhang's behavior, Xingai smiled slightly, took one from Zhang's hand, and said softly, Zhang is really good, these sweets are as cute as Zhang. Zhang did not expect that after hearing Xingai's words, Zhang suddenly squatted on the ground. He couldn't even care about the sugar in his hand, so he cried directly, "Commander, don't eat camphor, Zhang is not delicious." Zhang's behavior directly caused Xingai to be stunned. He was obviously a compliment. How could he eat her when he got here? But now I don't think about this time. When I saw camphor squatting on the ground sobbing, Xingai squatted down and whispered softly, "How could I eat camphor? Zhang is so cute, it's too late for me to take care of it." "Really?" Zhang timidly said, "But didn't the commander just eat camphor like sugar?" Hearing what Zhang said, Xingai understood what had happened. It turned out that Zhang had misunderstood what he meant. Now that he knew the reason, the problem was solved. Actually, Zhang misunderstood what the commander said. "Okay." Zhang raised his little head slightly and looked at Xingai suspiciously. Seeing Zhang's reaction, Xingai smiled at the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Look, Zhang likes candy the most, right?" "Okay." Zhang nodded. "When I said that camphor is like candy, I don't actually want to eat camphor, but I say that commander, I like camphor the most, just like camphor likes candy." "Really?" Zhang looked at Xingai. Nianyo said, "Will the commander really eat Zhang?" "Of course not." Xingai shook his head and said, "I know Zhang is afraid of coming to this place for the first time, right? But don't worry, everyone is actually very friendly, and the commander will also protect you. Zhang, as long as someone dares to bully you, just tell the commander will call the shots for you." "Really? Really, the commander can't lie." Zhang glanced at Xingai, then timidly stretched out a small hand. "Commander, retractor." "It is good." Seeing that Zhang was no longer so afraid of himself, Xingai also stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Zhang's little finger. Hanging on the hook, it won't change for 100 years. It's the puppy who lie. After pulling the hook, he ran away. Xingai didn't have time to say anything. Seeing Zhang running away, Xingai's face instantly became gloomy. Does even such a small child have to go to the battlefield? Zhang Hisong seems to be only 4 or 5 years old. This age shouldn't be the age to be protected and play happily, but now, even they have to fight the dangerous siren. This world seems to be more cruel than Xingai imagined. Chapter 47, Get Away. We won. With the fall of the last projection ship, the battle between the original body and the projection is finally over, but now each ship is scarred, and the javelin that was the most desperate in the battle just now, even the ship's outfit is completely damaged. If there will be a large number of enemies next, then they may really fall asleep with this. Suddenly, Hatsune exclaimed. "Look, has the mirrored sea area become brighter?" Hearing that, the ship ladies raised their heads. As expected, the dark clouds that had been shrouded in the mirrored sea area began to dissipate, and wisps of sunlight emerged from between the clouds, making the entire mirrored sea area brighter. "How is this going?" Everything in front of them made the ship ladies feel surprised and curious. They had heard the commander talk about the intelligence of the mirror sea area before they came. The mirrored sea area appears suddenly, or it is always produced out of people's field of vision. When people discover it, it has already occupied a sea area. Secondly, there will be duplicates of outsiders in the mirrored waters. They have already seen this. Pass. Finally, that is, the mirrored sea area usually lasts for a long time or will not disappear at all. Even if it disappears suddenly overnight. The sun's rays appearing in the mirrored sea area like the present one should be the case of the mirrored sea area dissipating. But now only the sky has brightened, but the surrounding environment has not changed. However, seeing the brightened sky, Javelin was shocked. No matter what happened now, there might be a problem in the mirrored sea area, which means that they might go out now. Thinking of this, Javelin immediately asked, "Hatsune, can you use radar and navigation?" "Let me see." As soon as Hatsune's thoughts moved, a small drone flew out, and immediately she said excitedly, Okay, radar and navigation are available, we can go out." Hearing Hatsun's words, the ship ladies all showed excitement. They didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. They just wanted to go back to the port area to take a good bath and then take a good sleep. Hatsun is also quite happy. It's still too dangerous for them, so let's wait for a higher level to find out. But the next moment, Hatsun's smile suddenly froze on her face, and she panicked and said, "There are siren approaching. There are 11 ships in total, all of which are chess pieces." At this moment, all the ship ladies were panicked. After the fierce battle just now, they had almost all empty ammunition. It can be said that they are now lambs to be slaughtered. "Can you avoid it?" Javelin said. "You can try, the sirens are still a little away from us, we still hope to get rid of them." Hatsun replied immediately. "Okay, Hatsun, let's release the hull." It seems that Rayfit will not be forced to release the hull on the hulls of other ship maidens. "You should be able to take Rayfit with you," Javelin said. "What about you? It's good for us to follow you, so that we can fight back even if the siren is overtaken by." "That's it," Hatsun said. "The situation is urgent now, they have no time to think carefully about the escape plan, and after all, the Javelin is the captain designated by the commander, and at this time they should also listen to the Javelin." Hatsun released his hull, then took Raffi up and immediately started in one direction, and the Javelin and other ships also moved behind Hatsun. The reason why Hatsun was allowed to lead the way was because Hatsun had been better protected by them in previous battles, so Hatsun suffered only a negligible loss. Unlike other ship girls, the radar was affected, and Hatsun's the radar and navigation system are also the strongest among all the ship's mothers, so the leading position is none other than Hatsun. The center of the mirrored sea area. A loli was sitting on a huge black ship suit with some dancing tentacles wrapped around it. At this time, little Loli's eyes were closed tightly, as if she was feeling something. After a long time, Lori's eyes opened. The variable among the variables, this is something that other testing grounds did not appear. No, it should be said that it is a variable that hasn't appeared before in this era, that man. Speaking of this, Lori looked towards a place and muttered, "I really want to see that man." Standing on the bow of the ship, Zingai looked at the mirror surface waters close at hand. He turned his head and said, "Why don't Song and Zhang wait for me here? You are still too young and your level is low. I'm afraid you will be in danger." Song said suspiciously, "How can the commander go to Javelin Sisters alone, and you can rest assured that Song will protect the commander." Although Zhang on the side was very scared, he still summoned the courage to say, "Zhang. Zhang will also protect the commander." Zingai couldn't help being amused when hearing the two lolis' words to protect herself as an adult, but still didn't laugh in order to take care of the two little lolis' face. He calmed down and said, "Okay, then so be it. With your protection, I will rest assured." Hearing Zingai's words, Song raised his head, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, the safety of the commander is covered by Song." Zhang on the side hesitated to speak, but in the end he didn't say anything. Zingai smiled and looked back at the mirrored sea. He is very close to Raffi now, so Zingai can now roughly feel Raffi's location, and Raffi would not be separated from Javelin and others under normal circumstances, so most of the Javelins and Javelins where Raffi is located are also there. "Song, go here." "Yes, Commander." Following Song's control, the ship sailed in the direction pointed by Zingai, and Zhang's hull also followed closely. "Here, there are siren around here again." Hatsun looked ugly at the radar. They had avoided several waves of sirens. These sirens seemed to come to them specifically, because these sirens always appeared in front of the route they set. And from the first dozen sirens to hundreds of sirens now, there are fewer and fewer places to go on the Hatsun radar, and these sirens have gradually formed a trend of encirclement. It seems to be ready to kill them all. Although the current situation is getting more and more critical, Hatsun did not tell the other ships' mothers about the situation, because that would only undermine the confidence of other ships' mothers. At the same time, Hatsune was still a little unwilling. It was obvious that they worked so hard, couldn't escape the fate of sinking here. No, no, the commander is already on the way here. If it is a commander, he can do it, definitely. Some have drove a distance, looking at them who were already surrounded by a circle of siren, Hatsune said loudly as a last resort. Preparing to fight, we have been surrounded by siren. Chapter 48, Lost and Revitalized. As soon as Hatsune shouted, the ship ladies immediately slowed down and looked around nervously. In fact, they found that more and more sirens appeared on the radar earlier than before. It was just because their radar was not as good as Hatsune, so they thought maybe Hatsune could take them out of a life, but now, this last one hope was also broken. Javelin was already desperate at this time. She knew that Hatsune would not speak casually. If Hatsune said there was no way, then they would really have to fight the siren. If it was before, Javelin would definitely not be afraid. She had confidence in her own strength, and Raffi was there, so Javelin was not worried about this mission at first. But now, Lafitte is injured and unconscious, and the other ship girls have run out of ammunition and food, and she has completely lost her combat effectiveness. It will be her fault if she does not listen to the commander and goes deep into the mirrored waters. If she took Raffi's warning to heart at first, because of accidents time and time again, Javelin took all these mistakes on himself, so that now Javelin is deeply self-blaming. Javelin! Javelin! At the moment when the fleet decelerated, Hatsune released all of its drones and began to repair the ship's mother, only to make the other ship's mothers in better condition before the siren arrived. However, when the ship's mother was preparing for the battle, Hatsune found that the Javelin was standing in a daze, her eyes were dark, as if she had lost her soul. Seeing the current appearance of the Javelin, Hatsune immediately understood that the Javelin was hit too much, causing her mental problems now. It's just this time. Hatsune gritted their teeth. They were in a very bad state now, but now there is a problem with the Javelin. You have to get the Javelin back to your senses quickly, otherwise it will be very good if the Javelin is still in this state after it becomes a battlefield. It's dangerous. So now Hatsune must wake up the Javelin quickly, even if he can't wake up, move the Javelin to a safer position. Thinking of this, Hatsune immediately came to the Javelin, because Hatsune had to maintain the hull of the ship when he was doing all the repairs, so Hatsune came to the Javelin from a drone. Javelin, you wake up, this is not the time to think. Hatsune shook the shoulder of the Javelin. At this time, the other ship women also discovered the abnormality of the Javelin. One of the ship women asked concerned, Hatsune, how is the Javelin now? Hatsune turned his head and said, it's okay, you first try to cooperate with my drone to repair your ship's equipment, I will figure out the problem with the Javelin. After hearing Hatsune's answer, Jian Niang did not continue to ask. Although she was also worried about the Javelin situation, she was still more important to the siren. And I also said with Javelin before that the commander was already on his way, as long as the commander arrived, then they would be saved. Although they don't know exactly when Xingai will arrive, but, at least it is a hope, isn't it? Hatsune looked at the Javelin, who had no response no matter how he shouted, and was extremely anxious. According to her radar, the sirens had already entered their field of vision, and entering the opponent's field of vision in the mirrored waters could be said to be entering. When so many siren attacked the opponent's range, she would no longer have enough energy to protect the Javelin, because at that time she would be unable to protect herself, not to mention that Hatsune also shouldered the responsibility of protecting Raffi. In desperation, Hatsune shouted, Javelin, do you want the commander to see you like this? Commander! After Hatsune yelled, the Javelin, who had been unresponsive to Hatsune's words, suddenly spoke, as if it had reacted to the 3 words commander. Seeing this, Hatsune couldn't help being overjoyed. The response is the best. As long as there is a response, the medicine can be prescribed. The most feared is that there is no response to the outside world as just now. It is really impossible to start. Because Hatsune realized that the javelin was responding to the commander, Hatsune felt that talking to the javelin more about the commander must be able to wake the javelin, so she immediately said, "Javelin, think about it, the commander must be waiting. You go back, right? The commander will be sad if you have an accident here, right? You don't want to see the commander sad, right? But I made a serious mistake. Commander, hand over the team to me, but I can't bring everyone back safely." Hearing this, Hatsune finally understood why the javelin lost his mind. It turned out that javelin took all the responsibility on him. Such an excessive sense of guilt can easily crush a person, not to mention the age of javelin. The older child. After determining the reason for the javelin's loss, Hatsune immediately organized the language. After thinking for a while, Hatsune said, "Javelin, in fact, this is not your fault. We are also responsible. You should not take all the fault on yourself. In fact, there is nothing wrong with you, you have done very well." But Hatsune's comfort did not play its due role, and there was still no color in Javelin's eyes. Is my thinking wrong? This should be able to wake up the javelin. Is it not related to the commander? Hatsune, okay, siren has appeared. Suddenly, a ship girl shouted. Hatsune looked up, and saw a large number of sirens in the distance, densely packed, like the legendary marching ants. The number was huge, and you couldn't see it at a glance. "Hey, this number is a bit scary," a shipmother said. Upon seeing this, Hatsune reorganized the language and said, "What is the use of the javelin here for self-punishment? Your position is given to you by the commander. Even if you make a mistake, only the commander can punish you." This time Hatsune's words worked, and there was a hint of color in the eyes of the javelin. Seeing that Hatsune was overjoyed, she immediately chased after victory, "And you will only push us into the abyss now, then you will become a sinner, you want to be as the commander's sinner for a lifetime." At the end, Hatsune almost roared out. "The commander's heart, the sinner. I don't be the sinner in the commander's heart." At this moment, Javelin finally fully awakened. Seeing this, Hatsune couldn't help showing a knowing smile. Boom! A cannonball fell beside Javelin and Hatsune, blowing up a ball of water. The javelin shook off the drops of water on his body, his eyes firmly said, "Hatsune-chan, you are right. Even if I make a mistake, only the commander can punish me, and I will go back alive with you, for sure." Chapter 49, End. With the sound of the siren's cannon, the ship's wife left and made a counterattack, and the silver-white muzzle ejected a fire snake. Several siren were sunk in an instant, but this was just a drop in the ocean for the locust-like siren. Although the plan was facing desperation, none of the ship ladies flinched. They were born to live for war, and death is their destination. Perhaps, they were already prepared for such a day. At this time, Xingai, Song, and Zhang had already entered the Mirrored Sea area. He felt that Ray Fit was getting closer and closer to him, but they had already encountered several waves of siren on the way. And these sirens seemed to be organized. They didn't come for Xingai and them, but to go to where Xingai was going. At this time, there should be no other people besides La Fight in the Mirror Sea area. That is to say, these sirens are for Ray Fit and the others. It's troublesome now. Xingai frowned. This was only one direction for him. There were 60 or 70 siren he had encountered, and Xingai believed that the siren was definitely not the only one to go there. Xingai wouldn't worry at all if it was before, because no matter how many siren came, it would be a gift to Ray Fit, even if Ray Fit's injury is still unhealed. But now it's different. Since Raffi used the power of ghosts and gods, Raffi must be in a very poor state or even comatose. The strength of the javelin alone cannot fight so many sirens. That is, the javelin and the others may be sunk at any time. It seems I need to use some means. With that, Xingai touched his space ring. As soon as he entered the mirrored sea, he could see the essence of the mirrored sea, a small space relying on the main world. This can also explain why the mirrored sea area suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly. Is it just that the siren's technology is so high? It is actually possible to use the power of science and technology to open up space. You must know that it is hundreds of times more difficult to open up space with technology than magic. Commander, the sirens we met seem to be getting more and more. It's just that the few of us go to save the Javelin sister. Do they have any problems? Song said on the side. Zhang also looked at Xingai in a panic, because they were fighting harder and harder. If more sirens came, they would definitely not be able to do so. Seeing Zhang with fear written on his face, Xingai smiled and touched Zhang's head and said, "Don't worry, it will be better soon. Now it's fine to sleep peacefully." "Okay." Zhang looked at Xingai suspiciously, but a drowsiness suddenly struck. Zhang shook twice and fell to one side. Xingai held Zhang by the way and supported the pine that was falling on one side. Xingai found a comfortable posture to relieve the two girls, and then formed a formation to attach to the two hulls. If there are other people here, you will definitely find that the two ships disappeared after the formation of Xingai. This kind of thing will most likely be regarded as a spiritual event by others. After Xingai had done all this, he jumped off the hull and galloped directly on the water. At the same time, Xingai added a series of enhanced spells to himself. After being strengthened, the speed of Xingai was extremely fast. After only a short while, Xingai saw densely packed sirens, and sirens were rushing here continuously. If Xingai didn't guess wrong, it must be Rafi and the others who were surrounded by these sirens. Xingai leaped slightly, and the whole person floated. Xingai's gaze crossed the dense sirens, and finally saw the fighting javelin and others in the center of this sirens. Sleep. Xingai outlines a magic circle. This circle is milky white. Xingai pushes the circle forward slightly. The whole circle expands at an astonishing speed and quickly covers all the sirens. Of course, the javelin and others also shrouded in it. At the moment of being enveloped by the Xingai magic array, the vigorous cannons below died down, and the whole world seemed to quiet down suddenly. Xingai took a step forward, and this step came directly to Javelin and the others. At this time, Javelin and them all lay down on the water, as if they were asleep. Xingai glanced at the Hatsune ship outfit of the ship's body, frowned, and immediately he re-outlined a silver magic circle. This time the circle only covered the Javelin and other ship women, and Xingai and the ship women disappeared in the next moment. In place. Xingai sent the Javelin and the others to Zhang Hesong, and then returned to the siren gathering place. Xingai couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at the siren who was eager to move below. Although his formation was called sleep, it involved a little space factor, otherwise it would be difficult to control these inanimate siren chess pieces. But now these sirens actually showed signs of getting out of Xingai's control, which was quite different from what Xingai thought. I control too much, or the problem of this mirrored sea area. Xingai thought for a while, and found that the signs of the sirens getting out of control became more and more obvious. So many sirens must be dealt with, otherwise the first one to be attacked is his port area. And because it is in the special space of the mirror sea area, Xingai can use some special methods. I saw Xingai take out a yellowed scroll from the space ring. The light blue light radiated from this scroll, which looked very strange. Xingai opened the scroll and injected a magical force into it, and then saw the scroll disappear instantly, but a huge wave was raised on the sea below, and many sirens were overturned for a while. Immediately after the whirlpool, the sea tornado and others all appeared, one after another siren was drawn into it, torn into pieces. Carnival of the Sea, this is the scroll used by Xingai. The effect is to launch all kinds of sea-related disasters in a sea area. These disasters become more powerful due to the intervention of magic, but because the cast area is too large, the attack limit is increased. Decrease, but because of its wide range to deal with the current situation is just right. Xingai took a look at the siren who had almost lost everything, and then turned around and left. No matter how much these siren could survive, it would be impossible to pose any threat to his port area. And he still has a more important thing, that is to forge a memory for the javelin and the others. They are not the time to know these things. After all, they are too weak now, so weak that they have no ability to protect themselves, and not just their strength. They still have a lot to grow. There is still a long way to go, and there will be more things waiting for them in the future. It is not enough to fall so easily now. What's more, Xingai wouldn't let them fall easily. After all, this place made him feel at home. The center of the Mirrored Sea area. Tentacle Lori felt the message that just came. After a long time, she only smiled. Now, I am more interested in you. Chapter 50, Visitors from Afar. La Fight Sauce. Everyone. Javelin suddenly sat up from the bed, and quickly grabbed one hand to the side, but it caught nothing. Hey! Javelin touched the soft bed and looked back around for a while, and found that he seemed to have returned to his dormitory in the port area. Is it a dream? No. Impossible. Javelin shook his head vigorously. Those things happened in reality, and the previous scenes were still deeply imprinted in her mind, so it was absolutely impossible that everything was a dream. Did the commander save us? Javelin, remember, Raffi said that the commander was coming. Did the commander bring the sisters in the port area to save us? But at this point, Javelin suddenly found that he didn't remember what happened before. He clearly remembered that they were chased by Siren, and then there is no more here. No matter how the Javelin recalls, I don't remember what happened later. The next memory is in the dormitory in the port area. Javelin thought about it for a long time, but Kay could not remember how he was rescued by the commander. After confirming that she really couldn't remember, Javelin decided to ask the other ship's mothers who came back. This kind of thing should be remembered by other ship's mothers. Correct. Xingai sighed while looking at the 6 tattered hulls in the dry dock. Although he rescued La Fight and the others, he was always a step too late. The Javelin and their hulls suffered extremely serious damage. Among them, the Javelin was the most serious. All parts above the deck were damaged, and the ship was also damaged. Several large holes were broken, and the equipment in them all had different degrees of damage. According to Tweeted, it takes at least 1 month to repair this damage, because the damage to the ship's equipment is almost the same as doing a new one. Based on comprehensive considerations, Xingai decided to repair Hatsun's hull first, because Hatsun's hull is only damaged by about 30%, which is the best repair, and after the repair of Hatsun's hull, it can also participate in the repair of other hulls. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xingai watched the busy tweeters for a while and then turned and left. He really couldn't help with this kind of technology. If he insists on going up, he can only add to his work. It's better to leave here. Okay, Xingai thought so, but in fact he didn't tweet it away, because tweeted it was uncomfortable for tweeted to stare here, so tweeted, after discussing a leader, tweeted Xingai drove away from here. Xingai walked out of the dry dock and walked to the lecture hall. It has been 3 days since he rescued La Fight and the others, but the 6 of them still did not wake up. Xingai also let the doctor tweeted. The doctor told Xingai Javelin that there was nothing serious about them, but because of the serious injuries they needed to repair themselves, this self-repair would put them into a dormant state, and if they were awakened forcibly, they would cause irreversible damage. This made Xingai feel very surprised. He also observed the daily life of the ship maidens. From all aspects, the ship maidens showed the same performance as ordinary humans. Of course, this is the performance before the ship maiden is connected to the ship equipment. After the ship equipment is connected, the body strength of the ship maiden will greatly increase. Although it is still so soft, the actual strength is completely different. This gave Xingai a weird feeling. The performance of the ship ladies was like like a transformation. Thinking of this, Xingai frowned and wanted to put the research on the mind cube on the agenda as soon as possible. He had a hunch that if he could study the mind cube thoroughly, he would surely make an amazing discovery. It is about 100 nautical miles away from Xingai port. Commander, siren was found ahead. But the man who was sitting in the flagship command room shot up and said to the phone on the side, "How many sirens are there in front? Is it that kind of thing?" "Less than a team, just ordinary siren." Hearing these words, the man sat down as if frustrated, and at the same time he exhaled a long breath in his heart. There is not a small team. Since his shipmother should be able to deal with it easily, he can breathe a sigh of relief now. The man took the sea area map on the side. This is a map drawn by Azalain. This map marked all known commander locations and islands in the sea area where he is now. What he has to do now is first find a foothold. The man named Beijiang became the Vanguard commander 3 years ago. Because he had no background reason, he was assigned to an extremely remote island. Moreover, the island was not only remote, but also lacking in supplies. He almost couldn't sustain it during the initial period. Fortunately, his luck is not bad. In addition to the initial Z-23, he directly built Huang and Luan. With the support of these 24 ship women, he finally gained a firm foothold and gradually made a strike on that island. Fantiandi. At its peak, his port area was extremely prosperous, with more than 200 shipwives under him, and all of them had good combat power. But an accident happened. It was a new siren that had never appeared before, and its appearance was the same as a normal siren. But the siren's hull or ship's installation is covered with blood-red lines, that line exudes an ominous light, and the siren's desire to attack is extremely strong and they are not afraid of death. It is a suicidal shock. If only this was the case, Beijiang would not have any fear, because he had confidence in his ship's mother, but the siren had a strange infection ability. This kind of infection will make the Navy girls crazy and full of desire to attack. Even if they burn out the last round of ammunition, they will attack with their own body until they sink into the sea. In the beginning, most of Beijiang's ship ladies were damaged by this strange infection because of the asymmetry of intelligence. Even if he later learned about the strangeness of these things and specified countermeasures, it would not help. Because the number of sirens is too much, there are almost 100,000 sirens sinking there in that month, but the number of siren under him is less than 30. In the end, it was the Huang, Luan, and Enterprise war-weary who had the highest combat power among his shipmothers who formed an interception force and forced him away. Thinking of this, Beijiang couldn't help but feel sad again, and tears could not help but stay. Why? Didn't we say that we should work together to build a better port area, but why? The counterattack outside the door listened to the cry of the commander, and I didn't know what it felt like, because she was in the weaker category in the port area, so she was appointed to protect the commander. It is a few destroyers, the total number is only dozens of people. Of course, this is relatively weak, and she still has no problem dealing with ordinary siren. After a long time, only Beijiang in the command room said, "Due south, target the Koror Islands." Chapter 51, Younger Sister. Javelin walked out of the dormitory, and after thinking about it, walked to the port first. If she was rescued by the commander, her ship should stay in the port area. And because her ship is definitely under repair, the ship's mother will usually be there at this time, so it's easy to encounter Hatsune and others there. When she came to the port area, Javelin did not see her hull in the port area, but the clinking noise from the dry dock told her where she was now. The Javelin entered the dry dock. Sure enough, she saw her horrible hull and busy tweeting in the dry dock, but to her disappointment, there was no shadow of other ship women. Under doubt, the Javelin stopped to tweet, squatted down and asked, "Tweet, have you seen other ship ladies coming?" Chu shook his head. This is a very interesting thing. Chus are obviously like a ball, but they can make movements like shaking their heads. It really makes people curious about their body structure. Choo choo, not seen. Have the commander been here? Tweeted, just left, tweeted, the commander's eyes are terrible. Is that so? Javelin stood up helplessly, turned and left. Before she came, she had knocked on the door of other ship's dormitory, but she didn't get a response. Javelin decided that the ship's wife might not be in the dormitory anymore, so she came out to look for it. As for why she didn't go to Xingai, it was because Javelin decided to put everyone in danger because of her wrong decision, so Javelin always felt a sense of guilt, which led to her not knowing what kind of posture she should use to face Xingai. What should I do? Javelin was walking with her head down while thinking about things, but suddenly she bumped into a hard object. She subconsciously looked up, only to find a familiar face. Point 2. Commander, why are you here? I was still thinking about how to meet the commander, but I didn't expect to bump into the commander directly, which immediately made Javelin's heart a mess. Seeing Javelin's somewhat weird expression, Xingai couldn't help being a little strange. It seemed that there was something to Javelin, but he didn't seem to want to tell him. Xingai thought about it for a while and immediately understood the reason for Javelin, because Hatsune had mentioned to himself after he came back that Javelin had experienced mental problems in the battlefield because of excessive blame on himself. But looking at the Javelin now, most of them are struggling with this matter. Xingai thought for a while, and said, "Is the Javelin entangled with the previous mission?" Hearing Xingai's words, the face of the Javelin who was tangled up suddenly turned grey. "I saw," the Javelin said with a godless eyes, "the commander clearly entrusted me with such an important task, but I made a mess. If the commander didn't save us in the end, maybe. Having said that, Javelin knelt on the ground and cried. Seeing this, Xingai frowned. Although Hatsune had been enlightened, the impact on the Javelin was still greater than he had imagined. Xingai picked up the Javelin from the ground and said, "This is not a place to talk. Go to my office." Being hugged by Xingai directly, Javelin suddenly felt a man's breath surrounding him, which made Javelin flushed. Seeing the Javelin's attention shifted, Xingai couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. He was really not good at dealing with crying girls, but fortunately, this trick that someone taught him was pretty good. Just look at the Javelin mood. The child has stabilized, at least now we can communicate normally. It is better than the previous communication cannot communicate. Of course, if Raffi is definitely afraid to do this here in Xingai, this trick may be useful, but if Raffi sees Raffi, he will definitely be jealous, and it may affect the relationship between Raffi and Javelin. So Xingai chose the route of avoiding the ship women as much as possible to avoid being discovered by others. Although he was holding a girl, Xingai still flew fast. Of course, this is also because the Javelin after taking off the ship's outfit is like a real girl. It feels light in Xingai, as if there is no weight. Soon, Xingai came to the office holding the Javelin while Raffi was being repaired by Xingai in the repair warehouse in the laboratory. It is worth mentioning that because Raffi has not used the power of ghosts and gods for a long time, the backlash from the power of ghosts and gods is not serious. This is good news, but there is also bad news. That's because Raffi used his wounded body forcibly using the power of ghosts and gods, causing Raffi's original injury to become more serious, and Raffi's originally few combat machines are almost left, and there are only a few left. A combat machine based on support. This means that the strongest combat power in the port area at this stage is temporarily unable to leave the station, and Lafite's injuries cannot be healed so quickly. If the port area encounters any powerful enemy now, it can only be handed over to Xingai. But Xingai has many restrictions. Thinking about it this way, the port area is really in crisis now. Commander! Commander! After being picked up by Xingai, the Javelin kept shrinking in Xingai's arms. She didn't dare to lift her head, for fear of being seen by others. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after reaching the office. But she found that the commander had taken her to the office and was just as stunned. After a long time, the javelin was finally shy and couldn't help it, so she spoke. Xingai immediately recovered after hearing the soft cry of javelin. He immediately realized that he had lost his mind just now, so he immediately apologized. Sorry, javelin, I suddenly thought of something just now and I forgot you. Sorry about that. No, it doesn't matter. The javelin said in a weak voice. Xingai first put the javelin gently on the sofa aside, then turned and walked to the table. At the moment Xingai put the javelin down, Javelin felt a trace of nostalgia, but immediately Javelin noticed that something was wrong with her. She immediately wanted to turn her attention to the mistake of leading the team, but what happened? I can't control my own thinking. Just as the javelin was thinking about it, a soft touch suddenly came from her face, and at the same time, the voice of Xingai came. Look at you, your face is crying, I'd better wipe it for you first. Xingai wiped it gently and seemed to be very skilled, which made Javelin's face redder, but Xingai's next sentence directly dispelled all her charm. It's so cute, just like my sisters. Hearing this, Javelin didn't understand it. Xingai only regarded himself as his sister, so he would have these intimate actions. This made the Javelin feel relieved and a little lost. But, this is obviously a happy thing, why do I feel disappointed? Chapter 52, Chasing the Wrong. Okay, let's talk about the previous mission now. Xingai observed it and felt that Javelin's emotions were relatively stable now before speaking. Commander, Javelin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xingai raising his hand. Xingai looked at Javelin and said, Javelin, what was the task I gave you before? Javelin froze for a moment, and then recalled, I remember the commander appointed me as the captain, and then asked me to take Raffi and the others to explore the mirror waters. Then what else did I say besides the mission? Xingai said again. And also. Javelin thought about it carefully and said, the commander also told us to be more careful, not to go too deep, and to be safe. Having said this, the tears in Javelin's eyes began to swirl again, as if crying in the next second. Yes, you remember that is correct, but you think about it, did I ask you to bring all the other ship ladies back safely? Xingai said unhurriedly. As soon as Xingai said this, Javelin was stunned. Seeing the effect, Xingai immediately said, do you know why I want to let you low-level ship ladies go to explore the Mirror Sea area? Javelin shook his head and said, no. I don't know. Xingai looked at the Javelin and said, actually you can guess a little bit, because you are the only shipwife who has seen Rayfit take a shot, so you guessed this mission when you saw me let Rayfit go with you. There is actually no danger. But, it's because I don't think it's dangerous that everyone is in danger. I'm all to blame. Javelin said. Faced with the Javelin statement, Xingai shook his head and said, no, in fact, these have nothing to do with you. The main fault is still with me. As soon as Xingai's words fell, Javelin stood up excitedly and said, Commander doesn't need to be like this. You don't have to put all the faults on yourself to comfort me. I know I made a mistake, and I will also accept punishment. No matter what kind of punishment I am willing to. Even if I retire, I will have no problem. Speaking of this, the javelin seemed to have lost all its strength, fell backwards suddenly, and then fell on the sofa. After hearing the words of the javelin, Xingai frowned. This little girl actually said everything about her retirement. It seems that she needs to correct her thoughts quickly. Xingai looked at the javelin and said with a serious face, do you think I am comforting you? Isn't it, Commander? Javelin asked back. I'm just telling the truth. Xingai said, this mission was initiated by me. Actually, I was going to let Rayfit go alone, but considering your level and Rayfit's combat power, I decided to let you all go to exercise and improve your level. But this still has nothing to do with you, Commander. Commander, your instructions are not wrong, it is me who is wrong. Javelin said bitterly. Don't interrupt me for now, Xingai said helplessly, moreover, my instructions may not be correct. As Elaine's official minimum exploration standard for the Mirror Sea is the team's average level of 80, and your average level is less than 70. This is one of them. In addition to rank, the team's combat power is also the criterion. How to improve combat power is equipment, but I have never paid attention to the importance of equipment. This is the second. Not only that, because of the existence of law fight, I am relieved to let you explore the Mirrored Sea. But isn't it right? Isn't it normal to find someone strong to protect? Before the Xingai dialect was finished, the javelin rushed. Xingai shook his head, and said with some guilt, "You are wrong, this is the point of my worst failure." Javelin looked at Xingai with a puzzled look. Finding a strong one to protect the weak is indeed a correct choice. Xingai paused after speaking, and said, "But Javelin, there is the Mirror Sea area." Having said that, Javelin suddenly understood what Xingai said the biggest mistake was. It was the characteristics of the Mirrored Sea area. It has been mentioned before that the life forms in the mirrored waters will be copied into the mirrored waters, and it is precisely because of this that the insurance measure of Raffi protecting them becomes the biggest failure. Because, although Lawfight is not a ship's mother, Lawfight is still a life form. Since Lawfight is also a life form, the Mirrored Sea area will replicate the projection of Lawfight. Although Xingai's previous guess was that Raffi's power level was relatively high, it shouldn't be copied out of the projection. But Xingai was obviously wrong. The Mirrored Sea area not only replicated Lawfight's projection, but even this projection had a considerable degree of strength of Lawfight, otherwise it would not force Lawfight to use the power of ghosts and gods. But, doesn't the commander still have a backhand? The commander has a way to contact Lawfight, but I don't have time for Lawfight to contact the commander. If I can let Lawfight be sent out earlier, please help. Nothing will happen, it should be my fault. Javelin's words are still full of bitterness. Xingai still shook his head and said, "It's really not my fault." Upon hearing this, Javelin suddenly wanted to say something. "Of course, it's not your fault." Hearing this, Javelin said in disbelief, "Commander, you mean Rayfit deliberately is not like the commander you ask for help?" Yeah, Xingai nodded. But Javelin said in disbelief, "Why does Lawfight Sauce do such a thing?" Hearing the question of Javelin, Xingai smiled bitterly, and said, "I just asked Raffi to protect you, but I forgot another thing. That is, the projection of the Mirrored Sea area has a part of the memory of the projected person. In this case, Lawfight will definitely not let me shoot, because she feels that it is very cruel to let me attack her or watch her die. Even if it's just a projection." After listening to Xingai's narration, Javelin was unable to speak for a long time. Xingai looked at her and sighed, saying, "So, you don't have to blame yourself too much. We are all responsible for this accident. This is not caused by you alone, but after all, you have made a mistake and there is still punishment." Hearing the punishment, Javelin's heart hung again. She was a little better after hearing Xingai's advice, but now she became nervous again when she heard the punishment. Xingai stood up and walked towards the javelin. Seeing Xingai approaching, Javelin was so scared that he closed his eyes, as if he could avoid punishment in this way. Javelin closed his eyes, listening to the approaching footsteps. The deer jumped wildly in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the forehead. "Damn!" Xingai looked at the javelin covering his forehead and smiled and said, "Okay, this is your punishment. I still have something to do. Let's go." After talking about Xingai, he turned and left. Javelin muttered while looking at Xingai's leaving back. The commander is really gentle. Chapter 53, Rescue. It has been 2 or 3 days since Xingai opened the javelin, and after several days of conditioning the javelin, he finally stopped worrying about the mission failure. The injuries of the other ship maidens who went out on the mission are almost healed. I don't know what medicine Tweet gave them. The effect is surprisingly good. Now the ship maidens are healthy. What's the injury? This can't help but make Xingai amazed. The ship ladies created by the mind cube are no different from human beings, and they all have physical bodies. This also shows that most of the wounded ship ladies that humans can suffer can bear. But because of the existence of the mind cube, the ship ladies are still slightly different from human beings. These differences are reflected in various aspects, such as resistance, patience, resilience, strength, etc. They are completely different from humans. Xingai also studied for a while, and in the end he only came to the conclusion that everything that Jian Niang currently has is based on the mind cube. The mind cube gives the Jian Niang almost the same body as humans and has unparalleled combat power, which makes Xingai have a lot of mind. The Rubik's Cube is more curious. But now Xingai is too busy with things in the port area one after another, so even though Xingai is very curious about mind cube, he can't help but put this matter aside. Xingai was sitting in the office working on documents one by one, and suddenly the javelin opened the door and said, "Commander, there is a special report." Hearing the javelin said something important, Xingai put down the pen in his hand, rubbed his temple and said, "What is the important thing? Has the siren attacked again, or has the mirror surface appeared again?" In the past few days, there have been small boss sirens, but these sirens are nothing to the javelin and they are easily repelled. The only thing worth mentioning is that the mirrored sea suddenly disappeared. Just as recorded in the data, as long as there is an oversight, the mirrored sea area with signs of disappearance will suddenly disappear. However, it also happens that Xingai does not need to focus on it if the mirrored sea area disappears, and according to the data, once the mirrored sea area disappears, at least there will be no new mirrored sea area around here within half a year. This is good news. Javelin asked after asking in Xingai. A fleet identified as the Azalane organization was found 20 nautical miles away from our port area, and they are still fighting an unknown number, siren, possibly a siren. Unknown number. Xingai's gaze became sharp in an instant. Although the world has changed so much that many things that people know are different, the siren has not changed at all. This is an unusual thing. Now there are sirens with unknown numbers, and the tone of the javelin just now is not even sure they are sirens. This is not good news. Moreover, the appearance of these new sirens so close is also a huge threat to the new port area. Thinking of this, Xingai immediately ordered, "Immediately organize a combat-capable ship mother in the port area to prepare to set off. The task is to rescue the Alliance." "Yes," Javelin said immediately, and immediately turned around to prepare immediately. And many more. Xingai stopped Javelin suddenly, and said under the doubt on Javelin's face, "You don't need to go." "Why?" Unwilling to accept the javelin, did the commanders find it hard for the commanders to be unwilling to hand them over because they failed in their mission? Seeing the javelin, Xingai knew that Javelin was thinking about it again. He couldn't help being a little funny. In order to comfort Javelin, Xingai walked over and touched the head of the javelin and said, "How come? It's just because you have experienced a big battle before. They don't have much combat effectiveness, and the port area can't rely on you, right? Not to mention that I will go to the battle this time, there is no problem." Javelin looked at Xingai, he stopped talking, and finally said nothing. She also knew that her current situation was indeed not good, because she could not even get out of the port area because her ship was being repaired, and she had no choice but to nod her head. Seeing that the javelin agreed, Xingai also began to prepare. This time he was going to attack with the ship ladies instead of remote command. One is to facilitate contact with the personnel of the Azalane organization, and the other is that he can also go to the formation, although I can't make it clear, but it's okay to do some precautions, even though he seems to be incompetent in others. Damn it, why are they all chasing here? Could it be that the Phoenix and the others, damn it? Beizhong looked at the strange siren fighting with them, and his heart was full of hatred. It was because of these ghosts that his beautiful and happy life would be broken. He swears that if he can escape, you must kill all these things. Report to the commander, Z23, Z23 may not be able to support it. Suddenly, the voice of Z23 was remembered in the public channel. Beijiang immediately raised his head and looked at the battlefield. At this time, he found that Z23 was surrounded by red air currents, and even Z23 had red lines on his body. At this moment, Beijiang's eyes were red. Z23 is his initial ship. She has been with him since the very beginning, and she has been with him no matter how difficult it is, and she has naturally become his first wedding ship, precisely because with her company, he can go to this day. But now it is. He couldn't be more clear about the situation in Z23. It was the performance that would only appear when the degree of erosion was too high, and at this time, it could be said that no matter what happened. How come? Suddenly Beijiang suddenly thought about a lot of things, why Z23 has been reluctant to see him, why Z23 has only been at the back of the team. In fact, she had already had a corrosive reaction, but now it just broke out completely. Drink! Z23 yelled and rushed over Siren directly, because she could no longer hold it, she felt her will gradually disappear. However, she must stop these sirens, and she must do her last part to protect the commander, because this is her destiny. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of shelling sounds sounded, and then the siren in front burst out a ball of sparks. Seeing this scene, Beijiang immediately understood that reinforcements were coming, which made him ecstatic. Z23 was saved, and there was hope as long as he could control Z23. Naturally, this reinforcement was Xingai and his shipwives. This time Xingai almost came out of the nest, and naturally it was easy to catch the siren who had fewer than 10. Seeing Xingai's team approaching step by step, Beijiang suddenly said on his face and quickly said, "Contact the commander on the opposite side and let them be careful of these sirens." Chapter 54, Beijiang. Commander, the opposing commander is requesting a connection. Xingai glanced at the unknown fleet not far away, and said, "Connect." Rustle. A figure appeared on the screen in front of Xingai. This person was in his 30s. He seemed to be a bit too tired, probably because he had been on the run. Xingai was looking at the commander on the opposite side, and the commander on the other side was also looking at Xingai. He made his own judgment the moment the Xingai fleet appeared. This is a rookie commander, because according to his observations, none of the ship maidens who helped him reach level 100, and look at these ship maidens. Performance Beijiang estimates that few of this group of ship women have even made the third breakthrough. And as far as he knows, no other commander exists near the Koror Islands, but because of equipment, he can only contact the Azalane official once a year, but it has not been more than a year since his last contact. In other words, this commander will never take more than 1 year. When he saw the appearance of Xingai, he became more sure of his guess, because Xingai looked too young, and he felt like he was only in his 20s, and it is this kind of newcomer commander that is the most difficult to get along with. What? These thoughts in Beijiang's heart only flashed away. He knew that the more important news now was to tell the newcomer commander the dangerous places of the sirens. In any case, the commander was here to save himself and others, although he might just pass by. But how can I say it's my benefactor? I can't cheat my benefactor. So he immediately said anxiously after connecting, "Order your ship's mother to stay away from those sirens. Those sirens are kind of weird." Infecting ability, the infected ship mothers are all lost their minds and go crazy. After listening to the opposing commander's words, Xingai frowned. He didn't look like he was lying to him with an anxious look, and there is always nothing wrong with being careful. After all, this is an unknown new type of siren. What about some special abilities? Thinking of this, Xingai immediately said, "So personnel, fight remotely, try to avoid close contact with the enemy." Yes. The voice of the ship's maiden came from the intercom, which means that Xingai's instructions have been conveyed. On the battlefield, the commander's command is the first rule. No matter what the order is, the ship's maiden will immediately execute it, even if it is sent to death. Of course, it is precisely because of the characteristics of the ship's mother that they will not be feared by others, otherwise this terrifying combat power is in the hands of others. Thinking about it, it will be disturbing news. Seeing that Xingai didn't doubt it, I believed him. This can't help but increase Beijiang's favor with Xingai. No matter what, Beijiang can see that the commander on the opposite side still cares about his ship's mother, although it is just vain news, but he was unwilling to let his ship's mother take that risk. Xingai looked at the commander on the opposite side, then glanced at the ship maidens who were gradually gaining the upper hand. Xingai said to the commander on the opposite side, "Okay, now we can talk about the situation now, for example, why did you appear here or something?" Beijiang also took a look at the battle outside. Although the ship maiden has already taken the upper point, it will take some time before the battle is completely over, especially because the ship maiden cannot be too close to the siren, so the ship maiden fights. Some are fearful, which greatly increases the fighting time. After confirming that the battle would not end immediately, Beijiang looked at Xingai, sighed, and said, "I'm still on the battlefield. I'll just make a long story short. I come from the Union Islands about 1,000 nautical miles away. My port area suffered from this. An unknown siren's attack was almost completely destroyed, and I actually escaped now." Having said that, Beijiang paused. Xingai saw the grief that appeared in Beijiang's eyes, and then Beijiang continued, "These sirens have never appeared before. I don't know if I am the first to find them, but all I know is that these sirens are very dangerous. They will emit a red light. This light will make the irradiated ship nymphs lose their senses, and there is no cure, at least I have no way. After escaping, my ship maiden broke it for me, but now, these ghosts are still chasing up." Speaking of this, Beijiang did not continue. Xingai looked at Beijiang's lowered head and nails almost embedded in the flesh, and he immediately knew how Beijiang was now. The ship maiden who had been with him for many years broke up for herself, but now the ship maiden has not come back, but these weird sirens are chasing up, then the result is obvious. Xingai looked at Beijiang with a painful expression, but just stood there silently, saying nothing. At this time, nothing he said would be useful, not to mention that he was still a stranger who had never known each other, and now he has nothing said that it is the best for Beijiang. After a long time, Beijiang suddenly left the screen, and after a short while, Beijiang appeared again, as if to tidy up his instrument. Xingai looked at Beijiang, which was no different from before, and sighed that this person could control his emotions so well. If ordinary people were hit by this kind of blow, they would have been devastated, but Beijiang could survive until now. It might be another situation. That is the raging hatred in Beijiang's eyes that Xingai saw. On the battlefield. With the passage of time, the superiority of the ship maidens has increased step by step, and the siren is getting less and less, and before going into madness, Z23 has been controlled by the ship maidens of Beijiang, and several ship maidens have been restrained. Z23 prevents her from hurting her companions. In the case of Z23, the sea of stars is invisible, but the group of siren stars can be seen very clearly. The weird red light, the energy system completely different from ordinary sirens, and the aura that is incompatible with this world, like a group of viruses that do not belong to this world, full of destruction. These discoveries shocked Xingai's heart. As I said before, the world has undergone tremendous changes. These changes have almost changed the structure of the world, but there seems to be nothing special other than that. Instead, these changes have given the world. The people bring huge benefits. This is also the reason why Xingai has always been strange before. The world cannot expand on its own. There must be a reason behind this, and compared to other suddenly expanding worlds, this world seems a bit too calm, because the reasons for the expansion of the world are generally in the other worlds' overlap. Since the worlds overlap, something from another world will surely appear. This is an inevitable phenomenon, but it has never appeared before. This is a very strange thing in itself. But now, those outsiders from another world finally appeared. Chapter 55, Retired. Xingai has a lot of speculation in his mind, but now the amount of information is too small, and it is impossible to infer anything from the existing information. Perhaps the Azalane official has more information. After all, they maintain communication with all the commanders. It seems that I have to find time to return to the mainland, Xingai secretly said in his heart. But this matter is not urgent now, since these special sirens can appear here, then they may appear near the port area of Xingai. With the actual combat effectiveness of the current port area, I am afraid that these things cannot be handled properly. We still need to build more ship maidens and quickly increase the combat effectiveness of the existing ship maidens. Otherwise, once the situation described by Beijiang happens, his port the area is afraid that it will be broken instantly. Time, the most lacking thing now is time. Xingai murmured. It hasn't even been a month since the Xingai port area was completely completed. Such a short period of time is difficult to develop effective combat effectiveness. Now I just hope these special sirens don't find his port area. After a while, the battle was over. Because of Beijiang's reminder, none of the ship women on the Xingai side was infected by that strange red light. Now the only problem is Beijiang's Z23. Xingai looked at the relaxed Beijiang, thinking for a while and asked, "What are you going to do now? Your port area is gone, right?" Beijiang was silent for a while, and said, "I was going to go to the Koror Islands to take a look. After all, if I can settle down, I may be able to regain my strength, but now it seems that which place has been allocated to you?" "Right." Yes, Xingai nodded, "I am indeed the commander of the Koror Islands right now. You really can't build your port area there anymore, but you can stay where I am for a while and wait for you to contact it. Make a decision later. It seems that this can only be done first." Beijiang agreed, but there was a bit of bitterness in his tone. Maybe he didn't think he had many chances to counterattack. After all, the above would not care about a loser. Xingai's fleet led the way, while Beijiang's fleet lags behind, and because they have to control the crazy Z23, their speed is not fast, and it is late at night when they return to the port area. Xingai looked at Z23, who was controlled by several ship women, turned to Beijiang next to him and asked, "What are you going to do now?" Beijiang naturally understood what Xingai was talking about. There was a sense of sadness in his eyes. He looked at Z23, who was completely irrational, almost gritted his teeth and said, "Now I can only let Xiaozi retire, because once he is infected it's impossible to change back. Jian Niang has no way at all, but there may be a chance for human beings." After hearing Beijiang's words, Xingai raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Beijiang would rather let Z23 retire than give up her. Retirement is a peculiar way to deal with ship women. It is generally used to deal with those ship women who have committed major mistakes or repeated too much. Of course, the latter situation is obviously more. The decommissioning of the ship mother will take place in the dry dock, where they appeared and where they left. Of course, retiring is not destroying. The retired ship's mother will no longer have the ability to summon ship equipment, and the physical fitness will return to the state of an ordinary person, which can just become an ordinary person. However, it is worth noting that once the ship mother is retired, all the memories she had during her stay will disappear, and her understanding of the world will also change. This is the most painful point. Xingai has experienced that feeling, so he knows how determined Beijiang made this decision. But when Xingai saw the ring on Z23's finger, he froze for a moment, and suddenly understood Beijiang's thoughts. Love can come again if there is no love, but if there is no love, then it is really no. Can you borrow your dry dock? Beijiang lowered his head, making his expression invisible. Xingai hesitated, then nodded, and said, "Yes, I will let my ship mother take you over." "Okay." Beijiang nodded, and there was no other reaction. Looking at Beijiang's shipmaidens, they were also unbearable, but they had no better way, but it is better to live than to lose, right? Xingai recruited a ship's wife and asked the ship's wife to take them to the dry dock. Looking at Beijiang's back, he saw the endless loneliness from this man. Different from the easy life of ordinary commanders, these pioneer commanders are worried every day, and they will suffer life and death if they are not careful. This kind of pain is never felt by ordinary commanders living in the inner sea. Perhaps this is the fate of these people. In the middle of the once mirrored sea area, a loli sitting on a black ship emerged from the water. Looking at the direction of the Xingai port area, she looked very interested in her eyes. Then, after a few whispers, she slowly sank into the sea again and disappeared. Another week passed in a flash. In this week, Xingai has a general understanding of Beijiang. Beijiang used to be the commander of a large port area with a large number of shipmaidens, but his foundation was completely destroyed due to the attack of Special Siren. What he wants to do now is to quickly find another place to settle down, and then start his revenge plan. After Z23 retired, he lost all his previous memories, but the infection situation completely disappeared. It seems that the red light can only infect special life forms such as Jian Niang and Siren. This discovery cannot help but make Xingai feel very troublesome. The shipmother was originally the main force of human combat in the sea, especially after the shipmothers showed their excellent naval performance. Many countries on the mainland have almost completely abandoned the development of naval power. It was hard to imagine the consequences at that time. However, all of this is still far away from Xingai, and now Xingai Guang is already busy with the things in front of him, but fortunately, the help of the old commander Beijiang has saved Xingai a lot of trouble. And after everything stabilized slightly, Xingai returned to the place where they had fought with the Special Siren before, and secretly salvaged all the wreckage of those Special Siren for research. However, Lafite still didn't wake up. Xingai would do everything possible to repair Lafite's injury every day, but Rafa's reaction was very strange. From Xingai's point of view, Lafite should wake up, at least there would be some reactions. But Rafi has never reacted until now. No matter what method Xingai uses, it has no effect, which makes Xingai a little scared and worried. Moreover, Xingai couldn't keep it secret about Lafite, because Xingai had been using Lafite's handle to stay in bed before persuading other visiting ship ladies. But as time passed, Lafite hadn't appeared yet, and these shipmaidens began to worry about the situation of Lafite. One of the javelins was the most, and the previous heart disease had a tendency to recur. Chapter 56, Material Assistance. Commander Xingai, news comes from above. Xingai raised his head, looked at Beijiang in front of him, and said, "Oh, have you finally contacted the person above?" "Yes, someone from above has already been sent to negotiate with me." Beijiang Dao. After hearing Beijiang's words, Xingai frowned and said in confusion, "Negotiation?" "Yes." Beijiang nodded and said, "The above did not directly respond to my request, but sent other personnel to negotiate with me. They meant that they would assign me a new port area construction site, but they would not give me new supplies. They asked me to find a way to solve it by myself." Beijiang stopped after her speaking. For a moment, both of them were silent. The answer given above basically meant that they would not care about this matter. It would be okay if Beijiang's subordinates still had a powerful shipmother, but almost all of Beijiang's shipmother died in the Scarlet Confrontation. The above probably felt that Beijiang could not rise again in the east, so she was unwilling to provide assistance to Beijiang. It is worth mentioning that it is not only Beijiang that was attacked by Crimson, and many commanders were attacked by Crimson, but other commanders did not have the strength of Beijiang, and most of them were destroyed by Crimson. Only a few lucky ones escaped. The Crimson is the official code name of the Azalane for those special siren. Originally, the official planned to divide this special siren into the new siren. However, according to later information, it is not only the siren, but also the ship's mother will become one of them after being infected. More importantly, these weird sirens that emit red light can also attack and infect other sirens. According to the sighting reports of many commanders, many siren fights with these special sirens have been discovered. Therefore, under comprehensive consideration, the Azalane official decided to classify these sirens as a new species, codenamed Crimson. "What are you going to do?" Xingai spoke after a long silence. "I decided to go to that place first. This time they are magnificent, and they gave me a good island." Beijiang's head hung down, making it difficult to see his expression. Seeing this, Xingai was speechless. No matter where they were, the upper-level personnel would never care about the life and death of the lower-level people, even if they were a commander. As long as you are sure that you can no longer bring them benefits, then you will be ruthlessly abandoned. This is reality. Xingai thought for a while and said, "I can give you some supplies, but not too much. At most, they can only be used by you on the road. If you save enough, there may be more leftovers." As soon as Xingai's voice fell, Beijiang immediately raised his head, looking at him in astonishment. Xingai looked at Beijiang with a look of astonishment, and said blankly, "You don't have to be too surprised. It would be too uncomfortable to let you leave without reason, and you can understand my behavior as an investment." Beijiang looked at Xingai with a deep meaning in his eyes. He understood the meaning of Xingai's words. Xingai would help him here now, and if Xingai got into trouble in the future, he would naturally not be able to stand by. What's more, he has nothing now, and Xingai's current port area also needs a lot of materials. It is definitely not enough to just consider the official gifts. Xingai dares to support him with such a large amount of materials at this time, and he can't help but sigh the courage. Beijiang was silent for a while. He had no right to refuse now, and he was in urgent need of these supplies now. He wanted to make a comeback. Without the aid of these supplies, he might not even be able to reach his new port area. "I took down this favor." Beijiang looked at Xingai and said firmly. "Now that the matter has been finalized, the next thing is very simple." Under Xingai's order, the ship ladies took out the materials needed by Beijiang from the warehouse, and the ship ladies of Beijiang have also been in the dry dock for several days. Repairs are all right now. In the port, Xingai saw Z23 again, but this time she was like an ordinary girl. Xingai did not feel any special aura in her, and it seemed that her relationship with Beijiang seemed very good now. Beijiang looked at her, his eyes are also full of petting. Although he had lost all his memories, the feeling of intimacy made the two people come together again. This may be his greatest luck now. Beijiang and his ship's wife stayed for another day, and after confirming that all preparations were correct, they set sail and left. There was no sensational parting, but only a man's firm conviction in an unknown road. Why did the commander give them so many supplies? Although they are very pitiful, there is no need to give them so much. After Beijiang and the others left, Javelin finally asked his doubts. As Xingai's secretary ship, she is almost the one who knows the current situation in the port area best. The port area is already under development, and because they have not found a reliable source of oil and materials, they can say that they use a little less material now. One point, now that they have given Beijiang a large batch of them, I am afraid that the stock of materials in the port area is already very tight. Hearing Javelin's question, Xingai smiled slightly and touched Javelin's head and said, "Actually, I'm looking for a way out." "Okay." Seeing Javelin's more puzzled eyes, Xingai continued, "You have already seen Crimson." "Well," Javelin nodded, and said, "That is indeed a terrible thing, but what is the relationship between helping Commander Beijiang and Crimson?" Xingai looked at the endless sea and slowly said, "The Crimson has appeared. The threat to us now is not just the siren, and the Crimson is even more dangerous for you compared to it. Although the commanders seem to be fighting each other, they all have their own teams or allies. Only people like us don't have any interpersonal relationships." Hearing the Javelin here, She nodded as if she didn't understand, but she still asked with some confusion, "But why did the commander choose Commander Beijiang? What do you think of Commander Beijiang?" Xingai didn't directly answer the question about Javelin, but instead asked an unrelated question. "Although I don't understand why the commander asked this question," the Javelin replied seriously, "I think Commander Beijiang is actually quite good. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it, but it feels a bit strange." "Okay." Xingai nodded, seemingly satisfied with Javelin's answer. Then he paused, and said, "I will choose him because he actually took a fancy to his potential." Potential? Yes, potential. Xingai Dao, Beijiang's development and growth as a pioneer commander is a skill in itself, and he has encountered huge setbacks but has not been decadent or given up. This is a rare quality. And more importantly, he has hatred. Speaking of this, Xingai looked into the distance, his thoughts scattered. Although Javelin was still confused, since the commander had made a decision, she would not send it right. After all, the commander wouldn't harm them, would he? Chapter 57, Past. Xingai opened his eyes as soon as it was dark, and his biological clock was not fixed here, and he woke up naturally at this time every day. The first thing Xingai did after getting up was to rush to the laboratory to observe Rafi's situation. Xingai looked at Lafite's last night's data displayed on the computer screen, and carefully checked one by one, hoping to find out something abnormal. But what disappointed Xingai was that all of Lafite's data were very normal. It could be said that it was good and could not be better. However, Lafite was still sleeping, which made Xingai feel a headache. Obviously there is nothing unusual, but why is Rafi unable to wake up? Xingai looked at Rafi in the repair warehouse with inexplicable emotions in his eyes. After watching Rafi for a while, Xingai turned and sat down with his back against the repair warehouse. "Rafi, you always hurt yourself like this, time after time, time after time." As he said, Xingai fell silent. After a long time, he said to himself, "I have said that I will protect you. I am no longer the cowardly man I used to be. Protect your capital, but why don't you always listen? To be honest, I actually regret it now. Maybe I shouldn't have made you out, or you wouldn't have to suffer so much, but I might have died without you." Having said that, Xingai laughed at himself. "I have never been as great as you think. All your feelings for me are my fiction. You were originally her substitute, but now I find that I am in love with you, but because of her I have been unable to accept you, sorry. However, maybe you will feel very angry after knowing all this, maybe you will be completely disappointed in me. But, now I can't do without you, wouldn't the world without you be meaningless?" Speaking of this, Xingai's voice was a little choked. When he was in front of Javelin and the others, he kept saying that Lafite was very good now, and there was nothing at all. This was a comfort to Javelin and the others, but it was not a comfort to himself. Lafite is an artificial he made by himself, but he is not the only artificial god. In order to increase his strength, Xingai started a plan to make an artificial god. Since it is a god, even if it is artificial, a lot of taboo techniques are used in it. The easiest way is to use humans with special physiques to make it. However, because he can't get past the hurdle in his heart, Xingai chose another one. The way is to make use of some rare materials. However, although it did not directly use living people to make it, Xingai still created a more serious killing in order to gather these materials. Maybe it was even more cruel, but Xingai didn't feel any discomfort, which was strange, but maybe people were such strange creatures. After all the materials were gathered, Xingai started his own artificial plan, but it was counterproductive. Xingai created the body of the god, but he couldn't give her a soul. An artificial without a soul is not even called an artificial god. Even if it is strong, it is just a puppet, nada at all. And the birth of Lafite now has a lot to do with this world. In a sense, Lafite is indeed his first ship. In fact, this world is not the first time Xingai has come to this world. Xingai has been to this world once before. In this world he met his first shipmate, Law Fight. Yes, it is Law Fight, the Law Fight that appeared through the construction of devices. The world at that time has not changed. In fact, it is still a planet, and the shipmother and the siren are ordinary humans. In those years in this world, Xingai and Ray Fit had a very strong relationship, and because of his own selfish desires, Xingai decided to pay a high price to take Raffia out of this world. He succeeded, but he also failed. The shipmaidens were born in this world, and have a certain inseparable connection with this world, and no shipmaiden has left this world before, so no one has discovered it. The ship ladies can't actually leave this world. But when Xingai became aware of this problem, it was too late. After leaving this world, Law Fight began to experience various problems and gradually lost her life. In despair, Xingai thought of artificial gods, and Jian Niang happened to have souls. So Xingai took out Rafi's soul and put it in the artificial gods. In order to increase adaptability, Xingai also specially transformed the artificial gods into it looks like Law Fight. Xingai succeeded, but Rafi lost all his memories. Now speaking, this situation is very similar to Jian Niang's retirement. Can't bear to lose Law Fight's Xingai has added a lot of memories and restrictions to the artificial gods. These memories and restrictions are for the Xingai. In particular, the Rafi loves Xingai, and all actions must be performed by Xingai. Interest is the premise. Coupled with many regulations, the current Law Fight was created. After a long silence, Xingai stood up, preparing to leave the laboratory. His feelings for the current Law Fight are actually very complicated. On the one hand, the current Law Fight is the soul of his former lover. It should be his lover, but in fact, after the transformation of artificial gods, the current Law Fight is completely a new existence. The longing for the original lover, the feelings for the current Law Fight, the guilt for the original lover, the cherishment for the current Law Fight. The confluence of complex feelings made Xingai's heart mixed with all kinds of flavors. He actually knew that Law Fight and his former lover are no longer the same person, but there is still a trace of hope in his heart. But that expectation will never be realized. The moment Xingai stood up, a pair of wet arms wrapped around Xingai's neck. "Hi, you don't actually have to blame yourself." Xingai was stunned for a moment. He realized that what he had just said might have been heard by Ray Fit. No matter what reason the sea created Law Fight, the sea now loves Law Fight, right? Hai thinks Rafi's feelings are false, but Rafi doesn't think so, because those feelings cannot deceive me when I am with Hai. Law Fight loves the sea deeply, not because of the setting, but the real feelings of Law Fight. I am her, but not her. If Hai is willing, it doesn't matter if Hai is willing to treat me as her. At this moment, all kinds of feelings in Xingai's heart exploded. He turned around and hugged Law Fight tightly, and then kissed fiercely. Rafi was stunned for a moment, and then began to respond to Xingai. No matter who I am, as long as he is him. Chapter 58, Mind. Xingai looked at Rafi who was sleeping next to him, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. After yesterday, because of Rafi's words, Xingai finally saw his heart clearly. She is her, and she is not her. If this is the case, then why does he have to split the time so much? He loves her as well as her. Since the two are now one, what reason Xingai does not love her more deeply, or is it they? After I figured it out, wouldn't it be okay for Xingai to love her more than before? Xingai straightened out Law Fight's messy hair on the temples, and murmured, no matter now or in the future, I will love you more. You used to be the one who protected me. Now I have changed to protect you. Because Rafi slept very soundly in Xingai's arms, and Xingai didn't want to disturb Rafi's sleep, so he let Law Fight sleep in Xingai's arms, planning to wait for Rafi to wake up before getting up. But it wasn't until noon that Law Fight slowly opened his eyes, and Xingai helplessly scratched Law Fight's nose, and joked, little slacker, how long will I have to sleep? An unpleasant color suddenly appeared in Lafite's eyes, and her cute little face bulged. It's not because of the sea. The sea was so hungry and thirsty yesterday and made me so tired. All this is the sea's fault. Zingai couldn't help smiling after hearing what Raffi said. Although he did compare that much yesterday, this level is not a big deal in terms of Raffi's physique. But there is no way, this kind of thing can only be wronged by the man, so Zingai smiled bitterly. Okay, my fault. Morning, what do you want for lunch? Hearing Zingai's confession, Raffi's eyes showed a hint of joy. Because of the setting, Raffi was almost expressionless. This was also to conform to the former Raffi, because Raffi, who was originally an artificial god, was not emotional. All emotions need to be set by the master of Zingai. But with the passage of time, the artificial Lafite has experienced more and more, and her emotional system is gradually improving. With the influence of Lafite's soul, it finally formed what Lafite is now. Lafite thought for a while and said, Lafite wants to eat red wine cake. Zingai originally wanted to reject it directly, but he couldn't bear to see Raffi's expectant eyes. He shook his head helplessly and touched Raffi's head and said, Well, I'll make one for you. With that, Zingai got up and left, ready to make cakes for Raffi. Lafite looked at Zingai's back, her eyes filled with love, and this love seemed to overflow. Zingai thought that Lafite loved herself because of her own setting, but what Zingai didn't know was that all of this came from Lafite's truest emotions. Perhaps at the beginning, Lafite's love for Zingai did come from Zingai's setting, but as Lafite gradually developed her own feelings, she didn't think it was so bad. Lafite has seen many artificial gods. Most of these artificial gods are regarded as a relatively precious props, and emotions are something they cannot have. But Zingai is different. Lafite can feel Zingai's sincere love for her. Although this love is not for herself, it still attracts Raffia to approach Zingai and enjoy this love. Meaning. And the longer she was in contact with Zingai, the deeper Lafite's love for Zingai became. She began to accept the feelings Zingai had originally set. As long as she was with Zingai, she felt very happy. The only thing that makes her feel more regretful is that these loves are not for herself, but there is nothing in this. Even if Zingai only loves her soul, it is also love for her. In this case, doesn't everything matter? Zingai left the bedroom and went to the kitchen, looking for some ingredients to make Lafite cakes. But this is not the main kitchen after all. There are only some common ingredients in the refrigerator, and cakes are definitely not possible. So Zingai decided to go to the Navy canteen to get some. The ingredients he wanted should be there. Zingai opened the door of the office, but saw the javelin hesitating outside the door, and it seemed that javelin was thinking about something. Even if Zingai had opened the door, she didn't notice it. Upon seeing this, Zingai yelled softly. Javelin! Ah, Commander! Zingai just yelled softly, but she was taken aback by the javelin. She looked at Zingai in front of her, her hands tangled together, and she stopped talking. Zingai saw the javelin's squeaky performance, and roughly understood the reason why the javelin came here. Because javelin is Zingai's secretary ship, javelin usually comes to the office early in the morning to help Zingai handle affairs. But today, Zingai waited until noon to not disturb Raffi. She must be worried about what happened to Zingai, and worried that Zingai was only sleeping and afraid of disturbing Zingai. Because she was not sure of her guess, she never came out. Dare to knock on the door. Zingai couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he thought of it. This silly girl must have been standing here all morning, so he apologized. I'm sorry, Javelin, these few days are really tired, so I overslept today. You have been standing here for a long time. Pointing, Commander, it's okay. Zingai's apology caused the javelin to wave his hands again and again. She said incoherently, the commander is so tired these days, it's good to take a break, but... Just what? Zingai said. Javelin glanced at Zingai cautiously, and then said, Lafite sauce, what's going on now? Everyone is worried about her. In fact, Javelin is also very worried about Lafitte, and her relationship with Lafitte is also the best in the port area. After all, at the beginning, there were only 2 shipmaidens, she and Lafitte, and she also had some children with Lafitte. Secret. Since the last incident, Lafitte has not appeared. It is reasonable that the injuries suffered by Lafitte should be the heaviest among their shipmates. Although the commander has been comforting them that Lafitte has nothing to do, but if nothing happens, then shouldn't Raffi appear long ago? And every time this matter was mentioned, Javelin saw a trace of worry in Xingai's expression, which made Javelin a little worried about whether there was something wrong with Raffi, so she came to ask about it again today. She discovered that Xingai smiled after she asked. Lafitte is completely better now, you can go see her now, I think she must be willing to talk to you. Xingai said. Really? Javelin said excitedly. Since the commander said so, then Lafitte's sauce must be fine. Xingai couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the Javelin with excitement. He said, you can go and see Lafitte. She is in the room now. I still have things to do, so I won't bother you too. After Xingai's approval, the Javelin immediately ran to the bedroom. She knew about the hidden bedroom in Xingai's office, because sometimes she would sleep with Raffi in the bedroom when she was too tired. Of course, that was when Xingai was away. Xingai looked at the panicked Javelin, smiled helplessly, and walked quickly to the Navy cafeteria, but he couldn't make Raffi wait in a hurry. Chapter 59, Room Fun. Standing at the door of the bedroom, Javelin knocked gently. Lafitte's sauce, I'll come to see you. He said so, but the Javelin didn't open the door directly. In other words, it was someone else's bedroom. It would be very rude to enter someone else's room without permission. Lafitte originally huddled in the quilt and wanted to sleep for a while, but when she heard the knock of the Javelin, she rubbed her eyes, got up from the bed in a daze, walked over and opened the door for the Javelin. Javelin stood outside the door, feeling a little nervous. Is there really nothing wrong with Raffi? After all, in the past few days, as long as the commander raised the issue of Lafitte, he would use various reasons to perfuse it, but now the commander suddenly said that Lafitte is fine. This made Javelin wonder if Raffi was seriously injured before and only now wakes up. Although Xingai has enlightened him, the feeling of guilt is still hard to eliminate. But when Lafitte opened the door, she was relieved to see the undamaged Lafitte Javelin. It was great that there was nothing wrong with Lafitte's sauce, but the next second she panicked again and her face turned red. Because she saw the naked Lafitte, who was wearing no clothes, she subconsciously ran into the bedroom and closed the bedroom door, and immediately began to find clothes in the bedroom. Okay. Raffi tilted his head and looked at the Javelin he was looking for with a puzzled face. Javelin sauce, what are you doing? Javelin didn't answer, but hurriedly found some clothes and stuffed them in Lafitte's arms, and said, Lafitte, why don't you wear clothes? Lafitte handed her the Javelin with her clothes in her arms, yawned, and said weakly, because Raffi and I did that last night. What's that? Javelin asked in confusion. Raffi thought for a while and said, build a boat. As soon as Raffi dropped the Javelin, he immediately realized what Raffi was talking about. For a while, his red face became even more red, and steam seemed to be coming out of his head. You, Commander, ah! The Javelin squatted to the ground, burying his head firmly in his knees. At first she didn't understand what Raffi was talking about, but after being reminded by Raffi, she immediately understood what Raffi said, but if she could, she would rather not know these things. This series of performances of Javelin made Lafitte even more puzzled. She thought for a while and felt that Javelin was shy, but why should she be shy? It was strange. Because sleepiness has been interfering with Raffi, Raffi is not willing to think too much about this kind of thing. After unable to understand the behavior of the Javelin, Raffi simply didn't want to take the Javelin and handed her clothes to prepare to put on. Although Lafitte still wants to go back to bed and sleep for a while, since Javelin doesn't like her, she won't be like this in front of Javelin. Rafi, the friend of Javelin, still values it. Lafayette picked up the clothes, but found that there were a few missing. She glanced at the closet not far away and frowned slightly. She wanted to send the clothes directly, but thought that Xingai told her not to overdo it. Jian Niang showed something beyond this world, so after thinking about it, Lafayette decided to get it by herself. Although this was troublesome, Lafayette was still very concerned about Xingai. And Javelin's head is now in chaos. Although it should be normal to know that Xingai and Rafit do that kind of thing, when she thinks of what Rafi said, her mind automatically reappears in a picture of Xingai and Rafi entangled. And with the passage of time, the heroine even became herself, which made Javelin feel even more embarrassed and almost fainted. Lafayette got dressed on the side, but when she turned around, she found that the Javelin was still squatting there. This made Lafayette very confused, so she asked, "Javelin sauce, are you sick?" Rafi's words seemed to scare Javelin, so that Javelin's reaction was very intense. "I'm not what you think. Don't be like this. I don't have." Looking at the incoherent Javelin, she stepped forward and hugged Lafayette gently, and said, "When Rafia is upset, she will hold me. This is very warm. The warm feeling will make Lafayette forget all the troubles." Rafi thinks that Javelin will like this feeling too. Although the posture of Rafa holding people is uncomfortable, he still feels an inexplicable peace of mind when he is holding the Javelin like this. The emotions calmed down in the mess. "Call." Javelin exhaled and hugged Lafayette with his backhand, thanking him. "Thank you Lafayette, I feel better now." "Okay." Rafi nodded, then let go of the Javelin, sitting in front of the Javelin and watching the Javelin quietly. Javelin looked at Lafayette in front of him, feeling that there were a lot of words to say, but when these words came to his lips, he couldn't say how to say them. For a while, he didn't know how to speak. In a hurry, the Javelin blurted out, and said, "What is Lafayette sauce doing these days? I haven't seen Lafayette sauce." "Well." Lafayette thought for a while and said, "Sleep. Go to bed." "Okay." Lafayette nodded and said, "Lafayette has been sleeping these days, so I can't see Lafayette in Javelin sauce." "That's it." Javelin's expression was a bit ugly. She knew in her heart that although Rafi said that he was sleeping, Javelin knew that Rafi was mostly in a coma like them. They woke up within a few days, but it is estimated that Rafi was the latest I only woke up in a few days. Doesn't this reflect the seriousness of Rafi's injury from the side? Well. Rafi was a little lost when she saw the Javelin. She didn't quite understand what happened to the Javelin, but she felt that she had to comfort the Javelin. "Javelin," Rafi asked Hai to make cakes. "Let's eat together later." "Hey, is this okay? That should be made by the commander specially for Rafi you." Javelin asked in surprise. Lafayette shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. You have to share good things with your friends. Hascraft Javelin sauce will definitely like it." "Guru." A strange voice sounded, but suddenly the Javelin flushed. She stood outside the office door in the morning. She hadn't even eaten a bite of rice until now because she was worried about Xingai. It was okay that I hadn't said it before, but now I was reminded by Rafi, a sense of hunger surged out, and my stomach began to cry. Rafi looked at the Javelin and said, "Javelin sauce, hungry." Upon hearing this, Javelin nodded embarrassedly. "Then I will cook for the Javelin." "Hey, can Lafayette sauce still cook?" Javelin asked in surprise. "Okay." Lafayette nodded and said, "Lafayette has done it many times before watching the sea, and there is no problem." I don't know why, looking at Rafi who is full of confidence, Javelin suddenly feels a little flustered. Chapter 60, Malicious. "Lafayette sauce, you don't need so much salt, right?" Javelin said cautiously. Previously, Rafi said she had a bad feeling about Javelin when she was going to cook, but now, this feeling has become a reality. Just now Raffi took out a cabbage when he arrived in the kitchen, and quickly cut it into small pieces and was very neat, which made the javelin breathe a sigh of relief. The skill of the knife is so good and the level of cooking should not be too bad. The idea lasted until just now, until Raffi poured a whole half bag of salt into the pot. Hearing the words of the javelin, Raffi turned his head and looked at the javelin and said, "Nothing will happen." Although he was talking, Lafayette's hands did not stop, adding various spices to the pot, and each of them was lethal. This made Javelin's face black. "Now if I don't stop Lafayette, I might eat these things later. Javelin can't guarantee that I can see the sun tomorrow after eating these things." Thinking of this, Javelin immediately said, "Lafayette, you just recovered from your injury, right? Don't do these tiring things." Appearing to be worried that his words were not convincing enough, Javelin said again, "And you see, patients can't eat anything, right? If they make their disease worse, wouldn't it be good?" "It's okay, Lafayette is very healthy," Lafayette said without looking back, "and this is for the javelin sauce, Lafayette cannot eat it." After hearing what Raffi said, the javelin was almost fainted. "Those things must not be eaten, and they will kill people." Javelin felt bitter, but he didn't know how to reject Lafayette. Suddenly, Javelin had an idea and said, "Didn't Raffi say that the commander went to make a cake?" "What kind of cake?" Lafayette, who was still busy frying cabbage, stopped and said, "Red wine cake is Lafayette's favorite food." Red wine?" Javelin said with some uncertainty, "Isn't it okay to drink Lafayette's sauce? Why did the commander make red wine cake for you?" Gift. Although Javelin is still a bit puzzled, it is obviously not the time to think about this. Now, the more important thing is how to dispel the idea of Lafayette cooking her food, and because Lafayette is talking to herself now and not in the pot, the javelin is faint. Covenant smelled a burnt smell. "Lafayette sauce, don't you look at the pot." Following the reminder of the javelin, Lafayette looked at the pot in front of him. At this time, many of the cabbage in the pot had been burnt, and some looked verdant. Seeing the horrible situation in the pot, Lafayette paused for a while and said, "It shouldn't be a problem, probably." "Are you not even sure about yourself?" Javelin yelled in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it. After all, Lafayette seemed very caring about the dish in front of her, and she made it for herself, so that javelin was really not easy to refuse. Raffi seemed to see the difficulty of the javelin, hesitated for a while, and said, "Forget it, it's too much trouble." Javelin felt that Lafayette was not in a good mood, and wanted to comfort Lafayette, but the sentence "I can eat" is really hard to say. After all, the impact that Raffi brought to her just now was too great. Lafayette jumped off the stool, because the kitchen is designed for adults, so Lafayette is not suitable for use. You also need a small stool under your feet. Lafayette put his apron aside and said to the javelin, "The javelin and Raffi will go to see if the sea cake is ready." Javelin hesitated, then pointed to the messy kitchen and said, "Don't Raffi tidy it up, won't the commander say anything when he comes back?" Lafayette looked at the messy kitchen, was silent for a while, and said, "It's troublesome." Then he turned and walked to the stove. Seeing Lafayette's answer and actions, the javelin breathed out secretly, and then helped Lafayette to organize together. Zingai came to the back kitchen of the Navy canteen, where he had all the equipment and ingredients he needed. It was not the first time Zingai came to the Navy cafeteria's back kitchen. At first, he was cooking every day when the ship's mother was young, but later when the number of ship's mothers increased, the cooking became the responsibility of Tweets. Zingai always thinks that the cooking process of Choo Choo is quite interesting. It is indeed quite joyful to watch each Choo Choo cook there with kitchen utensils larger than himself. After Zingai took out what he wanted, he began to make the red wine cake that Lafayette wanted. Zingai was quite experienced with this food. After all, whether it is her or her, this is a kind of food they particularly like. Zingai has also worked this, and because Zingai often uses this thing as a reward for Lafayette, but because of the production after all, because of the trouble, Xingai often prepares some red wine cakes and puts them in the refrigerator in the former home. La Fite's red wine is generally confiscated by Xingai, so red wine cake has become the only choice for La Fite. When there is no reward, La Fite will try to steal the red wine cake to eat, so many jokes have been made. Unconsciously thinking of some interesting daily life with La Fite, Xingai couldn't help showing a pleasant smile. In many cases, Xingai prefers a peaceful life, just like that, being with the one he loves for a lifetime, thinking about it is a very happy thing. Before coming to this world, it was basically the kind of life Xingai expected, but now this peaceful life is gradually being broken, and an inexplicable sense of crisis has been lingering in Xingai's heart. He has a feeling that a huge malice is attacking this world, and this malice may cause a huge disturbance in this world, so now Xingai has to do everything to improve his strength and the port fleet. Our strength. More importantly, Xingai didn't know whether the source of this malice was from this world or from his former enemy. Finally done. Looking at the clean kitchen, Javelin felt a sense of accomplishment spontaneously. She glanced at La Fite on the side, who was drowsy at this time, as if she might fall down at any time. There is no worries about La Fite's situation with Javelin. Of course, that's because Javelin has experienced too much of La Fite's situation. At the beginning, Javelin was worried for a long time. After all, as long as La Fite's exercise volume is slightly larger, Rafit will fall into this drowsy state. This makes Javelin always worry about Rafa falling asleep on the battlefield. What should I do? But then Javelin found that his worries were completely unnecessary. The Rafi on the battlefield was more reliable than he thought, and this kind of sleepiness was like nothing. Of course, after meeting in the port area, you will sleep more deeply. Now Javelin no longer has much worry about Rafi's sleepiness, but she still helped Rafi return to the bedroom and let Rafi lie on the bed. Yawn. Javelin didn't sleep well last night because I didn't see Xingai one day yesterday, but today Javelin got up early and experienced so many things. Now she feels relaxed and feels sleepy. After thinking about it, the Javelin lay down next to La Fite. Anyway, when the commander will come to give La Fite cake, he should call himself. The Javelin who thought this way fell asleep peacefully. After all, she is too sleepy now.